Welcome to the final day of the Last Stand Tournament. I'm Dratnos, joined by Nagura, Zyronic, now Tettles, Makes, and we'll also have OKMage on the desk throughout the day. This is going to be the deciding day to see who makes it through to the Global Finals and which teams don't make it through to the Global Finals. Got a little bit of an exciting tournament building up here, although we do definitely have a big frontrunner, right, Tettles?
Yeah, Womegalol certainly took a monumental lead yesterday. There was a couple things. I think that Sanguine Depths that they were able to chop down a bunch of time on, that's one of their biggest stars. Like 15:28 that we see in that Sanguine Depths, better, 2.5 minutes better than the rest of the second closest team. That's going to be a massive thing to be able to overcome. Evolved seems like the team that if there's going to be like a miracle run that happens today, it's more likely than not going to be from them. The remainder of the pack yesterday kind of got stuck in a couple of dungeons, and it's really hard to recover from like a medium to medium bad day 2 whenever Womegalol looked so dominant.
Yeah, their day 1 and their day 2 were both so solid, but day 3 is going to be crucial because that Neltharian's Lair, 33 minutes on the board for everybody. There's potentially a lot of time to shave off in this dungeon, but we haven't seen it in many years. Now, what do you expect to see in Neltharian's Lair today?
I think we're gonna see the teams attempt to do the old pulls you did back in Legion, if you remember, with a DK running in and mass creeping everything, and then proceeding to just either gateway away from the pack or maybe run away to make these pelters, especially after the first boss. So if you outrange these mobs, right, they don't do anything. They just run after the tank. But if you actually face tank these mobs, they just hit random people in the group, and they're very, very deadly. So it's going to be a key for all the teams to see how they actually perform in these pulls after the first boss. We're really going to have to see how they manage to properly stack it up, and then if the tank can actually hold aggro. Because as we know, aggro in Legion, you generate a lot more threat than you do now in Shadowlands. So it's going to be kind of make it or break it, I think, in that area for most teams tonight.
What did you guys think about the 2 tank strategy yesterday? Like, were you guys fans of that? Because we saw Ethical legitimately busting out 2 tanks. It wasn't like a troll strategy. They believe that's their best strat.
Zyro has a strong opinion on that.
No. Okay, to give them credit where credit's due, I'll bet they were practicing it on Fortified, and it would make a little bit more sense on Fortified to run 2 tanks. But not on Tyrannical.
I'm trying to see why 2 tanks would be good in here, but I'm struggling to find,
It's not the fastest strat. It's just a safe strat. Maybe they felt that they couldn't live through the pulls with 1 tank.
Is it safe if the tank is not actively tanking the mobs, then gets aggro and they start, shooting? I feel like 2 tanks is just almost more, punishing than maybe for the first boss it's great, right? 1 tank is probably going to be able to live, but further down the line, I don't know.
Maybe they just want to kill the pelters with the 2 tanks only, kind of. So they are staying in, using your 3-minute cooldown. I mean, technically, right?
Just bring 5 tanks at that point.
Just bring 5 tanks at that point, right? Why 2 if you want to do that strat? Might as well bring all the tanks. But yeah, we're gonna have to see. It's interesting for sure. See what they do today, right?
Yeah, absolutely. The other question is, which of the other dungeons our team's going to look at? Because if you're a team like Evolved and you're staring down a 6-minute disadvantage right now, your path to winning, it probably involves, we're going to have a better Nelth Slayer. And also, we need to have looked overnight and maybe figured out how to get that minute back in Sanguine Depths, get that minute back in Gambit now that somehow Womegalol have found another minute in. So, yeah, the mage, the Dr. J.
They got doctored.
The mage.
They did, yeah.
He was hard carrying that first boss, right, on the mage.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, skipping that second sanitizing cycle sure took a lot of minutes or seconds off that run. I do still think Evolve can do it, and you can call this copium at this point, but if they can find a good Nel strat and then just quickly find time in the other dungeons, I do think they can make it. It's not going to be easy. They only have like 5 hours and a little bit, so they really need to make the most out of that time. Yesterday they spent way too much time in that Spires, looking at the overall time that's available, so they need to shift gears and go into like not 5th or 6th, but more like 10th gear to really accelerate here.
Yeah, and I also think that like this mage strategy to basically do the first boss quicker, I think you don't necessarily require a mage for that. You could also just bring another class that has the same damage profile onto the boss to make sure that you skip it. So I don't think that they necessarily need the mage, but maybe there's another class that they're more comfortable with, that they maybe have practiced, or maybe even main on live servers or something that they could possibly bring.
I'm kind of shocked that they weren't able to do it with the Demon Hunter. Like they were playing Havoc Demon Hunter early on, and I was surprised that the Havoc DH wasn't just enough boss damage. Sure, at some point, like those the Lightning Guardians that they have to pull into the boss can cause some uptime issues, but they also did an adaptation of the pull where they ended up pulling the Murlocs into the boss, and at that point, I feel like the Demon Hunter should be able to do enough boss damage to push it, but.
What about Demo
really...
Warlock?
No.
Demo and Destro?
I think you guys are severely undervaluing the actual strength of Fire Mage right now. Remember, it got buffed in this patch. The single target damage was increased by like 11% or something, and when you factor in the fact that they make great use of both the Vi Interceptor buffs as well as the Erdus Mantler buff, give him Power Infusion, give him Bloodlust, you can actually have Combustion up for like 40 seconds straight on a boss.
Would you
So,
Demo would be really good too, no? With all the taste.
Maybe on
not as good as Fire Mage.
The PI target now it's a good point, right? Like, is that what you're PIing on that pull? Because there is a bunch of apps coming in as well, right? There's all the Murlocs coming too. But
if you
you're
want
trying
to
to
one
just push
cycle the boss, you PI the Fire Mage.
I don't know. Can I interest anybody in a marksmanship hunter? Any takers? 2 hunters? No? All right. Well,
I think.
We'll see.
Well, I mean, maybe for Nelth, actually. We might see double hunter in Nelth for the double MD, right?
Yeah,
I would be
as
down
an
for
option.
double hunter in NL. I heard that like the setting up the Pelter pull was actually really annoying, and like at some points too, like you're just gonna rip threat off your tank if you're not careful. And like the Serve Hunter, there's some like MD bug with their bombs, and it doesn't work perfectly. And like maybe triple MD is the comp. It's like. Tank threat is really hard to
But
maintain.
how do you keep the mobs slow though if you run? You need someone to
I don't
slow
think you can
them.
kite it.
Tar
because
trap.
You don't put slow but it's also 60 yards
Well,
now.
I mean, you have binding shot, right? You have double binding shot. Maybe.
Yeah,
You
if you've got a
double
Marks Hunter, they've got
binding shot, I
bursting
guess.
shot as well.
Rippling poison.
True.
All
I think
kinds
you
of.
just end
That's
up
gonna be
doing.
interesting to see for sure.
You end up doing what Ethical did yesterday, which is just AoE pull some things
Running
down
2
and
tanks.
just
Yeah.
not even the 2 tank thing. The way that they dealt with some of the more difficult trash packs was literally just mass grip and AoE stun until you can't anymore, then personals. And
That's
they were
that's
able
where
to pull.
I think double tank is such a problem if you're trying to do that, because if your survivability plan is kill the mobs and AoE crowd control, you need as much damage as you can. Like, damage is your survivability there. It's like riding a bicycle, right? The speed is what keeps it stable, and so if you drop some damage for another tank in that kind of spot, you're going to end up falling off, which I think ended up happening for them. So I do think that, just trying to burst those things down in AoE stuns makes a lot of sense, but I don't know what comps we're going to see in there. I think there's a lot of potential for Nelfslayer in particular to be something where we'll see different stuff, and we can already see with those green dots on our leaderboard, looks like Womegal are looking at Nelfslayer as being their first dungeon of the day. I like this a lot. Yeah, now up in the top left.
Yeppers into Spires. Okay, trying to
It
get
doesn't
a
look
time
like
there.
anything special, right? From
I
the
love
comp?
that they're
Evolved
starting
Simon
with the
depths.
nodes there. I think that's really exciting. I'm curious to see what their strat is going to be, if they're really going the old kind of Legion route, or if they figured out something new.
Well, we need to focus in on them here in a second here. Looks like we're going to get into the dungeons. The timer has started, and the teams are in there. Let's see. Do they remember the original tech here?
The waterfall skip.
Waterfall
Dude,
skip.
I'm having
Did
a,
it.
I'm having a flashback. So apparently you can skip
Yeah,
that gate
yeah.
still if you're on the
I hope
slide
they
whenever you
fixed that.
start
Maybe
the
they
key.
didn't.
Huh. Interesting. Okay, well.
It's gonna be really interesting to follow Mike here. I talked a lot about yesterday about how experienced this Womegal team is, right? With Jay, you have Ricky. The exception here being the tank, Mike, who I don't think played a lot of World of Warcraft before Shadowlands, actually. And they definitely didn't play Legion. So it's going to be very interesting to follow him in this Nelth dungeon, since he hasn't really had any previous experience in here, and see how he deals with it.
Well, AoECC coming out. You can see
The
they use the
bursting-
Chaos Nova into the Shadow Fury. A lot of bursting stacks coming out. You don't want to use the Dwarf Racial too early, though, because there's still a lot of those ads alive, but you can see how difficult this is going to be to get, done with properly.
Okay. Yeah. So what did he actually die to here? I'm curious, because
It was bursting, I think.
Was it bursting they went down to here? Because I know that Hulk
Yeah,
is
they had
really
like
dangerous in the
18
first
stacks or something. It's like one tick basically killed them, I think. Not sure if there was a combination of bursting plus like something else as well, but there isn't too much AoE damage other than the frontal of these like bigger mobs, right? As far as I'm aware.
Yeah, so it's the big mob, the Hulk, right? He does that. We saw on Mike there, he got knocked back by that big Hulk, and then if you don't stun him after that cast, he will proceed to do a frontal cone, hitting anything in front of him. I don't know if there's any other. Maybe I think I remember the
lurkers will drop aggro and teleport to the furthest player, and then also spit the closest player after they drop their aggro. So that's something that could potentially kill somebody, especially if it lines up with the bursting. Not quite sure exactly what happened to them, but it's the first pull of the dungeon, right? This is the same thing as Aspires of Ascension that we've seen this weekend, where they'll take a little bit of time to figure it out. They might wipe to it a little bit, but they'll figure it out pretty quickly.
Yeah, knowing their
also looks
previous.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say, knowing their previous performance in the cup so far, I'm sure they're gonna find a rather fast solution to their first pull here, and gonna proceed to the first boss. Because I really want to see the first boss. I think the first boss in Nelth is deadly, so we're gonna have to see how the teams deal with that.
Yeah, for sure. And Neltharian's Lair is the dungeon that they've been able to practice before the tournament started, right? Because they have been told that Nelth is going to be a dungeon that is played. They didn't got told which affixes or which key level, but I assume they have practiced both Tyrannical and Fortified. So I assume if they have a strategy for any of the keys, then it's going to be Nelth, right? They definitely know what to expect and how they should be dealing with the bosses. But yeah, as you said, that first boss, we've had some history in the MDI with teams swiping to that one over and over.
I remember us playing that Gura back in the day, the first MDI. I think we had some struggles there as
we did
well.
Nelth,
And I remember,
right?
we played Nelth. It wasn't the cleanest run, but I think we got through. I don't think we won, but we made it to the end, I remember.
I don't know if you guys
the
remember.
last boss.
Did you guys watch the NA qualifiers at all in Legion? My team played
Ooh,
Nelth,
it's too long.
and
Probably.
we actually had a perfect run, but we lost because Revo Fevi did that massive double shard pull. He pulled literally everything in between first boss and second boss. Everything. Both Hulks, every single trash mob, and they pulled that pull off, and we lost the
Wow.
dungeon because of it. And I was like, man, I can't even be mad that we lost.
That's kind of crazy.
That dude was insane.
Because we gotta
that
keep
is
an eye on
actually-
Omega Lul here now, see if they actually manage to live this pool. They look a lot more stable this time around, right? They look a lot better.
Yeah, no, they definitely got the dwarf racials off at the right time here, so probably we'll see Igloo hop down in a second here to start the boss RP, because Blood DK should be able to stay alive on his own once the Nashers die here. Maybe they're just going to play it safe, though. Maybe not try to go for a super fast run early on here. Or maybe it was Jay that went down. I think
yeah,
it
but
was
We
then
also saw
nonetheless-
that even Ricky is standing in melee, right? Because of what you said earlier, that the lurkers jump away to the furthest target, so they all just stack up in melee, making sure they're not in front, so not get hit by that, or make sure they stun it so it does go off. And then they also have the lurkers not teleport out of the AoE.
All right, let's see how this boss goes.
Oh,
Rockmora
totally
is currently,
they
I
snapped
think he's 3-1 right now.
Yeah. They also they play these last three, but actually drag it down to the first boss, these last three mobs. They're always hard, I think, to get into the first pool. So they're definitely going to save some time here playing it with the boss if they can manage to live.
So again, we talked about this yesterday.
let's-
The big thing on Rockmora here is going to be killing these skitters as quickly as possible when they come out. The main mechanic here is that the boss is going to smash whenever he gets to 100 energy. And if there's any skitters alive whenever he smashes, he'll do just a lot more damage to the group. So the massive AoE coming from the Warlock and the Hunter are going to help with that. If the skitters take a little bit of extra damage, they'll do less damage whenever the boss smashes. And look at this. I mean, the boss is already sub 50 with the triple DPS comp. I think the 2-tank comp was really kind of biting ethical yesterday. It really wasn't working out.
So since both of you play Warlock these days, right? Do you want to tell me how Rick is doing this much damage as a Warlock? What's the secret here playing a Warlock?
Ah, well, you see. Actually, you know what, Naguri, you want to take this one?
So, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's just Warlock things, right? If you're a Dastard Warlock, you have your Infernal, and then you get all of your 4-piece procs, and you just have these billion Infernals running around that pulls AoE around them. I think that is like mostly the biggest amount of damage that's coming in, plus the combination of Rain of Fire. So it's mostly going to be AoE, right? I mean, it's possible they also do a lot of single target damage, but when you do like 200k DPS, it's going to be a lot of AoE because, of course, they pull those pelters in and they have the skitters as well. So you just, every global is going to be Rain of Fire. because you generate so many shards
it is.
from the Rain of Fire.
That's what we were
and
getting
it just
to.
self-sustains.
We were getting to the Rain of Fire spam. I think that's what
The
Mel
Rain of
wanted.
Fires, yes. Yeah, the
Yeah,
Rain
yeah.
of Fire. Okay, it'll be interesting to follow Mike here. Look at Mike top right on your screen while we keep talking here, how he actually sets up this pool. This is going to be the make it or break it, I think, for most teams playing Nelf, how they actually deal with this part of the dungeon.
Yeah, let's see how it goes. They are pulling on the left trash. That's not something that was too common back in the Legion days.
Yeah,
So
we usually
definitely
ran
not just-
right. I remember that. Yeah.
They're not just going for it. Are they going to let the drummer cast go off? No, they do stun
Okay, they're doing
it.
a smaller pool. Yeah, they're doing a smaller pool, which you normally would drag all the way up to that Hulk standing on the right side. You can't really see on the screen right now. But I think they just opt to play maybe a safer strat in the beginning here to just get a time on the board.
Yeah, that's probably what it is. And they already used the Shadow Fury and Chaos Nova, so there's not going to be any more AoE stuns coming out. The only other thing that you can think of is the Warlock 4-piece procs, but you can only get a couple of those off. The main mechanic here outside of that is dodging these avalanche casts, right? A rock will appear at your location and you have to dodge, and the only thing that you have to go off of is the mobs casting avalanche. But, I mean, check it out. Getting through the pool cleanly. I mean, this Pelter is in the back, jagged distant people,
yeah.
but...
I think that was a ninja pull actually,
Pretty
because
good.
it was just standing in the back there. I don't know if that was intended or not to... Because it looked a little bit weird when I think it came in from the left side. I don't know if they missed it initially or if actually someone maybe pulled it in the back.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Mind Soothe skip on the 3 like mobs in front here. Pretty typical. Are we skipping the Hulk as well? Looks like we are.
Skipping
Okay.
everything. All right. Yeah. This is very, very different from how you used to play the standing back in Legion. This was the the big pull you did here, including all those mobs that were just standing there, they just skipped. So they're probably not going to be kiting this pull either, right? Since they opt to skip all these mobs, they don't really have a lot of kiting room here.
Yeah, probably not. I mean, let's see. There's a Shaper that needs to be interrupted. That Stone Bolt is like... It's massive damage.
2
for
actually, I think.
somebody. Probably not a one-shot on 21 Tyrannical, but, 60-70% of somewhat of a DPS's HP. There's 2 Pelters in this group as well. So you see one on the left, you're just casting Jagged Disc. That's just damage on one player in the group. This is a pretty dangerous pull,
I
but
remember.
the AoE damage as well, and the Pelters will just disengage out of the group sometimes, so...
Oh, they didn't stop the Hulk. They were going to die here. The debuff went through.
Oh,
That's on Jane
look at-
and
look at
Mike.
Mike.
You
Look
can
at the
see the
debuff on
debuff
Mike right
actually
now.
going off. They took a lot of damage. Tobo also dying.
the
Really,
discs.
that's
Oh,
so
yeah.
It's so close. Like they didn't get one of the Pelters in at the start of the pool, so the Pelter was just throwing Jagged Discs at everyone, and they were trying to interrupt the cast as much as they could with with the 4-piece procs from the Dastro Warlock and the AoE stuns. We even saw Dr. J use the Door of Shadows to disorient them, like just teleport into the group with that Soulbind trait, I guess it is. So yeah, very interesting. There's so many things that need to work out on those pools. If you're not kiting them, you need to just have so many interrupts, and then basically the trash needs to die when you run out of interrupts, because otherwise you're just gonna go down to those frontals from the Hulk, to the Jagged Discs going off, and all those additional casts that need to be interrupted as well.
Yeah, they actually did go down to what we spoke about earlier, that Hulk frontal that he knocks back the tanks and then he casts that massive frontal cone, right? That's basically the entire team just got hit by. I don't know who's on, the stop duty on that guy, but as long as they manage to successfully stop him, I think that pull should be not too bad. It's a little bit of a struggle because these Pelters also jump out, as we saw, and they were standing outside. But I think as long as they stop that frontal cone, they should be seeing success in this pull very soon.
I almost wonder, can they fully stun DR mobs with their group comp? They're sweeping the Shadow Fearing. Infernal stuns are on a separate DR. Do they have another stun? Like, I wonder if they actually tried to stun the frontal and just missed, and it missed because it was just completely DR'd.
I remember you normally gripped the frontal because that also worked.
Well,
I don't
you
know
used
if
it to
they
get
are
the Pelter
doing that. I
too,
didn't.
right?
Yeah, that's true. You probably want to grip the Pelters in, right? So yeah, I don't know. We're gonna have to maybe keep an eye on that the next time they get there.
Yeah, I want to
Maybe
focus on
Igloo
that
is Igloo with what's it called? This priest ability you have as holy, the disorient. Oh, Jay going down to the frontal here actually.
Ooh.
Oh, it looks like I
Yeah,
have
another
this
chastise
first
right
pulls
here.
really hard. Wow.
Yes, chastise exactly. Chastise from the holy priest. I think that's a perfect ability to stop the Hulk potentially here.
Yeah, I think
Was it
that's actually what they
piercing
just
shards?
used, because you can see this kind of like sap animation on
Yeah,
top
yeah.
whenever it goes off, right? And I think I just saw that on the Hulk. So I think that is what they're using, yeah.
Well, one of the things that has to happen
Some of
for
the-
Evolve to come back in the competition is a very good Sanguine Depth. So in the bottom right corner, they are onto Executor Tarvold, and pretty good run. Really good Crixus splits at low 2 minutes. Onto Executor Tarvold here with a 10 stack. Everyone in the group has a 10 stack, so they're not exactly playing, they're playing pretty well. A good Tarvold split for them to get here would be somewhere in the mid 6 minutes, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. See if they can get a good time here and start chunking away at that gap that Womegalol has created for themselves, but they got a lot of work to do.
Yeah, looking at the trash count, they also have one more pull after they kill the boss. I guess similar to what Womegalol did yesterday, right? With potentially the second lantern into chaining that down to the next boss.
What do you think about Evolve to finishing off the Vi relic on Tarvold heal? Because we see most teams just going for Ur to get the extra kind of heal because they pull trash on top, right? It's getting a little bit of a recoverer buff, but it looks like Evolve just went with Vi, which can be dangerous when it's jumping around, right?
Yeah,
I think it's mainly because you already have the 10 stacks, right? So you have so much increased healing already, so I don't think it should be too much of a struggle for the priest to keep the group alive throughout those stacks. And the while you have all those stacks, is kind of... It will probably only be if you actually need a second set of cooldowns maybe on that boss.
Yeah, I think the Vi is just definitely better for pure boss damage, but not having cooldowns available for this pull could be kind of dangerous, so we'll have to see. This is probably the most dangerous pull in the dungeon that they have left. Again, we've talked about this so many times, no cooldowns available, no lantern buff, pulling triple mob packs on top of the lantern here. This is to set up a 10 stack to go into Executor Borrelia right afterwards, but you have to live through this pull. There's so many scribes in here, there's going to be so much damage going out. Watch the throw research cast here. If a single Barb Shackle
There's
cast goes
4
off, they're
scribes in
going
this
to
pool.
die. Oh man, this is so dangerous.
But look at Shella, he's doing warlock things. The pull is kind of dying here.
Yeah, it's casting
It's
Rain of
looking good
Fire
for them.
into Rain of Fire, into Rain of Fire, into Rain of Fire.
Shella
He didn't even-
playing Kyrian in this dungeon now. I think they changed their comp, right?
He
Because
plays it
they
in
used to
every
play
dungeon.
Windwalker with Shella Venthyr. No, Shella used to be Venthyr because they had the Windwalker, and now they have the Rogue. Because a lot of teams actually started out with Windwalker in Sanguine Depths. The only team that didn't play Windwalker was Womegalol because they played the Rogue. And now a lot of the teams are switching that up as well. Now they're all replacing the Windwalker with Rogue to have that extra control and to have their Warlock just play a different Covenant as well, I guess.
I think it's the other way around almost. I also spoke about this yesterday, that I personally would prefer the Windwalker, and I would feel a lot safer with the Windwalker in this key, even though it would mean that the Warlock has to play Venthyr, right? Because I feel like Leg Sweep and Ring of Peace with these dungeon affixes, and in this dungeon is such a massive, help for all these big pulls. Sweeping all these casts, or the throw research compared to a Rogue, having single target stops, that's not really that impactful. But I mean, the Rogue is
I don't
definitely
know.
faster.
You think it's just because it's faster? Because clearly they think Rogue is better now that everyone's switching, right? So there must be
yeah.
something to it. I'm not really sure what exactly.
Yeah, I agree. Rogue is definitely faster in this key, but I think your goal in this particular dungeon with these affixes is to just have a clean run. It doesn't matter if you play Rogue compared to Monk. I don't think it's it's not gonna be a 2-minute difference between these two classes. And I think if we can just get through cleanly, which they are doing with the Rogue here now, so they're obviously doing the right thing. But I think it's a lot easier to get through this dungeon with a Windwalker with more AoE damage and all these really challenging pulls compared to that Rogue.
I will say
Yeah, and
that
I think Ring of Peace is also really nice for the shades, right? Because
Yeah,
when
for
you're on
sure.
the
And
lantern
Aquatic on
and
it,
getting the shades away is really nice, I guess.
also people don't tend to talk about this too much. They're like, oh yeah, Warlock can just go Venthyr, right? That's fine. Well, it kind of sucks. Venthyr Warlock is not fun to play. You don't really get that many
Oh, it's not? I don't know. I liked it as a tank.
Oh, I'm sure
Yeah.
you love having all those
Oh, with the
curses. out
curses,
there,
yeah.
but, like, you
Yeah,
know what?
you
I don't
always
care
have this
about your
curse
curses
up.
when I want to do big damage.
I mean, you don't, but yeah, that's true, I guess. I mean, just live on your own, right?
The biggest
It's not
downside
my
is that you have
problem.
to go and click the lanterns, and you're the Warlock, right? That's Rogue.
Yeah,
True.
that is true.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look at Yeppers, by the way, here. They seem to have a pretty decent Spires run, I think. We're going to see how they deal with the triple angel pull upstairs here now, but only 1 death so far.
Yeah, pretty solid. But, dude, focusing in on this Evolved runs, this Borrelia split is, stupid fast. Our
This is
fastest
very,
run
very
yesterday...
fast, actually.
Our fastest Borrelia split yesterday was a 10:26. This is 9:53. They're 30 seconds faster than Womegalol was yesterday. If they can keep this up, they would actually save 3 minutes of the 6-minute lead that Womegalol has right now. This is an imperative run for Evolve to finish off here going into the General Calls room. We really need to focus in on them, make sure that they do this cleanly, because this is This is pretty important for them to get done right.
I quickly do want to put the attention to Yepperstone on the top left because they are now engaging with that triple angel pull. Actually, they're only pulling 2. Oh, okay. So they're not risking the triple angel because, you know, they just want to get a time on the board. Maybe they're just not confident in it. Maybe they're missing... Yeah, it's also possible they don't have a spear either.
I didn't follow their route they chose to go with today, so maybe they don't have a spear.
I think they're going to spear and lust just the third angel by itself. So
maybe.
Definitely a big conservative play here for them, just trying to make sure they do this safely. But it is going to cost them something like a minute or 2 minutes versus if they were able to do all 3 angels at the same time.
Yeah, not doing triple angels today is a massive time loss here for sure. Like I said, I think it's the 1 minute, 1:30 minute category for just leaving that last angel up. But it is, as I said, it's so much safer, right, to play 2 into 1.
Yeah. And I mean, they kind of just need to put a time on the board right now, right? Like, I think the chances of one of our lower 3 teams actually winning the competition today is probably in the single-digit percentages, maybe even lower. So they're kind of just playing for a better placement because there is prize money available to the teams, right? It's just Evolved and Megalord are so far ahead. Soul going down, but as long as they're able to kill these 2 at the same time, it's okay, right? Oh no!
Yeah, they should be good.
Okay, well...
Oh, they all died here. Oh.
Well,
okay.
they can res at least.
But, Cyro, look at Evolve here on the top right, though.
Dude.
We talked yesterday about a low 15, potentially even a sub 15 in this dungeon is an incredible run. And if you look at the timer right now, I think if they just keep playing clean here, I think we're going to see that sub 15
yeah, I agree.
Coming out here.
That's going to be a really nice fear coming out of the priest there, making sure all of the mobs, the acolytes, get slowly feared into the lantern area without them casts going off at the same time. And now everything is being gathered onto this lantern, but Bazooka dropping really low. They managed to recover a little bit, and yeah, as long as those acolytes are down, the danger should be over. There we go. They also finished up a woe as well to get that movement speed to go to the boss quicker afterwards, because they definitely want to keep those stacks for the boss and the trash that they're going to be pulling into it. So they need to make sure they have a lot of single target damage here to get General Call to transition.
All right, yep, 10 stack is up on the board. They're going to get a couple last refreshes in with the Gargans spawning here, probably kill one of these off, and then we're off to the races with that woe buff to the final boss here. This last boss takes in between about 1.5 to 2 minutes to kill off. So yeah, they're definitely like right in the area. Oh, they got the last 2 Gargan spawns too. That's going to cost them a little bit of time. They will get a last refresh, but are they going to be able to get out of combat? Okay, here we go. We're on the way. Let's see.
Yeah, I think they want this trash with the boss anyway, right?
Yeah,
speaking about racing, it looks like Womegalod is racing out of the first pool once again in the Therian Slayer here. Mike going down to the frontal, and they seem to be having some issues with that first pool. A little bit surprising to me, because I feel like that is one of the easier pools here, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's a really challenging pool, this first one. But I would really like to see them getting a bit more consistent here, getting further into this dungeon. Because if they set a time in Nelth here, you know, imagine being one of the other teams at that point. You see that they already set an Therian Slayer time. You would be, you know, in a very, very, you know, under so much pressure.
Man, this pull is going great for Evolve so far. Only Spiteful Shades in the Chamber Sentinel left. Probably keeping that alive so Shelly can get some 2-target value, not really trying to focus it down too much. They want to get as much boss damage as possible here. Sub 15 is still on the table. The boss is roughly at half HP here with a 14-minute run so far. This is so fast. Remember, that's a 6-minute time advantage that they have. Well, Megalol has over Evolved right now here. If they're able to make up half of that in this very first dungeon run of the day, they're setting themselves up in a spot where they can maybe potentially come back today with a really solid Nelth run and a couple improvements elsewhere. This is an insane way to start day 3 for Evolved.
Yeah, the boss is melting, and having that Kyrian Warlock, right? Just having a little bit more boss damage compared to that Night Fae build that we usually see in this dungeon, really helping out Evolved here to nuke this boss down quick. You can see the fastest time so far is 15:28 for Womegalol, and Evolved is close to beating that time. Probably not by that much though, right? Because they'll still have to go through 4%, and it looks like they're slowly running out of damage. So the boss is going down slower and slower.
3%
So
left.
would you say that, would you say Kyrian Warlock is more single target damage than the Night Fae? Because I know you get to snipe this what's called scoring. You know, I don't know the name of the ability as a Warlock, right?
Scoring Tithe, yeah. It's the
yes,
dot,
does it work with spites and stuff as well, or how does it interact? You know more about Warlock than I do.
Yeah, it works on any target that dies pretty much. As long as it actually is credited as dying, you get the buff from it. So you can see there are times where they're actually keeping ads alive. You know, Shelly might be actually banishing things from time to time, just to keep something alive so that it can get a Havoc Scouring Tithe on it for more boss damage. It is more single target damage by quite a significant amount if you can play it properly and like actually properly play around it. But there's the time on the board, 1524.8. They had like a 1750 before, so that is closing the gap. Remember, that gap was 615 before. It's now down to 345 for Evolved. So making good progress at the beginning of the day here. Still 4.5 hours left for them to make more progress. Where do you guys think they're going to go
I think
now?
they're gonna... maybe theater? They have probably another 2 minutes in theater they can shave off here. You see 22.57 is their best run at the moment. And I think they can definitely get a sub 21 minute run in theater. I don't know how much they worked on the strat or how much they maybe looked at what Omegalol did there yesterday. But I would like to, if they can shave off another 2 minutes in theater, they're just, you know, they're less than a minute behind at that point, right? Maybe they can do a gambit as well. So it's gonna be very interesting to follow.
Yeah, especially because we have that Neltharian's Lair, right? Because no team really knows what the other team's strategy is in Neltharian's Lair. So they don't really know what time to go off. Like, they don't know, is our time good? Is it bad? Like, how are the other teams doing here? So if Evolved somehow has a really good Neltharian's Lair strategy, they can, if they get a better Theater of Pain and maybe a little bit of a better Gambit, then they would win by just having a really good Neltharian's Lair over Womegalol, especially since Womegalol is struggling quite a bit, at least so far, with the strategy that they're trying to pull off in Nelth.
Yeah, I agree, but I think these pulls are the once you get through this, you know, the first pull of Nelth, the first boss, and the pulls leading up to the second boss. That is kind of where you're going to be making it or breaking it in this key. Because after that, you have the third boss. You have these scorpions in the very end as well that were very deadly in the past. But I think on 21 Tyrannical, it shouldn't be too much of a struggle for the teams to get through that.
Depends how many you want to pull, right? Maybe if you want to pull multiple, I don't know.
Also, if you remember, Nagura, you could remember in the past you could, if you pull the two scorpions on the last boss, and then you pull the boss after. So if you had, like, for example, the Hunter Tobo could pull those two, right? And then Mike could pull the boss. As long as Tobo feigns and no one else gets in combat with these, they will not chain with the boss. There's also a really cool strat you could do. It's going to be interesting to see if the teams choose to do that or not, because you will have a lot less space to play the boss then.
Yeah, and we also, I think it was Womegalol, right, that skipped so much trash before the second boss. So I wonder how much they really have to play after that third boss, right? Because there's so much trash you usually didn't want to play, and you should just skip a lot of it, maybe even a Scorpion pack. But if they skip so much early on, they have to make up the trash somehow. Maybe they pull all of these, like, what are they, basilisks or something, or crocodiles in the water? That is a really common pull that we've seen in the past as well. Not sure.
Yeah, after the second boss, you mean all those swimming in the...
They're the Nashers,
yeah.
I think they're called.
Yeah.
Nashers? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see for sure. I missed, you know, when I thought about Nelth, I was really hoping we would see this, you know, massive Masquerade pull, like, to get some nostalgia from the old days. And I would love to see at least maybe one team try it out after the first boss. We're going to have to see if they actually do that or do choose to play more of a safer route like what Megal did there with not going all the way up to that Hulk. It's going to be very interesting to see what Evolved chooses to do in that key.
I also think it's really dangerous to do this big pull after first boss, just because, not even because of the discs, because you can, as you know, like perma-stun it. If you have a lot of cooldowns, you can probably kill them while they're still, you know, in stuns and not have any discs go off. But I think the avalanches might actually be a problem if you run so many melee, right? When you have 3 players in melee and all the avalanches constantly go off, it's really hard to actually not die to that unless you stack up and move together. But if someone moves too early or too late or whatever, then that can be very deadly. For ranged, it's no problem, but for melee, it's a much bigger issue.
Just taking a look at AT for Nelth here. Let's see. All this trash together in between second and third boss is only 20%. There's really not a lot there. So I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, especially one pull you're doing in that area.
Yeah.
It's not too much to choose from, so... I mean, usually after the second boss, you always skip that first pack that's standing by itself, right? Those four or 5 mobs standing there. I've never seen a team ever play those. So I would be very surprised if Megalol actually chooses to play these mobs. Something we're going to have to keep an eye on.
They might just end up playing the Dominators. Honestly, the Scorpions, like, there's such good trash count, and it's tyrannical instead of fortified, so maybe you can live through it. It's kind of a scary prospect, but like, I don't know, maybe that's the thought process? I don't know.
Yeah, let's take
Yeah,
a
we're
look
gonna
at
have
their
to
first
see.
pull again, as I've been struggling on this pull quite a few times now. It looks like they are still, trying to gather up so so the mobs don't jump away. The bursting is reset, so maybe it really was a bursting issue. Not sure, because
is
all of
this-
the mobs there have quite different kinds of HP. So it's really hard to kill it all at once and then just use Dwarf Racial or Master Spell. So you're just gonna stagger the bursting a lot, I guess.
Yeah, I remember it being one of these mobs, I think it is, that does a stomp around it. And if you're all stacking in melee, you're gonna take a lot of damage from that. I don't know if it's a Scorpion, if it's I think Grub Bash or something it's called, that does damage around it. And if that overlaps with bursting, that's definitely a very, very deadly combo, right?
Yeah, for sure. What about these? I forgot. Like these 3 mobs that they're dealing with right now. They usually, like when you come at the top, they jump down, right? Do they usually do they run away, or would they be standing here in this area? I honestly don't remember.
No, they never jump down. Actually, I think you're thinking about that. I remember you would always play this with the boss because they're basically not doing anything. They just auto swing in the tank. They're very, very good count in terms of what they're doing. Sometimes I think in high keys you would even split the first pull up in 2 and potentially have them into the second part of that starting area zone.
Mm-hmm.
Another
So
stomp
they
is going to
step
come
them
out
down,
from
I
Mora.
guess.
Yeah, they just walked down the waterfall more or less. I think it was Igloo doing. Was it Igloo doing it, or was it Tobo maybe running
I just
down
saw a Demon Hunter cage on one of the mobs, so I thought that
maybe it
they
was
maybe
Jay.
jump down and you just see them and then they stop moving or something.
Yeah, I think it's
but
Jay
I'm
that's
not
been
sure.
starting the RP.
there? Yeah.
Well, Rockmore, not really posing too much of a problem for Womegalol. I mean, like we were talking about yesterday, the triple DPS comp definitely makes the boss a lot more doable. The 2 tanks was definitely
You
just
just
causing
had
problems
to
for
do
Ethical.
it.
Okay, see,
Cybo.
here's the thing. Here's the
caster
thing.
curse.
They will beat that with a little bit more damage. That's the
Yes,
spot
they-
that Ethical was wiping
that's-
at yesterday at like 30%
Yeah.
on the boss because they were running double tank. If they do a little bit more single target damage focused, they could beat that smash. That was also
Yeah, that's a
potentially
deadly
like a
smash right there.
like a commit scenario too. Maybe they were just like, okay, just kill boss. If we die, we die. But boss goes down. We'll get to see more of this big pull. I want to focus in on actually which trash mobs they're pulling because actually, I hopped into WoW and loaded up MDT just to kind of see what they could
I saw they
potentially
pulled
do
the
for
first
trash
2
count
mobs
here.
here, and they CC this drummer, right? And as long as they don't pull mobs through him, it's a true CC, so it will never be in combat. I want to take a look at what's happening. Last time they had a pelter in the back while they were doing this pull, and I'm wondering where it came from.
Well, they
Maybe it's one
did
of the
just
early
they did
mobs
just
going
face
down
down
here
front
early in the
pelter.
pull.
That first pelter they just pulled. They walked into it. They pulled it on purpose. You could actually do a route through this section of the dungeon with no pelters at all. But it's kind of
It
annoying
looks
to
like
set
Igloo
up.
is Shining Force there.
I would love
right?
to see
get
a
him
grip from
closer,
Mike here
but
on the
it's not
pelter.
close enough to grip him. Maybe
Yeah.
it's still pretty far away. That Shining Force didn't get him.
Oh, there we go.
There we
It's in
go.
now. Yeah.
Okay, we're good. Dodge the avalanches. Remember, you have to dodge other people's avalanches too, so you can't just run on top of each other.
Mm-hmm.
Jagged. Yeah, the main damage on the group is going to be from the Jagged Disc and the avalanche, though. That's the main thing. One pelter is actually pretty doable. The main thing to watch out for is the stacks of bursting once the pelter casts start going off. One last avalanche dodge. All right. Looks like they're through this pull.
Ricky just stopped doing anything. They just dodged that. Make sure he dodged the avalanche. Was a smart play from him.
All right, let me edit my MDT here.
So
Show us
how's
the gold.
Evolve doing here? They're doing another. I think they were running theater before this one they just had, right? So it's gonna be interesting to see if they choose to maybe copy Womegalol strat a bit, or if they have something going on their own in this key. Because they were, like we said, 22:57 prior to coming here today, right?
Yeah, that was. I think there one time in theater they only ran the dungeon once, right? On Friday, the very first day, last dungeon that they did before the time was over. So I don't think. Oh, Alex is actually going
Alex
down
going
there
down.
pretty fast. So they're probably just going to town portal out again. But
Yeah,
yeah,
it's
so
not a
I
big
definitely
deal, it's
have
2
a
minutes in.
feeling that they, refined their strategy, changed their strategy, probably looked at what Womegalol is doing, and maybe improve it, because that's something they have to do, right? I think Evolve is definitely in a spot where they need to make up time somewhere, because it's unlikely that they can beat the time from a Womegalol in every dungeon, right? Because that's going to be very hard to go into every single dungeon and beat the time from a Womegalol. So making up like a lot of time in one dungeon would maybe make more sense for them, and maybe that's what they try to go for here in theater, plus possibly
Mike.
also Nelf.
Instantly purged at the start of this boss. Very scary. Laura,
Yeah, that's
Crack
talking
Shaper.
about that. The tanks, the Sunder is brutal on tanks. If you don't have full HP here with potentially a blood chill on top of that, you're gonna see yourself almost getting one shot. It's gonna come in a few seconds here again after this cast. Gotta take a look at Mike here. Yeah, okay, he has sliving this one here.
Man.
Why don't you just bring a Moonkin and taunt it with the Force of Nature?
Oh yeah.
Well,
Why don't you just
Oh, look at Mike.
You
Oh,
could
4%
taunt it in
HP.
Nelf.
so rough.
So, do you want to explain the intermission here, Nagura? How it's working?
Yeah, so the intermission is a very cool mini game. So basically, the boss buries himself into like a stone, and then random stones appear around the area, and then it will just be a shuffle game, and you will have to figure out which one the boss is in, and then you have to kill that one to get the boss back.
I'm
But
gonna
while
follow
that
this
is
though.
happening, there's all of these avalanches spawning on players that can actually be incredibly deadly the longer you are in this intermission. So you have to be very fast on killing the correct idol here.
They got the right one. It's the right one I was following as well. This is a very crucial moment here. If they stack, as you see all these falling debris on top of it, especially in melee. See Jay's dropping lower. If they actually stack too much with this, I think they're gonna be close to getting one shot. So, but I think they will only have one. Do you think they can push the boss before the next intermission?
Oh
here?
yeah.
Should
yeah,
be
they
able
could
to, right?
definitely beat it. Remember that yellow bar at the bottom, that energy bar, is when the next intermission will come. When that fills up, they'll be forced to play another cup game. I think they'll beat it though. They have a lot of single target damage, and they have the infernal stack stacked up on the boss as well. Man, that Sunder does so much damage to tanks, man.
Yeah,
I have a
it's
prediction in this
complete-
dungeon. So I was looking over MDT, looking at their count. Actually, is my count right? When they get to this boss, oh, they're a little lower than I thought they would be.
67.73.
Yeah, my MDT
So they need
has
to
them
play
at
a lot of
69.5. They have to play everything
Yeah.
between second and third boss, including the Nashers,
Even
and the bottom.
Yeah, but do you think even the first pack after the second boss here? Do you
Not
think they
that I
will
don't have
actually
those
play
three. I don't have those three selected.
Okay, yeah.
Oh,
They actually
no,
don't make
make
it.
it.
The boss
Oh no!
actually didn't make the push. Oh,
Well,
okay.
Gives us time to talk about the route. So I was looking at the route, and they could actually just pull 2 Scorpions, and that's pretty much all the count that they would need. But do you think that Dr. J is crazy enough to pull 2 Scorpions into the last boss?
With the boss?
With the
Definitely.
boss?
I mean,
Yes, that sounds like something he would definitely be up for trying at least. The success rate on it, I'm not so sure, but how would you know if you never try, right? Maybe they're not that big of a deal on a 21 tyrannical setting.
That's what I was thinking.
the Scorpions actually just had an AoE cast, right?
Right,
So
yeah.
like once in a while they would cast AoE, but then weren't there other mobs as well that came with the Scorpions that were kind of scary?
I
forgot
think
what
they
did,
worked like
though.
the pelters, those other mobs as well.
Yeah,
I think they cast
something
Jagged
like that.
Disc.
Yeah, it's just group
all-
damage.
So
Also, remember that the Scorpions, you needed to have, I think it was 2 players standing outside of melee, and they would take random damage from the Scorpion. And I think if you didn't have any personals left, you would swap place with someone in melee. At least on
Yeah,
high keys
something
here
like
on a
that.
21 tyrannical, I don't think they're going to be struggling that much, but we're going to have to see what they decide to do here.
Let's see. Well, this poll is definitely difficult in its own right. The main new thing here is those grubs. They're going to be casting
Are they going
Metamorphosis.
boss? Go with the boss.
No
go
way
with
you
the
go boss with it. No, they're not going to go boss with this. No shot.
That would be.
Not a singular shot in the world. There's the grub.
I
I'm
would-
stun it. Stun that Metamorphosis. Stun it.
Oh,
Disorient. Okay.
Jay going
Oh,
down here. I didn't
Justice?
see what it died to. Was
Jay.
that the Smash, maybe? The Stone Shatter from the
Probably the Smash.
Grandmaster? The Lurker is running after Toba as well. We talked about that earlier, that they port and reset aggro, and it's really annoying being there. You see that it just ported behind Ricky here, and now Mike is going to have to either grip it back in or run and build new aggro on the Lurker. But it looks like only the Lurker left alive, right?
Yeah, not bad at all.
It's interesting that they are not committing the rest either. Oh, now they are. Okay, so it did just come back up, and they did immediately commit it, making sure that they can finish off this lurker and the grubs they're walking around still. This boss, I don't think, is going to cause them too much trouble. And yeah, the thing is, if you pull all of this trash together, without the boss, then you just kind of had to play the boss by itself, which, you know, is not an ideal scenario, I guess.
I think,
But,
did you see? Oh yeah, Evolve, they're doing what Megalol did here yesterday. You see the two Maguses? I just saw on the bottom right that Soda disengaged off the platform and got gripped back by Bazook here. So they're doing the exact same pull as what Megalol did here on the first platform.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's nice to see that they adapt this, because this is really nice count, right? You just get an extra count for free. So if it saves them like a pull afterwards, that is going to be really valuable.
So
they're
Cyro,
gonna
how
need-
do you go ahead?
They're going to need a little bit more count. The two Scorpions alone are 12.7%, so they're going to be at like 99.5 with those. So they'll need to pull like one extra mob in order to make the trash count. Tobo
King
dies
of the
now.
Scorpions plus the mobs
yeah, he
that
had
are
the
standing
circle
next to
around
it.
him.
Ooh, interesting.
Look at Mike here. All eyes on Mike. Can he? Oh, would Death Advance work against this?
Yeah.
Oh, he's cheating. That's not even fair. Look at that. He's
DK is
just playing
so
another
strong.
game at this point.
Oh, I
Well,
guess that mechanic doesn't
Yeah, that
exist
works.
anymore.
Yeah, one less mechanic to deal with.
Yeah, technically the way you want to play this is you see, like, once in a while, Eagle right now has this circle around him, and after a few seconds he will drop that green pedal on the floor, and whenever the boss grips the tank in, you want to just stand in these green puddles because they slow you down so you don't get pulled as much. But apparently Mike doesn't need that. It also works on the mobs as well that jump down from the right side. Once in a while there's like these mobs that jump from the balcony and they run to the boss, but they also get slowed by this green pedal. So if you position them correctly, then they shouldn't be reaching the boss technically.
Well, actually, there was also tech that you could do before as well, where the mobs had like a predetermined path as well. So if your tank like gripped them away, or if you knocked them away, even towards the boss, they would run to the center of the room still first, and then they would run to the boss. So there's a lot you can do to like increase their patrol timings. It's funny, all these little tiny things are slowly coming back to me from
Jay
like
go down as well.
so many
Big
years
deal.
ago.
It's
Oh no,
almost time.
Jay! It's all down to the Warlock, the hero of the group, the king, the most important
yes.
player in the group.
Okay,
Another thing I just
think that's
noticed in
Mike.
this boss. But this boss has this has a poison debuff. So whenever the boss does this AoE, it applies poison debuffs to everyone that stack up. And priests are known for not having a poison dispel, right? And no one else in that group has a poison dispel either. So you have to use your dwarf racial to get rid of it somehow, or immune it off, because it can do a lot of damage on a tyrannical, right?
Yeah, let's focus in on ethical though. They're getting near the end of their triple angel pull on the top right here. Everything down below 30%. Have to make sure you do a good job of evening them out. But look at the damage on the group right now with the Grievous affix as well. It's going to be so dangerous for them to stay alive here. AMZ coming down at the last second. It's just a matter of can they kill all three and stay alive at the last second here. All of the cooldowns are available. Hollow going into angel form as well. Oh no!
Yeah,
the
that's not
seed
too
coming
bad though. That's not too
Warlock.
bad.
DPS dead.
If Holo can keep the Warlock, the Warlock and the DK alive, they could be able to finish. Yeah, they do finish
Nah,
it
they
off. I
healed.
think. No, they
Yeah.
healed. Oh, no.
That's rough. Man.
Yeah, but actually committing the Angel on this pull, it's not too bad. It's something we also sometimes, if it was rough, Celia would usually just say that he would go into Angel form and keep everyone else alive, because it's one less target to heal, right? And it's not, if you go into Angel form, it's not like you're just, dead on the ground. You actually still heal the other 4 players of the group. So I don't think going into Angel and just taking that combat rest right after the pull is a bad strat in general here, because it is a really, really hard pull.
Yeah. Well,
And also I like to watch the Angel. It makes me happy.
Well, yeah. Every time I see an angel form, it like activates the serotonin, makes me happy, and then I take a screenshot and I post it in Discord, and everyone else can see it.
Twitter
Makes them
and-
happy too.
Yeah.
Yeah, so what do we think about Evolved here? We said that we think they might go that theater. Here they are trying to improve their run. How many minutes do you think are maybe possible for them to gain in this theater? Of course, 2 minutes at least are how much Womegalo is faster. If they can get those 2 minutes back, all of a sudden they're going to only be a little bit behind where Womegalo are at.
Yeah, I actually think that Theater of Pain makes the most sense for them to go to. Somehow shave off those 2 minutes to be at least on an equal time to Womegalo, and then they still have the chance of just doing Neltharian's Lair quicker by like a minute or two, and then they will win if they have, like some fancy strategy up their sleeves, which is possible because, of course, Evolved has quite a few players that did play back in Legion as well, noticeably Shelle, who has been playing for a long time already and probably still knows the dungeons from back then. So yeah, it is possible that they have a cool strategy for Nelf. I'm interested to see what they have planned for it. But first, of course, they need to get the Theater of Pain done in a really good time and somehow improve their own time by 2 minutes or maybe even a little bit more.
It looks like Ethical is wiping on that last angel. I think the DK is still alive fighting the last angel solo up there, but the entire group has decided to release and is now on the way back up again. So interesting to see if he can actually stay alive up there all by himself. He should be able to do that since he is a DK, but maybe he did kill it? Because he's not really going down on HP, so maybe he already killed it actually.
I didn't quite see. Is he still fighting it, or did he kill it?
No,
Alright.
he killed it. He killed it. Yeah.
Chompy's a beast, I guess. You know, soloing
Do you guys
mobs.
have a split for Womegalol's Theater of Pain? Because they went to the Xul Harakwing first as well, right? So we can compare the time approximately.
Yeah, it's 9:36 for Womegalol on their Koltharak kill, so Evolved kind of right on the heels of them here. 20 seconds behind would make up a ton of time. I mean, that'd be 2 minutes off if they're able to keep this pace throughout the rest of the dungeon here, so we'll have to keep an eye on this. The Gore Chop skip here is going to be very, very important here. One of the things that Womegalol did that we thought was a little bit on the slow end, but probably just done for safety because it's 24 fortified, is they actually just didn't pull trash on top of the boss here. So they did this Woe skip where they run to the Gore Chop wing, go downstairs, but they just did a big trash pull without the boss. I think that's something that Evolved could technically go for if they really want to try to make up a ton of time here and potentially even get a faster time, is, you know, do trash on top of boss. But that's pretty dangerous with this Affixes.
So here comes the probably hardest pull in the dungeon, right? If you look in top left on Evolved, they're gonna most likely pop their Bloodlust. They're gonna pull this first trash bag here with the gas bag and all these mobs jumping down on top of the gas bag here now. And I think the Bloodlust, the Bloodlust has been committed. It's very, very important that they actually manage to, you see the Rancid gas bag is gonna cast Vile Eruption. If you get hit by this, the pull is most likely over. But they're doing a very, very good job dodging that. And I don't know what Soda is doing, but it's doing insane damage here. I thought Warlocks were the main damage dealer, but Soda says no. On that Hunter, doing 150 KDPS on this pull, and it looks... Oh, it's dead? Okay, it looks very, very clean so far here.
So,
but of course, Shell is not going to top the damage. He applied Curse of Tongues onto the Horror. I mean, come on. Or the Butcher, I think it was.
Yeah, he can't do everything.
Unbelievable.
Right?
People think Warlocks are like the most selfish players in the world, but let me explain.
Yep.
I do actually think that Survival Hunters... Survival Hunters actually are a better PI target, specifically when you get Bloodlust. The way that their bomb cooldown works with stacking haste buffs just means that it's way, way better for them to get PI specifically only during Bloodlust. So that's why Hunter was better on that pull. They're allocating their PIs appropriately.
So is this
Shell just got PI now.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, he saved Inferno. Here comes Inferno. Or maybe they sold back already from the previous pull. But he's going to be doing a lot of boss damage here then.
Forget everything that I just said. I'm a liar, and I made it up.
But interesting, look at Yapper's bottom left side. Setsi is playing Resto Shaman in that Theater of Pain. So yeah, interesting choice. I don't think we've seen a Resto Shaman in any other dungeon yet. So interesting to see. Actually, we saw it once in Styres, I think. From the
So what do you think the reasoning here is, Sarah or Nagura, for the Resto Shaman in this Theater of Pain key?
Safety?
Maybe
consistency? I don't know.
Safety, comfort thing?
Yeah.
Having extra interrupts? Not sure. It's
The interrupt is for sure very, very useful, I think, in here. But I don't... Okay, it's already logging off the Shaman, I guess. Maybe it's going to Priest already?
Well, Curse to Spell...
Maybe you heard of it talk.
Curse to Spell in Koltharak is pretty nice as well, because that Curse does a ton of damage, but...
Yeah, also, actually, something... It is a very, very high... It is fortified and at plus 24. And something you don't think about a lot of the time, but it's these elementals, what Portal Guardians are called, right? That's standing and they do the big portal storm around them. They also apply a curse that increases your shadow damage taken, I think it is. And without having a curse dispel, that target is going to take insane amounts of damage. So that's probably one of the reasons they maybe brought the Shaman as well.
Well, the Gore Chop split is in for Evolved 1330, and we were talking about their comparison to Womegalol. The Womegalol Gore Chop split, 1341. So Evolved is on a bit of a heater here. We'll have to see how this Zavwing goes for them. Of course, they have trash after the boss, but this is the same thing that happened for Womegalol. So let's see how this goes. This is still a dangerous pull. Can't make light of it whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, Evolve really showing up here at the start of today. Yesterday, they were struggling so much with that Spires key, but maybe Spires is just their kryptonite and they just can't, they're just not very good at this dungeon. But clearly, they know how to play Sanguine Depths, basically one or close to one-shotting that 15-25 timer there, and now doing a really good job in theater as well.
It's very, very clean pull here. It's basically
Yeah,
zero
really nice.
Sanguine healing, I think, coming out here from Evolved. That's very, very clean.
And Womegalol on the top right, now back to the second boss in their Natharan's Lair run. They've been doing this dungeon for 50 minutes now, trying to get a clean run, and we haven't seen them. The furthest they've gotten was the third boss, where they ended up wiping. So we'll see how they do this time around. The last time they didn't manage to push the boss after the first intermission, after the idle kind of guessing game. So hopefully they can push it this time.
Is Evolved sloth skipping right now, or are they just doing double mini boss? Okay, they're doing double mini boss. I think.
That's scary. Are they doing double mini boss?
They might.
I was
they
trying
might
to
be
look
killing,
at Mike here. Oh, it's
They might just be killing Arbalists first, and then pulling in second mini boss after. But this is an interesting routing. So they use the woe buff to skip past pretty much every trash mob and go straight to the third mini boss, which is pretty nice because it lets you get that that buff right away. But oh man, while we're talking about the mini bosses here, Megalol just dies during this Ularog Cragshaper intermission phase, and they were definitely on a much better pace this time around to one phase the boss. That's going to be a big time save, right? Because being able to skip the intermission phase on this boss is probably about a 30-second skip. And in their previous run, they had the boss at about like 53% at the first intermission. This pull, they had it at 44%, so they could probably one phase this boss pretty easily with that damage.
Yeah, I think with more practice, I think they're definitely going to end up one-facing every single time. It's always one of these... we had a perfect example of that from, I think it was Evolve doing that double spear pull upstairs after the second boss in...
this is crazy.
Wait, they're playing the
so
mini boss
Evolve,
and the boss?
Yeah, so what happened was that they played the mini-boss with the Arbalists, but Rek, the mini-boss, had healed quite a few times through Sanguine. And then they decided to pull the boss in, the mini-boss into the boss. I'm not sure if it was a planned decision or if they just decided, oh, it healed, we have to go, right? And now they also finished off Vi, the Vi relic, not the Relic, so they do have that haste buff going in for the rest of the fight.
That's something.
But yeah, they're gonna have to finish off that mini-boss and hopefully put Sanguine in a good spot so Xev doesn't heal.
Yeah, for sure. But that's also something worth mentioning, I think, here is that you know that Relic, when it dies, right, you get that 10% health and mana per second, and it actually lasts through. If you get sent down while you kill that Relic or mini-boss, right, there's no way getting out of that duel downstairs. You're just going to keep healing and healing and healing. And it's also, I think, a big reason why the teams opt to not play that Relic and actually choose to play the haste instead here.
Yeah, the only time we've seen a team play the Relic was Sloth, right? When they pulled all of the trash into the boss. And then they just decided to kind of finish off the Relic. That wasn't the one from the boss, but like a different one. And they just decided to finish it off really, really quickly to make sure it runs out before that duel phase. But yeah, you don't have to do that if you're not going to pull 5 Arbalists into the boss fight.
Yeah, so it looks like they have that pack upstairs, just like what Megalol did yesterday here in theater, right? It's gonna be interesting. Did we have the kill time of sub from Womegalol?
Yep,
from their best one here in theater? 17:55. So they're on pace for a very, very good run here. Probably on par with Womegalol. Looking at it right now, the boss is almost at 10% here, and they have another 10-15 seconds of to go.
I do think that, if I remember properly, Womegalol, I'm pretty sure, saved their lust for the last boss. So...
No, they did. I remember this was the last they did downstairs. I am sure Womegalol, maybe they changed and didn't last that pool. But maybe they opt out to not do it in the end. I actually didn't see that, but
by the
are
end,
you sure they saved for the last boss? That's so weird to me.
By the end of yesterday, yeah, Womegalol were only using 2 Bloodlusts in this dungeon. They weren't clicking it on the Gore Chop pull downstairs.
Okay. Yeah.
Evolved, you can see that their lust is going to come up maybe for the last like 15 seconds of Mordretha at this pace. It's going to be... I mean, that's the problem, right? That's the problem with trying to get 3 Bloodlusts in this dungeon, is if you're getting that time close to 21 minutes, you're going to just have trouble actually pressing it that third time. But, I mean, I guess that's a good problem
so smart.
to have,
Did
right?
you see?
Yeah, mind control.
If you see what Evolve is doing right here, the priest is mind controlling the caster. You see how low it is. And while they were waiting for the boss RP, those two, they didn't get in combat with the two contenders standing next to it, so they aggroed onto the mind control mob and basically killed it for free for them while they were waiting for the RP for the last boss to spawn. You see it spawns right now, and the caster is basically already dead without them even playing the pack, which is a very, very smart thing to do here.
Not
Yeah,
gonna bring a piece away to make
really
sure that it
like
gets Sanguine on the
the-
boss. The contender's gonna heal a little bit, but you know what? That's better than the boss healing.
That's fine.
We'll take it.
Yeah. I also really like the Soulstone from Shella there, just as a like preemptive kind of like caution thing. Just putting the Soulstone on the tank in case something does happen to Alex, because there's a lot of damage coming onto the tank with those two enraged mobs as well as the boss as well. As Murderer is having some trouble finding the aggro target there, running back and forth. But yeah, I like having those Soulstones because sometimes we see the teams, the tank goes down, and then the Warlock immediately afterwards has aggro, goes into the pot, and then you don't have a fast battle rest for the tank, right? So having those kind of safety Soulstones in a tank, I really like to see that.
I want to really focus on Shelly here for the last half of this boss here. I noticed he was doing something yesterday for a little bit of extra damage on the boss. Whenever those tiny ads spawn, he was purposefully standing as far away from the boss as possible so that his ad didn't get gripped in from the tank. And he would use it for a free Scouring Tithe proc for free damage on the boss. You know, full 5 shard refund plus the double legendary proc. So let's see if he does it here again in the last 30 seconds here. The last 30%.
Also, something worth mentioning is that they still don't have a 100% count. They still have that captain controlled by Alex. And I'm wondering what the HP is of that, because if they have to kill that from 100% HP, they're gonna lose a lot of time here in the end. But hopefully it's a little bit lower, because I know it takes damage from the boss as well, especially the 50% AoE. So we're gonna have to keep an eye out on how much HP it actually has when he decides to release it.
Yeah, both Evolved and Womegalol have spent 20-25 seconds finishing that off after Mordretha, but it's hard to find a better time to kill it. I mean, it's not an easy mob to just release earlier and kill in any of the other pulls. There it is. You can see.
Yeah, letting it out now is definitely the best.
Oh, it's very high.
Yeah, so they're gonna finish that off. It's gonna be something like a 21-10 theater here. So they're saving a lot of time. They're definitely getting themselves within striking range, but they're definitely not.
Well, that comes the
Us
Bloodlust.
now.
The Bloodlust to kill the captain.
Yeah, kill it.
21:07. All right. That lead,
Alright,
that was a
not a bad
6-minute,
run.
15-second lead at the start of the day, is now down to below 2 minutes. So statement runs from Evolved in the first hour of the day here, putting themselves in striking distance of a Womegalol. How do you think they're feeling about that? Their lead has been cut down so much, and they're kind of plugging away in the Null Slayer, but they haven't made too much
Actually,
progress yet, right?
They're 1 minute behind only at this point, right? Unless I'm really
156.
bad at math. 156. Oh, I am terrible at math. Okay, so they still. What do they need to do? Would you like to see them go back to Gambit? Potentially, if they actually they're a minute slower in the Gambit, potentially because of the Fire Mage. I am not so sure.
I think Gambit would make a lot of sense just because if you look at the difference in the times in the other dungeons, Gambit is kind of the biggest difference, and it's also the shortest key, right? So if they just decide, let's go into Gambit for an hour or something, try to make up some time there, and then they have to go into Nelth eventually, right? Because we clearly see Womegalol struggling quite a bit in that dungeon. So I don't think they should leave Notharian's Lair for too late.
Yeah, no, I agree. I don't think it's worth going back to theater for them. They can definitely shave off, I think, 30 seconds from this run with more optimized plays, especially on that captain in the end. Maybe trying to kill her off a bit faster. I didn't see how much Sanguine healing they had throughout the run, but on the big pulls, they had very, very clean Sanguine management. So I don't think I would go back to theater here if I was them. Potentially, they did a pretty decent dose, if I remember correctly, as well yesterday, right? They had that one time where they wiped on the last boss and then came back and did another clean run. So I don't know how much time they think they could potentially shave off that dose they have currently. So it's going to be interesting to see. They're going Nelth, I think, right? The green dot on the... It looks like they're entering Nelth here. Going to be very interesting to follow both Womegalol and Evolved.
Definitely will be. Let's see if Womegalol is able to get the one phase in. Remember, sub 50% is probably right where you want to be going into this intermission phase. They were at 44% last time around, which was pretty impressive. Can they hit that same mark again? Interesting. Oh, a mage from Evolved playing Frost probably, going for the slow kite strat.
Oh, they're going to do it. They're going to do the kiting strat. I'm so excited. We're going to have to follow Alex here and make sure that's a Frostmage for sure, right? There's no that's a fire mage. They must be doing the kiting strat here. I'm really excited.
Oh, I see a fire barrier.
Oh,
fire.
No.
Man.
I was so excited.
I think, you know what? I think I like Fire Mage for the bosses here because we saw how difficult the bosses are. On the first boss, you need to skip that third like stomp. On the second boss, you want to skip the second idle intermission phase. And the third and the fourth boss, they're just kind of hard and you want to kill them quick, right? So having the mage there, I think maybe that's the reason why they're running it. And I don't think it's necessarily bad outside of the bosses either, considering that having multiple melee is really annoying with the avalanches and all that, the frontals, and there's so much stuff going on in melee in this dungeon.
Check out the one phase from Omegalo, by the way. 30% into the intermission, not even close to getting the second intermission phase.
Yeah, that is...
Okay, I guess you don't need the Fire Mage then.
Yeah, practice makes perfect right there. Yeah. I don't know the exact reason for why they bring the Fire Mage, but it feels like they're doing an Uno reverse card on Jay here, because I feel like if any team would bring the Mage, right, it would probably be Jay. But maybe they have some... It can be interesting to keep an eye out on, because it must be something, right?
Oh, they're not doing the gateway. No one told them.
I feel like they should know that. Shelly played in Legion. Man, Shelly.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't know it either, but I'm not known for being the smartest.
Yeah, what are you, some kind of nerd, Zyro?
Yeah, it's how you expect. All this. Okay. This been 5 years ago. You gotta give them a little bit of a break here. Yeah.
Let's see how they do on the first pull, though. On the top right side of the screen, you can see the hunters running through the water on the left side with the misdirect up on the tank to gather up everything from the water as well. Now everything is getting gathered up, and now all the mobs are coming in. Crush is getting interrupted there as well with a grip. You can see Alex just gripped that one.
Yeah, that's missing a
now
lurker
the
in the
Illusion
back.
is coming out. Oof, all the bursting.
It'll port into them in a second. Or they'll grip it in.
Oh, the lurkers are coming. Yeah, I mean, this being the first time they're doing this pull, I am very, very impressed. You saw Omega struggling here earlier. Yeah, I think did Omega last the first pull, or did they last the first boss? I didn't pay attention to when they actually used their blood.
Sure, I thought they did first pull, but I might be wrong. Maybe they also.
It looks like it's still
boss,
3 minutes on cooldown for them, and they're 9 minutes into the dungeon, so probably is on that first boss. And actually, Omega here are kind of blasting. They've gotten through that pull before Neuraxis without any deaths, and this is, I think, the best run we've seen out of them by a couple of minutes so far, if they can keep it together on this boss fight, right? All right, there's Evolve now going down into Rockmora, though.
So yeah, Womegalul, something we need to keep an eye out on. I don't know if it's weird scaling, but when you see these circles go out on players, they take a ton of damage. So I think it's gonna be the thing they wipe the most to on I'm talking about on Raxas here, but I forgot to mention on the top left side of the screen, the circles. It's a lot for me to try and look at here. But I want to see both boss fights, but
ooh, Soda dead already, man. The skitter damage not there for Evolved.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a danger here for both teams. Luckily, Evolved is much earlier in their day, whereas Womegalul got to be starting to feel the pressure, right? The pressure of Evolved hot on their heels, knowing that they've lost 2/3 of their lead in the last couple hours.
Second stomp. Oh, the limit. Actually, my cream, he
Cauterize being procs.
Yeah.
And Womegalul on the top left side, they are starting to struggle a little bit as well. They're running out of some of the defensives. You can see Ricky and Eagle dropping incredibly low. Yeah, there's just so much damage. And not having any dispel for that poison is also causing some issues. And look how long that boss fight is taking, too. They have probably used a lot of the cooldowns on the trash pull before, pulling that whole room together. Oof.
Oh, yeah, they're very scared of those circles. So did you do any count here, Syro? What do they need to play after Neuraxis here if they manage to kill it this time?
So again, the two scorpions next to the boss, those pulls alone will get them to exactly 99.5% trash. So yeah, they need something else.
Do you only count the scorpions, or also like the other mobs that are with it?
They count the mobs that are on top that are on the back as well.
Okay.
I guess, let me see here. Let me fiddle with MDT a little bit. If they pull these plus the one scorpion, no, that doesn't really work.
I wonder if they're going to do the big pull because they have Last coming out as well. Like, Last is ready in 2 seconds. Do you think they're just going to gather everything and pull it up to the boss?
I want to see before we hand off to the next casters here. I want to see what their trash pull is. I want to just observe it, see what they plan on doing. All right, CCing the first two mobs, skipping past.
There we go.
All right, what's the plan now, Dr. J? What are we thinking? Waiting for the mine suits? Okay. no shot they do triple Scorpion in the last boss. That'd be suicidal. Okay, it's not that. There's also a potential that they changed count in this dungeon too, so like my old MDT from Legion is not technically correct.
Maybe, yeah.
Let's see.
Maybe that is all they need.
If they pull everything into the boss here, I'm done.
I think they're setting up for it, right? They're discussing. It's happening.
Oh boy.
I'm seeing it.
there we go.
There we go.
Okay. Well, you know what? You guys have fun casting this. I'm out of here.
Oh,
All right, yeah, we are having our first caster swap of the day, welcoming in Tettles, Makes, and OKMage. Tettles, look at this Neltharion Slate that we've got going on up at the top left, though.
I'm so confused as to why this is the pull that has been decided on by Womegalol.
No!
Tobo going down. So like it kind of makes sense because like their team is relatively tanky, but that Serve Hunter, like if they're getting targeted by the Scorpions at all, they're just gonna get instantly killed. You saw Tobo get battle res by Lamike. But now he can't be re-battle res by Lamike because of that DK res debuff, and so now he has to get soul stoned again. The Scorpions end up going down, so now they just have a couple of mobs left on Dargrul. I will say, for how dangerous that pull is, things are looking all
Purgatory,
right.
Mike goes down! You were just saying that it could work
So-
out. It cannot. Oh my goodness.
I know whenever I tested this dungeon during time walking, or not time walking, during the Legion time walking Mythic Plus stuff, the boss kind of bullied your tank a lot. Then they changed like some of the active mitigation checks that were on this fight because active mit isn't like necessarily something that's super like not all tanks have permanent active mit, but I do know that boss can beat up your tank pretty heavily on a 21 Tyran most of the time. Like it's not going to be a survivability check for your tank on that fight. But on this level, it seems like it definitely is. There's a lot of stuff that's been going on with the Legion dungeons, even at lower levels, where you're like, oh my god, I'm super scared to even be able to deal with that.
To be fair, like a 21 Legion dungeon, and that is something we've seen in the TGP and the past couple of weeks of the MDI. 21 Legion dungeon kind of feels like a 26 normal dungeon,
That's
at least to some extent.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, because when the Legion dungeons first came in and time walking, I remember stepping in thinking, oh, you know, it's a 20. We're currently doing around, I don't know, 25, 26 at the moment with the live keys. This will be fine. Oh, we were humbled very quickly.
Yeah, I can imagine that. So they are scaled a little bit wildly, I would say. Regardless, I think Womegalol is onto something here. Their time looked super fast, and if they can figure out a way how to survive that really crazy pull, I think they're going to do like a crazy good time. But even if they split it and they do like the Scorpions first out of the boss, I think it's still going to be a pretty good time of like 15:30-ish.
I mean, that back during Legion, I believe Mr. Now had something like a 15:30 whenever they did it during their qualifier. They like 4 DPS'd it. We'll have to ask him about that later whenever he comes back on. But at the same point, it's like this is a dungeon that all of the Legion dungeons kind of have this phenomenon: timer, giga free, mobs, infinite damage, and they'll like one-shot you if you're not careful and you don't play it like perfectly. Womegalol in the top left-hand corner of your screen, going again, evolved. They've had a couple of problems on just some of their early progression through this dungeon, kind of similar to what we saw from Womegalol at the beginning of the day. But something I want to talk to you guys about, how did you think Evolve did in the first hour? Literally, they spent 1 hour, got massive upgrades in their Theater of Pain and Sanguine Depths, right?
Mm-hmm. So I wouldn't necessarily say massive for the Theater of Pain. It was a lot that they upgraded it to, but I think there's still more potential. Very happy to see them do that Sanguine Depths, and I'm still not over them. I think they can still take it. I don't know how K-Mage feels, but to me, they're still a very strong contender.
Yeah, I was going to agree. So it seemed like at the start of this weekend, Womegalol came in with a fire in their veins. And it seems like Evolved have come into the last day with that same fire. You know, they're all guns blazing. They are doing really, really incredibly well. So they're definitely not right now yet. I mean, they've already reduced, what, a whole minute? Or no, sorry, 4 off of the lead? Because Womegalol started off with a 6-minute lead, and now they're just under 2, which is really impressive.
So then what do you think their path to victory looks like then, OKMage?
So from the way that they've been playing this Nelth's Lair, I believe Omegalol have spent more time. For example, the first pull took them a few goes to get that right, whereas Evolved came in and I believe they got it right pretty much the first time. So it seems like they're quite well versed and practiced in this dungeon. So this could make up a lead because they are quite close in the other dungeons in terms of time. So I think as I said before, if they could get a really good timer in Nelth's Lair, that could really, really put them in a good position.
I actually don't know how much I love I actually don't know how much I like Womegalol's routing through this dungeon, by the way. I know that the people in the first cast were talking about their routing a little bit. I think that like that triple pelter pack that they're skipping, and then the change, like, so what you have to do for that. Oh, Womegalol wiping, having too many skitterers out at once, just getting crushed by Rockmora. Rockmora did end up going down for Womegalol, but it's going to be a go again angle.
Yeah, and at the same time, Evolved is also at Rockmore. Let's see how they fare. The boss has full energy. He's going to smash one more time. In a second, there it goes. All of them drop really, really low. But they used their defensives, at least where they were necessary, and were able to survive that shatter. Looking really, really good here. And I figured out why you like them that much, okay, Mage, because Maskin is on that mage, right?
Totally not biased. Well, we're talking a little bit about routing. I was surprised with Omegalol's, unfortunately that shatter just finishing off 3 of them, I believe. This boss really, really hurts, especially if you've got any of the skitterers up before the shatter comes in. Does more damage. So go again angle for Evolved. But I am really surprised at the routing after the first boss. That whole room leading up into the second boss, usually you would see a lot of it pulled and just kited backwards. It could just be a case of, well, survival hunters, warlocks, they kind of need the mobs to be grouped in order to deal the damage. They don't really do well when the tank's kiting, and in order to stop those pelters from throwing out from actually pelting, the tank needs to be a certain distance away from them, and they stop casting and they start chasing the tank. So yeah, as I said, back in the day, you'd kite pretty much that whole room backwards. So when I saw the mage, I was thinking, I think I was on now commented on it as well, I was expecting to see the frost mage, and I was expecting to see the massive kite strategy. So then bringing a fire mage is interesting. I mean, fire does really, really well on single target. It can really fill a nice
what I was thinking.
A space in terms of damage profiles. You have the warlock and the survival hunter doing a lot of AoE, and sometimes the fire mage can offer a nice little single target burst on whether it needs to be a Goliath in Gambit, for example. It can be really nice to have a combust single target on that, even skipping some boss phases. In this dungeon, it could have been the idea of skipping boss phases. Not so much. I can't really think of anything on the trash other than the scorpions, maybe.
I'd like to make a public service announcement. Can somebody get Lamike a Skystep potion? I repeat, can somebody get Lamike a Skystep potion? He's walking way too slow into this pack.
I mean, he's a DK.
He's trying his best.
They're not very fast. They have little legs, but...
Okay, so what if he went Worgen?
Come on.
Dude, we played Worgen in this dungeon whenever we were doing it, whenever it was current. Dark Flight was kind of lit, I'm not gonna lie.
What I wanted to say, back to OK Mage's point, because I do think there is something to talk about there. The Fire Mage coming in and being like really good in single target on a Tyrannical Legion dungeon. I feel like the bosses are so intense that maybe having that Fire Mage is worth it. They have the immunity where necessary, can survive quite a lot, cauterize as kind of a cheat death option as well. So to me, it's kind of the third slot DPS that makes sense with what they bring, because I do understand kind of going for the Demon Hunter as well, similar style of damage pattern, I would say, but I do think Fire Mage just does a lot more in single target situations.
I would prefer an AoE slow of some kind. I don't really care where we're getting it from. I think that any AoE slow would make this a lot easier. Even if it's like, dude, you could even play Rogue and just use like crippling poison or something like that. Like, I don't really care where it's coming from. It could be something that's really annoying. I just think that like the lack of an AoE slow I was talking about Womegalol's pathing earlier, and it's something that Evolve definitely has an opportunity to improve on their routing if they're able to do that triple pelter that's at the end of that like walkway past the first boss. If they're able to do that into their big pull, that I think that's going to make their pathing just throughout the rest of the dungeon a lot better as a whole. Not that Womegalol's pathing is that bad, but I think that there is a significant room for optimization routing-wise.
Soda going down in that bloodlust, that hurts. Oof.
Battle reses are made to be used, especially
Just effectively
Okay,
using
Devils.
cooldowns on cooldowns.
I'm going to remember that sentence for my weekly 15 no leavers.
battle reses are made to be used, especially for
The
serve
Tettles
hunters.
tactics coming in strong again.
So, question, because I'm really not sure on this. Does Hunter have Tar Trap baseline? Because that would
Yes.
be kind of an AoE slow that they could use. Shala going down in this shatter here. It is a
So-
pretty brutal shatter because you have that Legion beacon in there as well, and all of the little ads that the boss spawns as well. So a lot going on there. Don't have that battle rest because, like you said, Tettles, it was used, but you wanted to tell us a little bit about the Tar Trap.
So yes, they have Tar Trap baseline. So like in this composition that they're running, more often than not, they're just kind of like Tar Trap plus D&D slow. Those are probably the two major slows that they're going to have. But with them being like ground effect slows, they're just so bad for the type of pulls that you're wanting to do in Nelslayer specifically.
Can I interest you in a vengeful retreat? By
Can I
any
interest
chance
you
as
in
well?
like a? Can I interest you in like a real slow? one like cone of cold, perhaps.
No, I don't know about that.
One
We're
corruption
talking about
slow,
slows.
perhaps?
I mean, the only thing is that from the way that Omegalol and Evolved have both tackled this dungeon, it does seem like the slows would hinder them more just because they're not... From what we can see, they're not necessarily kiting anything, and they're trying to group. You know, it's really nice the way they are setting up the pulls. It's very worth mentioning how nicely they're setting up those pulls, and I don't know how much the slows would massively hinder them more just because they are trying to, group everything up.
I mean, I think what Tettles is saying is that they should be kiting.
Yes, that is
Yeah.
exactly the point. I take it. I don't want to say I take issue with this Womegalol pull that they're about to do here, but I think that this is like this absolutely could be a pull that could come back to bite them. Is kind of the point. So whenever we talked about some of their routing in some of the dungeons, like, oh yeah, we talked about their Sanguine Depths routing, how it was like almost perfect. We talked about how their Gambit routing, like they were doing some innovative stuff in Gambit. They brought in that mage. They were able to one cycle the sanitizing cycle, and they were like, oh my goodness, this is groundbreaking. This is revolutionary stuff. I feel like Womegalol, with this pull in particular, leaves themselves very vulnerable because, like, okay, so this pull is safe. Okay, this is a scary pull, but the pull is safe relative to what is possible. I think for this dungeon specifically. Ooh. So they're pulling out all of this trash on top of the drummers, and then you see like there's the triple pelter that's off to the right. There's also a Hulk that they could additionally grab into the pack. These things are like super dangerous, and they make the pull a lot more volatile. But if you're going up against another team who is willing to, or has already put in the legwork to be able to like actualize those kind of pulls, you should be very scared. And that's whenever we were talking about, oh my goodness, Womegalol's 2.5 minutes ahead in this dungeon. That's the craziest thing I've ever seen. This is like that level. If you would be able to do the triple pelters plus the Hulk into the pull that Womegalol is doing, that's like that 2.5 minute difference that we were kind of gawking at in some of the other dungeons earlier this weekend.
Definitely. So we have seen them play it quite safe, which if another team didn't play it safe and did do some of the spicy pulls that are possible, that would be quite a substantial lead, for sure. It's interesting to see how they are playing this area. I mean, I've genuinely been quite surprised. I don't know how much of it is just the mobs need to be stacked to make the most out of the Survival Hunter and the Warlock. Rain of Fire, it's only really a small circle on the floor. How much of the kiting is going to hinder the DPS? That's
same
more where my
Hunter,
thoughts are going. And same for Demon Hunter.
Doesn't do... If they're spread out, your Demon Hunter is going to be unhappy. So I think for all three DPS, you'd want to group up. But Tettles, are you saying that kind of the pull that Womegalol did plus the Hulk is what Evolve therefore needs to do to have that time that we keep talking about?
Evolve needs to be doing that pull, and like it's not a pull that you're just going to slam in 4 hours of practice during the Last Stand tournament. That is a pull that if they spend considerable amounts of time prepping it before, then it's like doable. But it's not something that you can just completely do on a whim.
No, and it did seem like Evolved, when they first tackled this dungeon, their very first run, they did have that first pull nailed. So I wonder how much of it they have practiced and dedicated to this dungeon in particular, thinking, okay, this is where we're going to get the most of the lead. This is where we should be putting most of our time. I know they didn't know the affixes, but could still practice the pulls. And actually, really, if you're practicing the pulls on Fortified, I think maybe they didn't expect the Tyrannical. There's some notes of some people saying that before. I mean, Tyrannical is kind of better in terms of the damage of the scary pulls with the trash.
Yeah, absolutely correct. And I think most of the teams were expecting a fortified run out of this. So we can never know for sure what they were practicing and looking into going into this dungeon. But they did have 2 days time to come up with something. So maybe they figured it out. Right now, Alex is running, grouping everything up, using that Guardian Angel, making sure they're pretty safe here, but I already think this pull is pretty scary, to be honest. Just look at the party frame. Everybody's dropping super low Purgatory procced for Alex. They're having trouble here already burning these kind of defensive. So if they go down,
it's gone
how are
backwards
they
a little
supposed to
bit.
live that?
This is the danger of bursting specifically. So like you guys were talking about Fortified, I'm pretty sure that bursting is just so sketchy in this dungeon. Like even though the mobs aren't like on themselves, like on their own, going to be hitting you super hard, there's some nasty combos with like the Hulk into bursting, and that's why I think Alex ended up proccing his Purgatory. Oh, Shelly going down. Maybe he had Path of Frost on him or something. But it's going to be a town hall for Evolve.
Trolling.
Ooh, well, hey, look at this. Well, I think Womegalol is going to finally be able to beat this Ularog Crackshaper second phase. They've been getting the second guessing game a decent bit earlier today, and then they end up moving their boss close to the exit, doing a great job of being able to get out of here right on time. Whenever I was competing back in the MDI 100 years ago, we would call this slooting, because whenever Sloot was on the desk, he would always talk about how the teams, oh yeah, they're doing a great job of moving the boss towards the exit. And so we would always call it slooting the boss, and just keep moving it towards the exit. I think it's super nice for Womegalol to be able to do that. Oh, they're missing a Nasher. Yo, get that Nasher. Let's freak out.
Yeah, I was going to say, are we not taking the last Nasher? I do generally like that setup of the pull here, right? So the DK going in, a Path of Frost, just grabbing those Nashers, then getting gripped back by the Priest, and then also the Warlock Portal. I think it's so fun to watch this setup. But yeah, why not get all of them?
Yeah, because the way the trash is laid out in this dungeon in particular, it's quite spread out. So you can see when they're setting up these big pulls, there's a lot of setup that is required, especially in this pull as well. They need to really make sure that the grubs don't cast. They need to make sure they're stunning them. If they cast, they turn into a worm, and you don't want that ideally. They can take up a lot of time jumping around because they burrow and they go to the furthest target and can just take up more time being out of the group. Again, you want everything stacked for the AoE, so...
Yeah, but they are finishing off that trash, and I do think they've gotten pretty speedy at that as we are pulling the Rexes. And whenever I think of this boss back in Legion, I get kind of upset, because if you're a melee on this boss, you're not having a fun time. And them having the DK, the Demon Hunter, and the Survival Hunter, I think is pretty brave here. And there's also a point where I would say that kind of speaks for going for a ranged class as a third DPS. Just this boss alone is so unfun. The Survival Hunter can, of course, go out of melee range for a little bit, but it's not ideal.
No, this boss really hurts as well. So a little debuff goes out onto players, and then they will drop that little green circle after a time that can slow you when you're standing in it. It actually really trucks. So there's a lot of damage going out on this boss. And they also have to make sure they're DPSing down the ads that jump down as well. So as well as not having much space in melee, there's a lot to this fight that I think is worth mentioning. So it's good to have the although I think Like, it's just nullifying this mechanic completely. I think we saw this earlier.
Oh,
It's
that's
not even a mechanic.
Yeah, he looks like he's death advancing off the spiked
Yeah.
tongue.
Because I've seen in the past, sometimes people use the life grip from the priest, just so
Yeah.
they don't take that extra damage from the pools, because they still hurt even though they do slow. It's like they don't even need to do that. And those ads are just dying instantly as soon as they come out. Just big old
Yeah.
havoc.
I mean, this is a byproduct. This is actually one of the byproducts of the Legion dungeons, is that you have so much damage, but like like I was saying earlier, the timer giga free, but the amount of damage that the mobs do in return is something that it just catches you off guard, and you can get one shot like relatively quickly if you're not careful.
Yeah, because it's not a matter of beating the timer, it's just a matter of staying alive.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. We even saw it like in Court of Stars, Court of Stars and TGP. The teams were doing like a 29, and they spent 6 minutes on the last boss, and it wasn't an issue of like, oh my goodness, we don't have the damage for it, the timer's super tight or anything like that, like it was for some of the other dungeons. It was more of an issue of, can we heal? Can we live the final two bosses?
Oh, I
can we
remember
live?
that. I was shaking in my boots that day. That was so scary. I'm a little bit scared that this end boss is gonna look like that as well. But I hope it won't. At least we're not going that high, right? It's still 21. So
Yeah.
Megalol finishing off Naraxas at 11:24. And I'm just trying to see what their old time was.
This pull that they're about to do with the double Scorpion is a pull that I'm very surprised that they're actually doing. So whenever Legion was current, basically every team would either like meld or feign death skip these Scorpions and just pull Dargrul straight through the middle between both of them, because you can actually pull the boss without the Scorpions, like if you feign death reset them or meld reset them. But they want the count. I actually think that this pull is really efficient. It's just incredibly dangerous. Double Dominator does infinite damage to the two furthest targets out. You see Igloo and Ricky are both baiting. They're popping all of their defensives here. Those Dominators are by far the most important mobs to get killed off. Beyond that, you just kind of need to interrupt the trappers. All the while, the Mike is full tanking Dargrul, those landslides, and then there's a Molten Crash ability as well. That will crush your tank if they don't have insane amounts of like DR or active mitigation available to them. And so like the first prio is the trash. The second prio is making sure Mike isn't going to die here. Lust has been popped. Well, Megalol has gotten the trash killed off. They've had the final Infernal mob killed off. And now they're being able to pump Dargrul. Dargrul is already at 40% HP as Bloodlust expires.
melting.
Things are looking really good for Womegalol, actually.
They
Yeah, this is so
actually used the
surprising.
life grip to get the tank out of the landslide. It was so nice there for a second, where Igloo grabbed out the tank to make sure they're not getting any damage. Really cool tech.
Need to make sure they don't blow up their pillar with the magma wave. Okay, so
Ricky
actually
goes
got
down.
hit. Ricky got hit with the magma wave, but we have an extra battle res for Womegalol. And Dargrul at 13% with 15 stacks of that Infernal buff. I don't even think we're going to get any ads or anything that is spawning on Dargrul. This is looking so sick for Womegalol. Going to be able to put up a 1330 time? Oh my goodness. What in the world has just happened to Neltharian's lair from Womegalol? Holy moly.
Yeah, this is so surprising. I think we were talking earlier, I think it was Zai, or either you, Tettles, who was saying, was expecting to see a 14-minute Nelth lair, and that was ambitious, but this is 13 and a half. I don't think that could have been predicted.
Yeah, I mean, I'm super surprised they were able to kind of clean up this last pull. The first time we saw them try it, we were all kind of, I don't think this is going to work, but they came in and showed off. Really cool tech by them. Very excited to see that 13-minute 38. But we still have some other teams who are looking to make good on that timer. And I don't know, if you're Womegalol, what are you doing next?
I think there's got to be some temptation of looking at the, looking at these stars. You got 5 stars, and then there's
Stealing back
sanguine
that
depths.
sanguine?
So even if there's only
maybe.
a couple of seconds you can speed up there, then maybe that's the place to go. If we're talking about in terms of like actually making your chances of winning the highest, I imagine it's probably the DOS, right? You maybe got 45 seconds you can get there, and that is probably more maybe the theater as well. Those are 2 dungeons where I feel like you could probably get something like 45 seconds or a minute.
I think that the DOS is more likely than not the candidate for them. Like you said, that they also promised me that they were revisited, and if they don't make good on the promise, I'm going to be upset. But they were spending actually a ton of time in theater after they put up that 2043 yesterday. Then they were like, okay, let's get out of here. while we can improve it, there's no point in like sitting here and
What on
really
earth?
relying
They're
on
going
it.
to Tazavesh Gambit?
Yeah,
What? That
look
is-
at the little green dot. It has wandered over to that Gambit, and to be fair, that 1146 that we saw from them was already pretty crazy. So I'm kind of surprised. That's not what I was thinking. I would have said TOP, DOS, both of them definitely options to shave off more of their timer, but here they are.
I guess it being the shortest dungeon and arguably
Well,
just
so the-
again handling the trash. So we are having Dr. J swap. I am interested to see if we're going to see some more mage tech or what we're going to see him come back on.
yeah,
You can
I
say
think-
you just want him to play mage. So it's
Yeah.
okay.
I'm not. I've got one mage on screen with evolved, so I'm happy.
I think what they're going to do is run the same comp, because even though their 1146 was really good, it wasn't perfect. They did have that Starseer pull in on the last boss, so maybe they think they can do that even
Okay.
faster. I'm excited to see. I also think maybe they could even cut a pull from that if they MD 2 Murloc pulls into the first boss instead of just one, so maybe they have an even bigger path that they've been saving for once they've done all the other dungeons well.
Here's the reason that Dr. J is going to log on to Mage, because tomorrow, whenever he fires up his stream, he's going to need content, and if he played Mage, he's going to be able to VOD review himself on stream for content purposes. So that's why Womegalol is going to play Mage and Gambit.
Oh, we'll soon find out. So I can't remember if it was Yepers yesterday. Were they pulling a lot more Murlocs into the first boss room? I don't know if we saw that from Omegalol.
Yeah, they did. They did pull the Murlocs in, but what I think they left out was the little cracklers, the lightning bros. They weren't in, I think, if I remember correctly, but a lot of Murlocs on the pull, which gave them a little bit of trouble at first. So I'm curious to see where they're trying to shave off even more time. But at the same time, Evolved is looking to make up for that timer. I mean, they have a split on Olrock for 734, and in that last key that Womegalol did, they had 740. So not a lot, but 6 seconds where Evolved was speedier just there. Maybe they can catch up.
Do you think that this is GG for Womegalol though? Like I think that 13-minute NL is really, really scary if
It
you're
is.
a fan of Evolved.
Yeah, I
It's
completely
super
agree.
scary.
It's
I
definitely
don't
not
think-
yet GG though. I mean, we still have
intimidating.
3.5 hours in the day, right, where Evolved can match the Nelfslayer time and then maybe catch up in the other dungeons, right? There's still a lot of time left in the day.
They do also have that start
Dwarf
segment
Rachel's
depths.
coming in clutch here as they finish up that pull. That was a very scary second. But yeah, I do agree. I think if you're Evolved, you're not too happy about Womegalol's run. Maybe they're quicker. We'll see.
So I'm interested what they're doing here. So Omegalol did pull all of this in together. So Evolved have opted to do it in 2 pulls, I believe. I thought maybe they would take it onto the boss. You never know, even though that probably wouldn't be the best idea. But it just seems like they are taking it in 2 different pulls, which isn't going to save them the most time. If they are looking at the timer for Omegalol, it's pretty intimidating. Had to pull out some spicy pulls.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Was
so
it just those? Did they do those Crocs solo? Is that actually what they did? I
I think they did it with like
didn't
3
see
of the worms or something. Like,
Okay.
not
Yeah,
all of
so-
them.
I don't know if they necessarily pulled the pack just before pulling in the basilisks from the water. There was a pack just before that Omegalol did pull in with everything else as well. I was too late to see what they did in that first pull, but I think it was just the first pack and then also the basilisks.
We'll see. So, like I said, they were 6 seconds quicker than Womegalol on their second boss split. But now they are on Naraxis, and the time that Womegalol had locked in for Naraxis was 11:24. So they have a little under 1 minute to kill this boss.
They're a lot ahead in count, aren't they? Was it?
I think so.
I don't remember what Womegalol was exactly, but I want to say it was like 88
Yeah.
or something, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think it was 88, yeah.
Very
Yeah.
scary second there for that mage.
80,
and Alex-
it was 86-5. So I think that this means that there's going to be something different for Evolved here at the very end.
Alex got eaten.
This is fine. Don't worry about it. He's still alive.
It's purgatory. Yeah, but
we death strike those.
we
Using cooldowns
apparently
on cooldown.
don't, because he did proc purgatory. But next you're gonna tell me it's skilled to be used. Bazook and
Yep.
Soda having so much trouble here. Soda goes down. They do have a battle rest. Bazook able to top themselves off, but the whole group is struggling right now as the little lads come in. The toxic belch is coming out. They don't seem to be to using that battle rest as Bazook finally goes down. And Araxis is doing so much damage to this group here. I'm not sure they can recover from this. Maybe they can finish it off if they just rest Bazook.
I think that I would like to see them at least finish not finish a run, but I think that they need to do their final pull. I'm interested. First off, I'm interested to see what it is. I think it's going to be just like 1 Scorpion, 1 Trapper plus Dark Rule. If I had to make a guess, I'm not 100% sure that that's going to be like perfect count or anything, but I think that they're going to be doing that. So a lot more conservative of a pull. In addition to that, they could actually just do the 3-pack and skip the double Scorpion and then just slam Dark Rule by himself, which is also a viable strategy for this dungeon. It's unclear. Which I think is why they're trying to see what their end of dungeon looks like. This is not a time that they're going to be super upset with, but it's not a time that will
They
put
can
them in a
finish
position where
this.
they're okay.
They can finish
Yeah.
this. So
Yeah.
I think even maybe they're going to do it again because they're not happy with the 4 deaths, but I think they could still run it till the end and see where they come out time-wise, and then just kind of do the math on how much quicker would we have been. Do we need to change anything? So maybe that's the reason why they decide to keep going. Apparently somebody got
Shout out
stuck.
Legion checkpoints. Big shout
Yeah.
out.
Got ported back.
No, well you don't. Yeah, they need to summon him because Bazook died, so like he's their mass res, and so they're just gonna have to summon people to this point.
Yeah. It's super easy to fall behind on that third boss. As I was saying, it's a lot of damage and you can fall behind very quickly. But not only that, you do have the 2 adds. And if you don't get on top of the adds, they can very quickly overwhelm as well. So it's just one of those bosses you really don't want to fall behind and play clean. But they did really well recovering, having said that. So it'll be interesting to see how they're going to pull this last area. So Megalol pulled both of the Scorpions in the boss room into the boss, which is really scary. Even back in the day, taking the 2 Scorpions together was... Oh, it looks like they're CCing...
Yeah, there's a
Alpha?
trap and a mind
Yeah.
soothe.
So this is how you set up this pull to get the boss like through. So you need the Trapper on the right CC'd, and then you're going to have the Hunter off to the right-hand side. He sort of pulled the Scorpion, and then he feigned death off the aggro, so that way it didn't get proxied by the boss or anything. So that way they're able to completely forego pulling one of those Scorpions. I think that this is actually super sick pathing from Evolved, what they did.
Yeah, I love the routing, I'm not gonna lie. But this boss could give them problems. Maskin proccing that seat and their shell also down. No battle rest available during the Bloodlust. And now since the Warlock has gone down, damage is going to be missing. Alex getting knocked into the lava. Can survive those landslides, being very, very rude to this group right now. But they are going. They're still trying to kill this boss here, and it is melting slowly but surely.
Okay, so I think that their blueprint for this dungeon looks pretty good. Their route is decent. I also heard word that with their Basilisk pull, they ended up pulling like that snail thing that like runs around in a circle. They ended up pulling that pack into their pull as well, so that's part of the difference in routing, why they were able to have so much additional count. I think that Evolve's pathing is like pretty... I would say it's slightly better than what we saw from Womegalo, maybe 20 or 30 seconds better, not like groundbreaking stuff or anything that's going to save them multiple minutes.
No, and they do have quite a lead in Megalol, so if Evolved are looking to be in with a chance of getting ahead, they do have to seriously consider things like this to just try and get as much of a lead as they possibly can. So it will be interesting to see how Megalol are now pulling into the first boss room, if they're going to take all 4 of the Guardians and also some Murlocs. I'm wondering where they're going to save the time in this dungeon. It is the quickest dungeon, so if there's one that you'd want to try and shave some seconds, minutes off, it would probably be Gambit. It does seem like they Okay, there we go. The more Murlocs are all coming in. I was wondering if they were going to get the Guardians in. So it looks like they're not. They're just taking the Murlocs. Which isn't what they did the first time, I believe. I believe the first time,
Yes,
or
so
their
this
quickest
is-
time, they actually pulled all the Guardians in.
No. They're
No, they did it exactly like this.
Right.
Yeah, so the way that this is set up is Tobo is out with the woe buff, misdirects the tank runs down to the boss, then Tobo shoots the Murlocs, feigns death and gets back in the woe buff, and then the Murlocs run down past all the Guardians, but they actually don't proxy them. They just come on in and you don't get those Guardians, and you just get to deal with the Murlocs that are a lot easier. And you only have one fish stick caster in there as well, so pretty easy to manage compared to some of the Murloc pulls we've seen.
The most important thing is like beating that second sanitizing cycle, which is like almost the full reason that you're playing the Fire Mage in this key, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, every time I see this mage in this key, it just looks devastating and weird. But if they can beat the sanitizing cycle, that's what matters, right?
I don't think it's
does look
necessarily
weird.
that
He's
bad a
under
pick.
the tank.
Yeah, but it's
Also,
meaningful
Blood DK
damage.
doing ridiculous damage. Yeah, of course. But just looking at it, your first impression that you get is kind of like, come on, guys, really? Right?
Okay, Mage,
I do
counterpoint,
understand it, but
He does 4k DPS on the first pull.
Yeah, it was interesting to see
Important
why the
damage
combust was held
levels.
on the first pull. I remember seeing that earlier and or yesterday and wondering what the situation was with that, because he was playing Night Fae, so I don't think he would have necessarily lost much by combusting on that first pull. So it'd be interesting to know what the situation was there. And if
does important
the
damage,
Fire
Mix.
he does
Well,
important damage.
It's kind
levels.
of like the rogues funneling. I feel like the whole time everyone was looking at the DPS meters and the overall, and everyone had to reiterate the rogue is funneling. It doesn't look spicy on the meters, but they are doing a lot. It's kind of similar with the Fire Mage, maybe.
I mean,
Clutching at straws.
think the boss fight isn't long enough so that you could combust twice, right? So
He's getting 2 combusts off, I think, on the boss.
Yeah, I think you can
Is
get
he?
to.
So
Yeah,
then I think maybe he's
that's
not
the reason that the
combusting
mage
the
is...
first
Yeah.
pull, so he can actually have that perfect alignment of combustions.
The first pull is being combusted now again as well. It's
Okay.
The
Okay,
time we
fair
did
enough.
yesterday seemed like it was a little bit
We
of
can
a...
stop bullying the mage.
Yeah,
then.
yeah. And in fact, on their best time, they did combust first pull, third pull, and then boss twice is sort of the timing that they were able to set up. And yeah, it looks really good. Again, if you're going to press combustion, you can press flame strike. You're going to look better on AoE, right? You're going to look better on overall, but you're just doing damage that the Warlock and the Hunter are going to do anyways, and the boss is going to die
Exactly.
slower. So Dr. J being disciplined, pressing that Pyroblast button, not worrying about all those mobs that are just there to distract him, to lead him astray.
I love
exactly.
clowning the mage a little
Important
bit, though.
damage,
I love clowning
You're
the
just
mages
jealous.
because they are just, they've been so annoying for so many seasons. Play around my combustion. I'm the most
boomkin.
important point in the key. Play around me, play around me, play around me. And watching Dr. J have to be a really good team player brings me a lot of joy. I mean, he's doing
Now
a
we're
great
just
job.
playing
Like,
around the Warlock.
he's seriously doing a lot of legwork for his team. Like, doing a single target combustion on a massive trash pull, that's got to be super sad for him.
Yeah, I mean, the Fire Mage damage profile is a really nice one to fill in between the Survival Hunter and the Warlock, just because, again, you have that really, really strong burst single target damage, which you've already got a lot of AoE coming from the Survival Hunter and the Warlock, so taking out those more sketchy mobs, but also putting the damage onto the bosses as well is really useful, I would say. It's a very nice filler damage profile.
I do agree. I just think the sheer visual of the detailed damage meter is a little bit funny. I do agree with Tettles that kind of Mage has been an MDI star child for quite some time, so seeing this now is a little bit satisfying.
Oh, Ricky just has to make
but-
sure he voices the tail. Oh, there we go. Absolutely fine. That was all
yeah.
calculated. Making me nervous.
Binding shot helping there as well, making sure the breath goes into the right direction as they finish off Time Captain Hooktail. And I'm curious to find out what their ult split looked like on this boss, because I kind of feel like they are quicker. They look a lot quicker. So their ult one
so-
was 746, and right now they're like on 710.
I
Maybe
think that
12.
746 was pre-mage.
Okay. So we didn't update it?
I think that 746 was pre-mage because they were
Okay.
because that's what they had with the Demon Hunter.
No, I think the 746 was their best time with the mage as well. So they are zooming a little bit even.
They're zooming anyway.
30
Really?
seconds have
Disagree
knocked
on
off
that.
there.
Yeah.
So
They're making quick work of this, and they're now heading into that last boss room. And if they can keep this pace up, they're going to be potentially shaving another 30 seconds off of this gambit. I mean, this has got to be the reason they came back here, right? They wouldn't have just come back here if they thought they were going to get, 2 seconds, right? They must have actually felt like, hey, actually, we can do this faster. Maybe it's something... I actually didn't see if Ricky was playing
Oh, the
Fury
rift going off. Sorry, so the ritualist cards say unstable rift, and I saw the one casting out it at range and thinking, please, somebody interrupt that. But there's a lot going on in that pool, obviously. We've got frontals and pulsars. So yeah, it was unfortunate that the rift did go off and kill off a couple of them.
Unlucky. It looked like a really good run up to this point, but looking at that, I do think it may have been the smartest choice to go to the Gambit because they know they can take off like 20, 30 seconds there. And like you said, okay, Mage, it is a very quick dungeon. But speaking of dungeons, we are back in the Neltharion's lair with Evolved, who are still running that Fire Mage, thank you very much, and are looking to make their way to the Crack Shaper.
Can somebody call the Woe Drifter? I miss her so much.
I love how Bazook is just zooming ahead using the feathers on themselves.
This pull is actually really hard to get gathered, by the way. So if the Hulk is not at this patrol, like if the Hulk is not at this patrol exactly, getting in that far right rockbound pelter is obnoxious to be able to get in. So you're gonna watch Alex here. He's probably gonna tag it and grip it in and just. Oh, actually, they're not even pulling that pelter into this pack. They're actually just doing this Hulk breaker pull alone, and they're going to be skipping the pelter and the pack off to the side and be doing Dark Rule without the trash. It's very interesting that they're doing it that way, just because more often than not, grabbing the pelter into this pull was seen as pretty efficient. But if it's a lot more dangerous, then there's no reason necessarily to grab it. Alex gating out, but Shelly and Maskin already died. Soda looking like he's going to die. This is going to be a town portal.
It's a town portal from
Yeah,
them.
there's a lot of scary trash in this dungeon, and especially with the stone bolts, they can pretty much one-shot. And you have the pelters also casting as well. There's a lot that can kill you. The avalanche is going out as well. You need to be so quick with that because it kind of spawns the ground effect as you need to move out. So you almost need to pre-move that split second as it's cast. So it's super tricky to keep track of everything that can pretty much one-shot you.
Shaper kicks are mandatory, like you were saying.
Yeah.
If you miss a kick on the Shaper, that's going to instantly kill somebody. And so I think that's probably what ended up killing Maskin and Shelly on that pull.
So I know we're talking a lot about Womegalol and also Evolved, and it's very important to kind of keep up with what they're doing because I do think there are two strongest contenders. But Yeppers and Ethical, who are on the screen right now, they're also still looking to lock in some times for that TOP. As I'm speaking, they disappear, but that's all right. Yeppers is still here. Please, protection, don't take them away from me. So they are trying to finish off that TOP here, but Yeppers and I think Ethical as well have had some problems with this first boss and pulling everything into this here. Do you realistically see them take a higher place than where they are right now? So second, maybe first? I think that's very unlikely, but is there a chance?
Is there a chance?
Is there a chance?
There's always a chance. It's not over till it's over, right?
I'm going to say that I think that the 4 minutes in Sanguine Depths that both of those teams are down almost by itself is enough to where it's like really hard for them to catch back up. So, I mean, the reason that this happened... So, for those who don't know, practicing for MDI is not always equitable for all teams. Womegalol... And now has talked about this a couple of times, I think. Womegalol and teams like that always have this high risk, high reward strategy, and then they practice like dungeons straight into the ground. Whereas I know I talked to the ethical guys specifically, and they cited this. I suspect that Yepers is kind of in a similar way. They can get really good runs, and they have solid strategies, but it takes them a decent amount of time for them to really piece every hard part of the dungeon together. It takes them 4 hours to get like a first pull of a dungeon that is really difficult down packed. And that's just not like something that the Last Stand format is conducive to. It's just they're not conducive to that style of practicing, and it makes it a lot more difficult for them to where they start falling behind. Because we saw Ethical and we saw Yepers, and they were able to put up very competitive times in Gambit. They were able to put up very competitive times in like DOS and Spires and stuff like that. But it just took them almost twice as long as where it took Womegalol and Evolved. And that's, I think, one of the biggest reasons that Womegalol is so far ahead, is because it took them about half the amount of time to get like a run that they were okay with. And then they were like, all right, so we'll come back and do this dungeon later. Because I think Womegalol had 4 dungeons done at like an okay pace by the end of day 1. And so that's why I think that Yepers and this is all to say that I don't think that Yepers and Ethical can really come back, but it's due to largely in part just like how they practice their dungeons.
Yeah, I think it's worth saying as well, their practice is essentially being, it's live broadcast all around the world. That's an incredible amount of pressure. Usually when you're even just trying to time, be one of the top 24 teams, is already nerve-wracking to practice the dungeons over and over again and try and get it right. But having to do that live with everyone watching is difficult, because I think it's easy as a viewer, but when you're actually in that position and the cameras are rolling and you're in the group with the admins, it's a lot. And it's something that you don't really know until you're in that position. So, you make a mistake, everyone can see it, and it can make you feel way more worse about it than it would if not everything was being broadcast. So I feel like it's a lot of mental stamina, just this format as well.
Yeah, especially now as we enter towards the end of our tournament. Of course, we've had 15 total hours of doing these keys, and we only have about 2.5, actually 3 hours left of keys for today, which...
Math is hard, Dratnos. Yeah. I get that.
It is pretty tough.
Very relatable.
Shout out to the American education system.
Yeah.
And shout out to math.
These teams, they can just keep running the dungeons over and over again, like you're seeing Womegalol up in the top left doing right now. This pull didn't go well for them. They had some deaths. They hit that second sanitizing cycle. And unlike in a usual MDI, they just get to Hearth out and run it back, go again, and they just get to keep doing that, setting these times and upgrading them. But the thing about the way this tournament's developed is if you look at the leaderboard now in the bottom left, you see Womegalol actually has the best time in 5 of the 6 dungeons. And in that 6th one, Sanguine Depths, they're only 3 seconds slower than Evolved, who have got the better time in that dungeon. So across the board here, Womegalol are doing so well. And even though there's 3 full hours left in our day, and that means there's a lot of time for things to change, it's kind of going to need to be back-to-back-to-back great runs from a team like maybe Evolved to really close this gap again. Because especially after that Neltharian's Lair hit the board for Womegalol, it seems like they've hit the gas, and the opportunity is very quickly shrinking for anybody to catch up to them.
I think Evolved has to slam like a 1230 NL into some like pretty big time improvements.
Yeah. The other thing that we're looking at here as well is Womegalol, if they make it through here, right, they're going to the Global Finals, and how are they actually going to stack up against the other teams that are in the Global Finals, right? How much of their performance here is world class, right? Is this the kind of team that could potentially challenge some of the greats, some of the perplexed, even the echoes that are making it through to the Global Finals already? You can see the 7 teams that they'll be fighting down in the bottom left, if they can make it through, if they can hold on to that lead today. But making it out of this tournament doesn't necessarily mean that you're on the level of those teams. But I don't know, with the way Womegalol have been looking, I think they might be. I mean, they've been looking so good today.
Yeah, I do think if you look at Womegalol in the Cup and Womegalol in the Last Stand, you're getting 2 very different performances. And if they can take what they did for this tournament and then also apply it for the finals, where they will maybe go, because I still think Evolved has a chance, then I do think they're going to stand a pretty good chance so far. We've also had some info on their team this morning for you guys, this evening for me, because we keep saying it is a pretty experienced team, and it is true, it is an experienced team as a group. But I would also like to highlight that Mike the Tank has been working a lot to kind of catch up with more experienced tanks in this tournament, looking at a lot of routes and trying out how to work through this. And I think we are seeing that in especially the Neltharian's Lair, just because there wasn't a really good blueprint to work with, because the Legion strats aren't working the way they should be due to changes. So you had to come up with something new. And I think I really like the routing from Omega Lol and Evolved as well.
Yeah, it's not what we was probably expecting, but it's definitely nice to see. I mean, a sub 14-minute Neltharian's Lair is really, really strong.
Yeah, Tuttles doesn't want to add anything to that. That's all right. We're gonna follow up with
I agree.
these teams here.
I have nothing to add. I
Tuttles brings
agree
nothing of value. Noted.
I agree with your extremely intelligent
Okay.
and correct analytical analysis.
Okay, that is acceptable. I will accept this answer. You can stay. But Evolved, looking to pull again. The last time we've seen them do this pull and a good run, it still cost them quite a little bit. Now have moved to the top right corner of your screens and look at that Hulk. It's doing so much damage. Maskin proccing that pot tender. But other than that, only a Purgatory has been lost in the group as they are able to survive this smash. I mean, it's looking brutal out here for these teams.
Evolved kind of needs to get on a heater here. I think that they need to be able to get out of this dungeon pretty much as soon as possible. They would like to have just what is a clean enough run. I think for them, their best possible time is probably sub 13, just looking at some of their pathing and how they were doing through Neuraxis. With a relatively clean run, they should be able to get out of here sub 13, but they have to do it fast. I don't think that they can afford to be sitting here for another hour. Like, obviously we're going to be gone here in around 6 minutes or so. I do not think that they can afford to be sitting here for the next caster block the whole entire time. They need to move forward with this dungeon and get to somewhere else, because right now they're getting kind of chip shot in a lot of their other keys where they're down 15 seconds here, down 25 seconds there, and it's going to be difficult to overtake Womegalol by multiple minutes in a singular dungeon, I think.
Yeah, so they've opted for another Warlock playing Demo here.
I'm in. I'm
from
down.
Evolved.
I am down. Down.
So Demo does bring a lot of single target, if my knowledge of Warlocks is correct. Correct me if I'm wrong. I play the better Clothy as a mage, but so it's interesting to see the second
casters
Warlock
talking smack about each other.
Never.
By a
can't even.
mage. I can't even
Well,
begin.
and
This
look
is
at
why
this,
we
though.
hate mages.
It's Shelly who's swapped over to the demo, right? And they've Shelly is one of the best demonology warlocks in the world, right? He's been playing that spec in keys going back several expansions when very few other people would. So if there's any team that can maybe make this shine, it should be Evolved, who, of course, the Destro lock maybe a slightly easier to pick up spec, right? But the demonology one really intense to min-max that. So I'm very excited to see what this does for them in this dungeon. I got high hopes for Evolved.
He's fueled by Pepsi Max, okay? That's what Pepsi Max is coursing through his veins, and now he's ready to summon all of the imps.
The Sheladiff. Let's see how it goes. Alex is running in. Soon enough, we're going to see that Guardian Angel come out, I would assume, as that was what was happening for this team before. Where is it? There we go. So
They actually have a lot less CC, I think, now with running the demo as opposed to the Fire Mage. They're lacking like a Dragon's Breath. It's not like the craziest amount of less CC, but it is definitely still something to watch out for. Oh my goodness, they're dropping so low to that bursting.
Yeah. Super spicy. But yeah, with the priest and the dwarf racials kind of nullified the bursting quite a bit. Just got to make sure you're timing it well, I guess.
Yeah, those bursting stacks in Nelthar as well. There's a lot of mobs in this first trash section that wouldn't give bursting stacks if this dungeon were re-released today, right? Like if this dungeon was being designed today, those would all be the ones that didn't trigger on death affixes. But yeah, this was not even 2018. This was 2016.
I was going to say,
Tells,
Legion has been long ago. Sorry to tell you.
Legion was still a thing in 2018. It was released in 2016.
An expansion between Legion and the current one. You might
No, there
remember
was not.
BFA.
No, I do not.
The glorious time of BKs, but evolved on to what should be Rockmora in just a couple of seconds, but Soda goes down here. Alex now also proccing that Purgatory. It's looking pretty terrible for them. They have to do this again. No way they can recover this. Oof.
It was actually quite nice to see the setup there. So I believe they sent their priest down early to activate the boss RP, and then they gripped Alex the tank in just for that. Again, I feel like a lot of this dungeon is just executing setup for pulls. So like little things like that, I think is quite nice. I believe Omega Lol was sending Che to start the boss RP before, but I can't 100% remember. So just like a little thing that I saw with the setup of that.
You would probably.
They would have the whole team go down except for Tobo, and then Tobo would stay back up. He would have MD'd the tank. He would shoot the Murlocs, and then he would feign death, and the Murlocs would all run down. And so that the RP starting was done kind of at the same time by all 4 of the other members of the team.
Mm-hmm. They need the woe buff as well. So like their woe is also
sorry. I
expiring.
was talking about Nelfarian's Lair, the first boss.
Oh, okay. I was looking at Womegalol in the bottom right, seeing them.
Yeah, I think it had a little bit of a switching of the paths. I was thinking, are there Murlocs in Nelf's Lair? I don't remember there being.
You haven't seen the Murlocs?
How blind am I?
Yeah, they're all over the place.
Just call everything a Murloc that's small everywhere. And annoying. That works.
Janos was probably like, we've already gone over this. We've already talked about the setup of this Murloc pull, please.
Well, the thing about that first boss RP in Nelf's Lair is that back in Legion it would be your healer, right? You just send your healer down, but it kind of seems like, especially with bursting, that's a little bit of a dangerous thing to try and do. So, yeah.
I think that DK now is a lot worse than DK then is something that I've also noticed, mostly because DK then was immortal to basically everything, and DK now, while quite powerful, needs a heal or two.
Yeah.
I don't even think the DK necessarily is going to need any healing there. It's just like the rest of your group with the bursting stacks is in some danger there. And
to be fair, we have seen quite a lot of Purgatory procs in Neltharian's Lair today, so I do think there's a lot of damage coming onto the tanks, and it's a little bit about tank survivability, but I wouldn't say it's healing so much. It's more like incoming damage reduction, no?
Yeah, I think once that pull is stabilized, once they're ready to start the RP, it isn't really the Death Knight that's in danger. It's usually the rest of the group. I mean, look here on the side of Evolved, right? Like, who is in danger of dying here? It's those Warlocks. It's that Hunter. You know, everybody's just taking so much damage.
Low, like 7%.
Yeah, that's bursting on him.
Mismanaging of bursting there, because sometimes ideally you want to kill everything at the same time. You want to have a solid amount of bursting stacks. What you don't want is to say have 8 bursting, get a couple of ticks of that, and then you refresh it up to say 10, get a couple of ticks of that. That's kind of the worst way to manage bursting. It did look like it was something along those lines.
Yeah, probably. I was just very scared. I cannot tell you what was happening. I was all in my feelings.
Palms are sweating.
Yeah, something spaghetti. So
now we are going to get to see what the Demo Lock can do, though, as they've actually gotten on Rockmora here somewhat alive this time. There is, of course, the one death on the board, but they've got that Bloodlust going. I wonder if that Power Infusion's going on as well. It actually looks like it is indeed going on the Demo Lock. So yeah, Shelly pumping out crazy amounts of damage here. A lot of that is single target as well. Rockmora sort of melting too. We've also reached the top of our hour, which means it is time for another caster swap as well. We say farewell for now to Tettles, Makes, and OK Mage. And hello to Now and Nagura. Wow, look at this.
Hello.
What do you think of this Demo Lock, Nagura, in the Evolved side down in the bottom right?
I mean, it's looking pretty solid, right? sometimes it's not clear to say, especially when you pull so much trash on top, if this is really just like efficient damage, quote unquote. Because of course, if Shella wouldn't have killed that trash so quickly, then the Warlock would have killed it, right? So maybe they're just like taking each other's damage away a little bit here, but it's not looking too good as they now did lose 2 players. They might be able to finish it if Alex can stay alive somehow. I do think Shella is in the pot, but yeah, definitely just not looking good. Purgatory being procced as well there. Yeah, unfortunately not being able to finish up that boss. Yeah, Evolve struggling so much in this Neltharion Slayer. I think they have to pretty quickly get this over with if they still want to beat Womegalul. And because not only do they need a really good run in Nelth, they also somehow need to make up time elsewhere too, right?
Yeah, I agree completely. And also, if I remember correctly, I think it was, I don't remember if it was Womegalul or Evolved playing that mage on the first boss in the Therian Slayer, and they managed to quite consistently push before that lethal third stomp, which is exactly the reason they wiped here now, due to the fact that the boss was still at, I think, 10% when he casted his third stomp, which is with the timing where a critter just spawns right before and amplifies that damage even further, right? So I don't know if I feel the demo Warlock in this key. It probably does a little bit more AoE, maybe. But we're gonna have to see if they actually stick with the demo Warlock here, going further into the key.
Yeah, it's weird as well, right? Because both Demo and Destro want the PI. I mean, I guess Fire Mage wants the PI too, but it would be more valuable on the Fire Mage, I would say. And additionally, the Fire Mage also provides Intellect buff, which just further boosts the damage of the Destro Warlock. So I think I also agree that I like the Fire Mage more, but I'm sure they had some way of thinking that the Demo is better. Not sure why.
Yeah, and I think that reason is that the Fire Mage was struggling a lot of the times when I was looking to stay alive. The Fire Mage was proccing Pod or Cauterize on a number of pulls in Therian Slayer, and like Tails was talking about earlier, is the thing with these leading dungeons is that you have a lot of time, but the mechanics, they scale up and they do incredible damage to everyone, right? So I think a big reason for that swap is due to the fact that Warlocks are just so much more tanky than mages in general. But I might be wrong here, but it's kind of what I think is going through their mind right now. We're gonna see if they actually. Yeah, we're gonna have to see if they actually end up going back to the mage there. Meanwhile, Megalol is actually not making this boss split, even though they bring the mage here, and they're already hard town force rolling out here. So what do you say here, Nagura? Is Mike doing mage damage or is mage doing tank damage?
Very good question. I mean, it's interesting too because I'm sure the damage that Dr. J is doing is incredibly efficient damage, right? Because obviously, whenever they brought the mage, they managed to kind of do this push. This time they didn't, but that's the whole reason of the mage in this key. So even though the damage meter maybe doesn't look that good, I think it's probably better than what it seems, considering that a lot of the damage from the Warlock and from the Hunter is just going to be AoE damage to the ads and stuff like that, right? But yeah, it's sometimes funny to see when you just look at the damage meter and the tank is out DPSing the Rogue and the mage.
I completely. I would be feeling so bad if I was Jay now, because he's probably the most impactful player on that team right now, providing all that single target damage. But sadly, we don't really notice that on the stream here, due to the fact that we only see overall damage, right? Meanwhile, he's sending those combusts straight into the boss, making sure they actually do phase more often than not before that second intermission phase. But yeah, I think he's taking one for the team here, and it's fun to see.
Oh, we saw on the Evolved side, we saw Basuk, the priest, actually jumping down, starting the RP, and fearing those two mobs away, the Drudgers, to make sure that they don't die, right?
The boss was already active when the entire team jumped down here. I think when I was watching Womegal, they had to wait around for 5-10 seconds, I think, before the boss actually became active. So there's a little bit of a time gain here. Looking at Evolved right now. Also something I would like to see, which is not very known, but it's also not... If you still have Purg active at this point, Soda going down here from the first Shatter combo coming out. But yeah, like I was talking about, if you actually, it's a small little trick you can do as anyone actually on the team, is that if you die on Rockmora at the very end of the boss fight, and you release, you actually spawn downstairs after the barrel ride. You see that takes probably like 15-20 seconds to just go through, right? and you could already start setting up the next pool. Ooh, the team's almost dying again here.
Yeah, I wonder if that's worth it. Because yeah, the tank is gonna be and the tank is usually the slowest too, right? The blood decay just being incredibly slow. So maybe that would be worth it for them to set it up. But then they also play Purgatory, right? And they don't necessarily want to waste that. I don't know. It's
exactly. So it's a tough call for sure. But also remembering playing all these Legion dungeons, you used to have not Skystep, that was BFA, right? Was Skystep Legion or was that BFA? Well, Light, I don't really. We had two different potions going between Legion and BFA.
It was Skystep and Lightfoot. Yeah, Skystep was the one we had in Legion with the
that
purple ball underneath you. This expansion is like there's one that's half as good, but the fact that pots are on that 5-minute cooldown instead of the 1-minute cooldown as well makes it pretty
I wouldn't
hard
say it's
to
half as good. It's basically like a little mini sprint. It's a very big difference, and DKs for sure feel that, especially in this key. Watching all these DKs just randomly just try and run their tired legs and just pick up all the mobs. It looks painful without having that Skystep available to you.
Yeah, we even see the priests. I think it was in Womegalol. Not sure if Evolved is doing the same thing, but the priests are running like the feathers, the speedy feathers. So we saw them put down a feather in front of the DK tank at the very start of the dungeon, so to make sure that Mike could gather up everything a little bit quicker.
Yeah, and I think both Alex and Mike are playing Wraithwalk on top of that as well to try and be even a little bit slightly faster. Ooh, Soda going down there, I think, to the Avalanche cast from one of the mobs in the pool here. I don't know if it was a Jag Disc or I think it was an Avalanche. But I think they do the battle res him. Yeah, the battle res him. I think maybe I don't know if they had it. I don't see him in the pool. Is he in the pool? I don't think so, right?
I think he might have released. Yeah, there we go. He's coming back right now.
Yeah, okay, he's coming back now. Yeah.
A lot of time lost there for Evolved, and yeah, you can see how hard it is to this dungeon, especially for the Hunter. You saw Soda going down on the first boss, on the first stomp, now going down here to like an Avalanche or a Discs or a combination of both. The two Warlocks, they're so much tankier, especially the Demo Warlock, having that extra Soul Link as well. Just basically taking no damage at all. But that technically would mean that Basuk, the priest, could focus more on the Hunter, making sure they can stay alive. But yeah, there we go, the Talent Portal coming out. They feel like they lost too much time. And I think it's a good decision to do this. Because, if they want to win, they need to be quicker than 13 minutes 38, and that's not going to be the case if they have 5 deaths already.
So at this point, right, it's kind of when you put the time on the board, which I need to do very, very fast or very soon rather here to still be, having a chance of taking this home. It's kind of you need. So what's the point of putting up a time that's not the best run you could possibly have, right? I think it's better, and I think it's smart what they did here to just leave maybe 5-10 minutes before they even finish the run, because even though they finished this run with having people, I think they had 5 deaths or something at the point where they actually went out, and even if they finish that run, they're still gonna need to come back here and do another one. So at this point, I think every single minute actually matters in terms of trying to optimize.
Yeah, because they're not out of this just yet. Evolved, they're in bad shape, but they're still playing for the win. At some point, if the next hour doesn't go well for them, maybe they'll start thinking about securing second place instead of going for first place. But right now, I think that's absolutely the right thing. Just focus on, if we're going to win this tournament, what's it going to look like? It's not going to involve us spending another 10 minutes in this Nelth Slayer that we're not going to keep anyways.
Yeah, for sure. And also worth mentioning is that you see Womegal, they're playing the mage in Gambit, right? But as we saw, Machine is actually, he's back on the mage already here, so they go away from the demo lock, and I assume Shelly is going back to Destro here. But they already have the comp that they need to do a really, really fast Gambit, so I don't think that Womegal is doing a different strat just because of the mage. It's just that you just bring more single target damage, right? So I wouldn't be surprised if Volt could potentially just go, if they get a Neltharion Slayer down on the board now, a low 30-minute run to go into that Gambit and be probably competitive with Womegal's time here. That they currently have in the key.
Yeah, the one thing that Womegal are doing differently is the Murlocs and no Guardians into first boss, right? That strat is something I think that not very many other teams are doing, but it's not like it's particularly hard to set up. It's innovative, it's great, but it's definitely something that Evolve could have learned how to do from yesterday. It's, a 2-step process. Get the woe buff, do the MD, and send the Murlocs down. So I think that's...
Yeah, for sure.
I think that's something that they could pretty easily lift, and I do think they could shave a minute off of the Gambit, but the problem is, even after they do that, even if they get the same Nelth Slayer, they still have to find another minute in some of their other dungeons, so they have a lot of work they need to do today. But there is still 3 hours left in the day, so they could maybe make something happen. They have to get out of this Nelslayer soon.
Yeah, well, Megalol trying to make that push, and it's looking really good. There we go. Boss is going down. Another change that they made as well. Not only did they add the mage, right? They also have Ricky play Kyrian now, the Dasher Warlock, which we've already seen Shella do before. Shella was playing Kyrian in a lot of dungeons, also in their Gambit. And now Megalol switching to that as well for that 11-minute 46 clear that they've already had. And I think they can go even quicker. So yeah, I do think there's definitely a possibility for Evolved to do this, to do Gambit as quick as Megalol does it. But yeah, that Neltharion Slayer is just looking so brutal as well. Like, just so much incoming damage, so many like kind of timings they need to hit, so much to watch out for. It's not only the boss fights either. You can see like even the trash is really difficult, even though it's not fortified. I would like to see them adjust to that gateway strat though. Like not losing a couple of seconds there to start just because they're not putting up the gateway. You don't want to see that, right?
Yeah, I agree. I think that's something they should be optimizing, but I think it's one of their, smaller problems they're having in this key. I think, if anything, they should be a little bit worried about the fact that they are not really getting through the second boss at this point. They keep swapping comps back and forth. They're struggling on the first boss. They're almost full-on wiping on the first boss every single time. And that's something they really need to start getting down consistently here if they actually want to see themselves progressing rather fast in this key now. Because they still have a lot of progress going through this dungeon, right? They have barely seen the third boss, let alone the last boss. Meanwhile, Megalol, they was also struggling for like the first hour, if I remember correctly, in this key, in the first pool and the first boss. But then they started, becoming a lot more consistent and actually seeing the third boss and the last boss. And then shortly after, setting a very solid low, I think it was 13-minute run, right, in the Imperial Lair.
Yeah,
that 1338 that is probably just going to stand as the best Nelslayer run unless some other team can have everything work out perfectly, which it looks like it's really hard to have that happen in this dungeon. Ooh, look at
that. Like Yepers is also in Nelf on the bottom left side of the screen.
The Windwalker.
Playing a different comp with the Windwalker.
I like the Windwalker. I like the Windwalker just due to the fact that also you can have Tiger Slash for the tank. I was thinking about this earlier that you're losing so much time by having to wait for this DK to pull everything and stack it up, right? And the Tiger Slash is gonna help speed that up quite a bit. So we're gonna have to see if Lastel actually uses Tiger Slash on Rof Uvu in these pools.
Yeah, one more thing I did want to mention real quick is because we are definitely getting closer and closer to the end of this tournament, and you can see some teams, like really good teams, like Ethical, for example, they still haven't posted times in 2 dungeons, right? They're still struggling in this theater, and they haven't posted too many good times in other dungeons as well. So you can see just how difficult it actually is to do these speedruns, right? Because whenever you look at the MDI, you see those teams do those keys so quickly, but that's because they have practiced a couple of days before the tournament. But going in, this is basically as if we would be watching practice runs, except obviously there's much more in the line than it just being practice. But you can see just how hard it is to execute these strategies and to do those dungeons so quickly.
Yeah, and I mean, the Theater 24 fortified is no joke whatsoever here. And I just got a DM here. It's actually apparently not Rof Uvu, it's Rof Uvu. So I'm just gonna correct that fast there.
That's okay.
Sure we pronounce it the right way. Yeah.
We don't ever need to hear that again.
So speaking about it, it looks like did they get through the first boss now? Yeah, only 1 death right on the side of Evolved here, killing the first boss at a 249 mark. So let's see how they do now in the second part of the dungeon here.
Yeah, for reference, the Womegalol Rockmora split was 228, so Evolved losing a little bit of time relative to that, but that's to be expected whenever you do have 1 death. It does make sense to keep the dungeon going, at least for a little while, because they can still put up a pretty good run with this, and also they do need to make sure that they practice some of these really tough pulls in this area as they get that set up.
Look
here.
At Womegalol on the top left side, pulling Solia into the first trash pull there already. So that's pretty insane. As we pull the whole trash with the relic pack and also a Starseer into Solia, and there's still trash on the left side.
Oh, that's Hassan going through.
Dr. J did park the Cauterize, did somehow manage to survive. They have to finish off that relic though to get that regen. Ricky going down to that frontal from the Starseeker.
Double.
Ooh, Eagle dropping really low, Smaller going down. They have no battle rests available, so this is gonna be a wipe.
But
But now we know what they're trying to do.
I love this. I mean, I love doing this, right? When you are this far ahead, right? Like you can't just look at your dungeons and you have to find something where it's like, okay, what is a dungeon where we can go bigger than we already did, right? And I think that pull in Gambit, like if that works out, that's going to save you 30 seconds or a minute at least, right? And that's huge. You know, that's another way to just put a nail in the coffin for all the other teams. So I think that's a really smart thing for Womegalol to be doing because they are so far ahead right now and because they've already got that Nelth Slayer that they are very happy with and they never need to go to again.
Yeah, they're just showing dominance at this point, I would say. Also, I think if they make that pull happen, which is an extremely hard pull, right? I think that's probably like in the lines of maybe a 30-second save just due to the fact that the boss, they will never, I think, focus the boss, right? They'll probably focus the Starseer and make sure all the trash dies. But the boss will just get cleaved at the same time, giving them so much free time and not having to, you know, make that damage up at a later point with the key. But I didn't see. Did they pull double Starseer in the end there, or did they only pull one?
It was just
I know
one.
they had this strat where they skip one and then they try and skip it, but they always end up from what I've seen, body pull it in that second intermission. So yeah, we're gonna see what they actually end up doing there, if they pull it on purpose today maybe, or if they try and skip it again.
Yeah, we also see Yeppers in the bottom left side switching the comp again. So they switched to Windwalker to the Havoc Demon Hunter, decided that the Havoc might be the better choice after all, as they did manage to do the first pull, which is something we've seen other teams struggle with. So pretty quickly finished off that first pull in 1 minute 30 approximately, having one death on their Priest, but did use that Battle Rest to get them back up quickly. And yeah, we'll see how they do in that first boss, because there's a damage check, you need to beat that third stomp. And additionally, there's still just so much damage going on, even if you do beat the third stomp.
Something we have to give credit to Mike here, I think, is that I was actually watching when he played Northern Slayer earlier, and he actually played the 9 trinket. It's called Aegis. Do you remember the name, brightness of that specific trinket? The tank trinket from the 9? Aegis of...
Yeah, Shard of Anhild's Aegis. Yeah, the...
Yes, exactly.
That one that makes the like frontal shield that reduces incoming damage by a flat amount of everything that hits you.
Yes,
from
exactly,
the front.
yeah.
It's from last year, but it's still good.
Yeah, exactly. It's a 252 item level trinket, and I don't think I've ever seen anyone actually play that this season before. But when you think about it in a dungeon like this, where all the tanks are struggling to stay alive, and you see the perg being proc almost on cooldown from the tanks, it makes so much sense to play that trinket, especially since you have so many mobs hitting at the same time in Natharian Slayer compared to a lot of other keys where you play 5 to 8 mobs. You see a lot of these pools are 10-20 mobs hitting at the same time.
Yeah, we now see Yeppers trying to beat the timer there in Rockmora. And you can see LaSalle actually doing a lot of damage on that Venthyr Havoc Demon Hunter. So let's see if that's actually helping them out. But they're slowly running out of offensive cooldowns here. And you can see the energy bar stacking up. I think this is the third stomp. The Shatter.
But there we go.
Ooh.
Oh! I don't know if you catch that, but you see on the very bottom of the screen in the water, that little skitter just spawned right before the Rockmora casted Shatter, and it's this overlap. We keep coming back to the third stomp here is very, very brutal for all the teams, and ideally would like to see them push before this third stomp, because I think Womegalol likely managed to do that, but it's a very, very tight DPS check, I think.
Yeah, I think you kind of have to do that, just because, I mean, I guess you could technically survive it if you just use all of your defensives for that Shatter, right? Just use your immunities and your defensives. You're going to be fine. But still, there's just so much damage coming out, even on the first trash pool, plus on the other Shatters on the boss, that you probably, holding on to those defensives might not be as easy as we were saying, right? Exactly. Because you might just want to need to use them before.
Yeah, you have this first deadly pull already where you kind of want to use all your cooldowns, right? And then making sure you have them back for this third Shadow on the boss. And then not having them for the pull after, where you also kind of, you end up getting avalanched with bursting. It's just a very, very brutal dungeon, because it feels like you need your defense of everything, every single pull. But sadly, that's not how the game works, right? You have to use them wisely.
Well, thankfully, Ruff did manage to solo the rest of Rockmora there. And because all 4 other people were dead, you can see what Now talked about earlier. They all released and ended up being on either side. Unfortunately, they cannot start the pull without the tank, though, so they're just gonna have to wait.
Yeah, at least they maybe got some new healthstones and food buffs
True,
potentially
food
here.
buff,
You see the
yeah.
two tables being up here, so they definitely re-augment rune here and food buffed. So gotta see what they end up doing here. Actually, it looks like they're going on the right side while we saw both Omegalol and Evolved choosing to go left. Skipping the first pelter, I think, with the cage there. So gonna see how big of a pull they actually end up doing here. Maybe I would really like to see them go all the way to the Hulk, but we're gonna see what they actually do here.
Looks like they're running really far.
Oh, this is gonna be exciting. I'm excited for this. Let's see how this goes.
There's the drummer.
Yeah,
All right,
this
let's
is
see
a
if they can do
classic.
this.
There's the mask grip. Everything coming together. Okay, we're not going to go all the way to the Hulk, but this is still a lot of mobs coming in there. Only one pelter as well.
Oh, it's
and this is a
kiting.
kite. Okay, so you have to get 60 yards away from these mobs to stop them from throwing discs now. But yeah, you can see the
we have
binding
the binding
shot is
shot
going to
there,
facilitate that. Beautiful.
But
And the
look
only
how
question
easy
is
this
aggro.
round is. Oh, there's no slow. Vengeful retreat.
Vengeful.
Like there it is.
Oh,
there it is.
nice.
And the Shining as well. One going in front, but it's actually fine. It's just a breaker at this point, and they're pretty good. And that's going to be an asphyxiate as well to keep them all handled. And so the mob's actually not even casting
Bursting.
Avalanche. Beautiful
Yeah.
job there.
This is so clean, and I'm so surprised that this is the first time we see this, because you saw how much the other teams were struggling on this particular pull. They always had either the Hunter going down or the Mage going down, and when the DK is kiting like this, there's actually nothing going on as long as you have proper, slows and binding shots on the mobs here, because it's not like DK is doing massive. You see, Uvu is doing 3k DPS here, but it doesn't really matter because you don't bring a DK for the AoE DPS, right? You bring it for the single target DPS.
Yeah, you also, I'm not sure how Roth managed to, I'm not sure if it's hard to keep aggro there, or if it's fine to just, gather up the pull, have them misdirect from the Hunter, and if it's fine, or if they're doing some sort of special tech to get the aggro in. The other downside is, I guess, the backtracking, right? Because obviously you have to go in, pull everything, go back, and then everyone has to follow, and then you go back again. So there's a little bit of a backtracking thing going on. But I do think it's worth it for sure if you save one whole pool doing this. So yeah, very interesting to see that the Yappers did manage to pull it off, because that is exactly how you used to play these kind of mobs back in Legion.
Yeah, and I don't know if they actually end up. I don't think they do save a pool here, because they're doing a way smaller pool up here in return. I think they skipped 2 packs on this side. Meanwhile, I think the other teams played both these packs with the Hulk. So they're actually doing one more pull than other teams are doing here. Because I think the other teams, they played this entire left side with the Hulk, right? And then they played the other mobs with the boss.
Mm-hmm.
But it looks like
I think so as
Jeppers
well.
are playing. Yeah, they're choosing a little bit more of a safe route here, which I don't necessarily disagree with. I think it's a very, at this point, it's nice to go through the dungeon as well to see the third boss, to see the last boss, to know exactly what you need to save your cooldowns for. And
realistically, Yeppers here, they're probably playing for second, right? Not so much for first anymore. I mean, the first, it's not mathematically impossible right now, but I think Yeppers are kind of, look, we'll put up a pretty good Nelth Slayer. Evolved are going to keep struggling is our plan, right? And so we'll have 3 minutes on Evolved and Nelth Slayer, and then all of a sudden, we are actually in position where if we can go upgrade our Spires, maybe, we can go upgrade our Sanguine Depths, we can actually potentially take second place from Evolved, or at least make sure that we've secured a third place.
Yeah, I definitely think
I
that is their
agree.
goal. And just getting, I think maybe the best would be to just get a time in Nelth, because if you look at the other times they have in the other keys, I think there's still quite a few dungeons where they
Yeah.
can save a couple of minutes. So maybe they are not super happy about their Neltharian strategy or the Nelth dungeon in general. It is very difficult. So maybe they just want to get it done on an okay time and then go into another dungeon again, making sure they improve the time there, which might be a little bit easier for them.
yeah, I think for sure they could probably, with a bit more clean play in other dungeons they did earlier, they could probably shave off 2-3 minutes, right? Just by playing proper. Even though some of these keys are very, very hard, like you said here, Nagura. So it's gonna be interesting to see if they manage to get through this Nelth here and see what they do after at that point.
Looks like Evolved on the top right side is actually having a pretty good run. Their damage seems really high. I think they might be beating that third shatter this time around, as the boss is dropping incredibly low. Shella doing a lot of
Yeah.
damage, playing that Kyrian Warlock now. So again,
We're gonna have to
switching.
see.
There's a Shadowcast
Covenant.
where they've
Okay.
beaten it.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the Infernal Affix is actually something we haven't talked about much, but it's a big amount of extra single target damage if you play it well on these bosses, right? You get that if you soak those green swirlies, the Infernal cores, you can do massively increased damage to the boss. There's the little description of it down in the bottom left, right? But the most important thing is that those mini bosses, they spawn Infernals that when you kill them, make a green swirly, and when you soak that, you start pulsing for AoE damage and a damage taken increase to the enemy mobs. So that's exactly what Evolved made good use of there, making sure to catch all those Infernal cores and apply, I think, something like a 30% damage taken increase in cooldowns to Rockmora, which is pretty crazy.
Yeah, it's a massive debuff actually if you actually manage to keep it up or throughout the entire, there's 3 waves of Infernal spawning, but you have to make sure that you kill the second wave fast enough so the previous debuff from the first wave don't drop from the boss. But if you can extend that first debuff and get that to the I don't remember what the max stacks are of the buff you can actually keep on the boss, but I think
it's 15,
like I said, 30 30 or 45% extra damage taken. If you can keep that up for almost like a minute, that is a massive boss gain you get right there.
Yeah, for sure. It does look like Evolved managed to get that first trash pull after Rockmora done pretty easily. And now, again, they are skipping some of these mobs here with Mind Soothe and just maneuvering around these mobs. And now we'll see actually what the difference is between Yapper's boss room and Evolved's boss room, because we talked about this earlier. Yeah, and you can see, as you mentioned, that they're just pulling the whole left side together.
This is a very, very scary pull. We saw them wipe a ton of times here earlier. We gotta make sure we keep an eye out. It looks like Machine, he has both Cauterize and... I can't see if he's playing Fire, Night Fae, I assume, right? Yeah, you see on the damage meter he's playing Night Fae. So he should have the Pod Tender and Cauterize available to him here. So he should be safe. I'm a little bit scared for Soda. We're gonna have to keep an eye out on both the Mage and the Hunter in this pull to see if they manage to dodge all the mechanics properly here.
Yeah, and then on the bottom left side, you can see Womegalol on that first boss trying again to beat that cycle, the intermission phase. And it looks like it's getting really close as Ricky actually got hit by a volcanic there.
Igloo dies.
1%, and Igloo is going down, but they did manage to finish it off. I think they're going to keep going here, even though they have this death, because if they execute that last pull in the last boss room that they're trying to do, then I think that one death is not really going to matter that much. I think they're going to make up like a minute or something. What do you think now?
Yeah, I agree completely. Actually, the fact also you see Igloo is already back here. He did spawn at the very beginning of the dungeon, but since they killed that first boss, then if he waits, the portal will spawn that takes him straight into this part of the dungeon, right? So I think he might even have gotten a food buff in the meantime here. And you see he's just running straight on his mount to activate the second boss here, which is like a little sneaky trick. If you just keep running up in this hallway here to the very end, the boss RP will trigger for the next boss, meaning you don't have to wait as long when you're actually done with this pull.
Yeah, we also see Dr. J holding on to the combust here as well for the next boss room. You can see all of those mobs being enraging as well, and Lemike proccing the Purgatory. Yeah, these mobs, they are no joke when they're all in raging range, even if it's not verified.
So, Dragnos, you think that we see PI becoming ready here, right, on Womegalol, and we see Jay, he's probably going to be ready to pump. Do you think the PI will go on Jay in this pull, or do you think they will opt to put it on the Warlock for this extra AoE damage here?
Yeah, my guess is it has to go on the Warlock for AoE, because I think you want those bolt casts to stop as soon as you can, right? Those are that's the nasty part of this pull. I mean, this is a pull that is so scary.
Oh, Mike,
and you can see actually Mike going down to it. I mean, they've been doing a really good job of making it work out. But yeah, I mean, it's something to really point out is that this pull is unbelievably deadly that Womegalol have gotten going here. Now, a lot of teams have been making it work, even Depleter Squad. Their gambit involves those 3 trash pulls onto the boss, but you have like 4 Tide Sages in there, and each of them starts spamming casts onto the tank. So once you run out of AoE stuns, that's ramping up. And there are all the other mobs that often do these haymakers that hit your tank for a lot of damage as well. So if you don't kill them quick, your tank is going to die. And sometimes you run into that problem on pull where, the tank is trying to get threat. And sometimes when you're trying to get threat, that's when you're also squishiest, right? Because you're having to put these globals into stuff like Blood Boil, and you can't afford to Death Strike and lose threat on everything. So I think that may have been what we saw for Womegalol.
Also, look at the Evolved here, top right side of the screen right now. They actually have a 0 death run, killing the second boss at 7:28. And I was talking a little bit about this earlier, because last time they ended up pulling this skull pack here. You see on the right, that's out of picture right now. Are they pulling? They are pulling it again because it was intentional. Even though they do Mind Soothe, I guess just Mind Soothe to be able to run past to set it up on the other side. And they're gonna line everything into the corner here. And we're gonna see how. I think they have some Basilisk from the water running in as well. I think they're gonna be coming from the back here, or maybe that was the next pull.
Yeah,
that's the next
usually
pull,
you would
yeah.
skip. You would skip the those mobs on the right? You hop over that little rock and skip these mobs. So it's a little different than the old Legion routing, but this makes sense to get those worms out of the way so that you don't have to worry about interrupting them during the next big pull, right?
Yeah, at the same time though, playing these 3 mobs is adding another pull compared to what Megalol did, where they opted to skip those 3 mobs and they pulled everything here with the Basilisk from the water in one pull, which is a very, very scary pull. And then on top of that, they played double Scorpion in the end with Lust with the boss, which is also super, super scary. But I guess Evolve, they feel okay with doing one more pull here and losing maybe 20 seconds of time compared to what Megalol's strat did. Just to get maybe they just want to get a time on the board here. I don't think it's a bad strat, but I know that they also know that they could potentially go faster, right? If they just want to attempt doing this in one pull instead of 2.
I mean, maybe what their plan is, because look at how much percent they have here. Can they do they get enough with only 1 Scorpion instead of 2 at the end?
Yeah, they did. So they do get. I think they're missing these Basilisks from the water. I don't know what happened because I'm pretty sure I remember them being in an. Or you see Alex running back here for Evolve to potentially pull these. I think something went wrong with pulling the Basilisks because his Soda's coming
Soda
back
is pulling
now.
them now. Maybe they just pulled them on top of the boss.
Yeah, but this is very, very slow, so I'm pretty sure something... Because I remember this, that the last time they actually had all these 4 Basilisks in one of the previous pools. But we're gonna have to see if they kill the boss a lot faster with having some funnel. Because I know Warlocks, they gain quite a bit of having... he's playing Kyrian Chiller, right? So he can...
Now, you already get the ads spawning on this boss fight, but yeah, it still does help the Kyrian Warlock to have these Basilisks, because they basically do nothing, right? This was the way that Legion Dungeons worked, is there were just some of these mobs that don't do anything and give count. And so you can see that's exactly what they're doing here. Yeah. They're using them as a battery to get some extra damage onto the boss. But yeah, like you said, they spent 30 seconds setting up this pull when it would have been maybe easier to just pull it into one of the previous ones.
I don't like this at all from their side here. I just have to be honest about that. Either Soda needed to leave the previous pull earlier, or they would have needed to have them into a previous or like a different pull, because they lost so much time just waiting for these Basilisks to run into the boss here. Like they could literally have pulled the boss maybe 30 seconds earlier. So yeah, we're gonna see if they actually do something different, or if they actually complete the run now and they feel like they're happy with their Nelf for now.
They definitely are killing the boss pretty quickly compared to what I've seen from Yappers earlier on the top right side. They are now the last boss on Dark Rule, and it looked like they did pull the Scorpions as well onto the boss. They actually have a pretty good run for them. Obviously, if you look at the timer, it's already 18 minutes into the key compared to the time we saw from Megalol. It's still quite a bit slower, but still, for our Yappers, I think this is a pretty good run. They have those 6 deaths that happened earlier on in the dungeon, but the end of the dungeon seemed really clean from them. So that's really good. And now Evolved on the top left is trying to finish up Naraxis here. You can see Combustion just coming up again from the Mage. And I think having that Combust, having the Mage single-target damage, definitely helping them out a little bit. And yeah, if you look at the percentage, they only need 5.5% approximately. So that means they're probably going to do that pull we talked about earlier, with the Hunter pulling the Scorpion pack to the side, then using Feign Death after the boss has been engaged to make sure that one of the Scorpion packs just resets and you don't have to deal with it, which makes it a bit more difficult because you have less space to deal with, but you don't have to deal with those 2 Scorpions and the boss at the same time.
Yeah, you're right. I think this is exactly what they did the last time they got here. Unfortunately, they wiped on the boss, so we're gonna see how they approach this pull this time. But if we look at the wall top left, you're gonna see that they're gonna engage the left pack here, and Soda will pull. It looks like they're running through the mobs. Okay, so Soda did pull the Scorpion. We didn't see it here, sadly, now. But he did. You see the Scorpion just came back there in the very back. So how it works is that Hunter needs to pull that Scorpion pack before you pull the boss. Because if you pull the boss first, these Scorpions will also chain. They chain with the boss. But as long as they're in combat with something else while you pull the boss, they will just run back to their original position and you can actually aim to skip them. Oh, Alex fucking Purger, bazooka down! I didn't see what bazooka actually died to here.
Yeah, so they might be able to recover here. You can see the Angel still pumping out a lot of flash heals to keep everyone alive. Now they do have the Battle Rest, needs to be casted immediately to make sure they can recover. You can see the Soulstone coming out from Shell as Alex drops really low again.
Yeah.
But now Vasuk is back alive. Now the boss is dropping pretty quickly with all of the cooldowns and the Bloodlust being used there at the very start. But they still need to make sure they finish it off. And if you look at the timer, 13 minutes 28, still gonna be quite a bit slower compared to Omega LOL if they manage to finish off the boss first, of course.
Yeah, I think, well, Brightus, what do you think that the time is going to be here? 14:30 maybe?
Yeah, something like that. It's possible. I mean, their Neuraxis split, right, was only a little bit slower than Womegalol, but definitely lost a little bit of time here towards the end of the dungeon with this pull not being perfect.
Oh, Alex goes down! Oh no, he's alive!
Purg!
Soulstone immediately. No, it wasn't Purg, it was Soulstone
yeah,
immediately.
Soulstone.
I thought it was Bazooka alive then. Did it have 2 CRs?
They had 2
yes,
CRs,
this was both of them used here, right? Yeah, 2 deaths on the board. So
okay, yeah.
You can see only 8 stacks on Dargle, though. They're not doing a great job of keeping all those Infernals on him, but that's okay. They just need to survive for a little bit longer on the boss here, and it looks like it's going to end up being, yeah, like you said, 14:30, maybe even 14:35. I mean, it's not something they can win the tournament with, so maybe they'll have to come back to this dungeon, but I think this is really good for their prospects of securing a second place, which at this point is looking increasingly like Evolved's best bet, because I don't know, man. Womegalol's times are just so impressive, and they're so in all of the dungeons, right?
Yeah, but I just want to quickly point out that play by Shella there, because they would have wiped, I'm pretty sure, if Alex wouldn't have had a Soulstone up. And Shella, what he did is Igloo had died, and while Igloo was in the angel form, Shella had put a Soulstone on Alex just in case he goes down, because the healer is an angel. And then afterwards, he had rest Igloo, and then because of that Soulstone being up on the tank, he managed to immediately take it and taunt the boss back after he had died. Pretty sure that saved their run there, so that was a really nice heads-up play.
Yeah, and we also see that the tanks are struggling a lot on the last boss in Nelth, and it's actually a really brutal fight for a DK, because how this boss works is that it casts a landslide, knocking the tank back, and just like, I think it's 2 seconds after, you see that Molten Crush being cast by the boss. And how that mechanic works is, meanwhile, we're having a pull there from Omegal. See if looking at the mage here, he does pop combat. You see the combust value here with Lust on this pull, right? He's actually doing a ton of damage here, 200k DPS on the mage.
Yeah, actually not bad at all. As everything is down after just 20 seconds. That is just so fast. You can see the Bloodlust is still running as well. A just insane amount of AoE coming out. But yeah, talking about the tank damage in the Legion dungeons, I think that has been a common issue for tanks nowadays, right?
Sure,
because
for sure.
back then you had all of this like magic mitigation that they removed since then. So a lot of the bosses just doing so much magic damage that it's really hard to kind of survive as a tank nowadays. But
yeah, and I was speaking about that last boss is the fact that when casting Molten Crush, right, if you don't have an active mitigation rolling at the time, you take double damage from the hit. And DKs, they don't really have active mitigation.
They changed that actually going in with the time walking. All of those active mitigation stuff.
Okay, my bad.
Yeah,
then.
so
all right.
It used to be that way though, right? Back in Legion, where
exactly.
It was. I think on DK it was just you had to have bone shields up, right? Or you had to have.
Yeah, you need to Death Strike right before.
Yeah,
exactly. Okay, so that's my bad. I actually didn't know they changed that, because I was looking at the tank a lot in that fight, and he was getting destroyed by that Molten Crush. So I was wondering if they changed it, then
they buffed the base damage, but they made it not look at the active mitigation anymore. It's because like brewmasters don't have Iron Skin brew anymore. There's a
that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, so they decided that's not how the dungeons are going to work anymore. But it's still that boss still just messes tanks up. He's doing so much damage.
I feel like all the bosses in Therian's Lair, looking at I guess first boss, you're having a decent time, but both the second and the last third boss and last boss, they are dangerous with tanks.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure. Okay, so correct me if I'm wrong, but in Legion there was actually some bosses who could be taunted by pets, right? I know, especially in like Eye of Ashara, in Mob Souls, you could taunt bosses. Because you remember how you had this Warlock strategy where the Warlock would just constantly taunt the boss, like the first boss in Maw of Souls. Remember?
Yeah, that one I remember. The big tank mutant. Yeah, I don't know actually. I don't remember. It was, I'm not known for being the smartest player, like I keep saying. So sadly I don't remember exactly how it was played back then. But it would make a lot of sense. Because I remember the more I do remember, but that's I think the only boss I do remember.
All bosses in Eye of Ashara for sure, and I think some boss in Nelth too. So I'm not sure if it was the second boss that you could taunt. Either way, if that would be possible, I guess you could do the tech with the Warlock pet, right? Like something in Void Walker and kind of taunting, but I'm not sure if that really works in Nelth. I just knew that it worked in some bosses. So I guess
actually,
if it
no, you're
worked,
right.
probably...
You're right. No, you're right.
Right?
Second boss, I remember this now. Second boss, your second boss in Nelth, you actually used to have the Warlock. I think it was a Warlock pet taunt right before the Sunder, because you would get on a higher keys. We see here, even on a 21 Tyrannical, the tanks almost get one shot, right? And it was almost necessary to have the Warlock properly taunt that Sunder attack from the boss. So you're right in what you're saying here, Carol. But that got changed. Was that in BFA that changed so the bosses were actually immune to pet taunt? Was it maybe a Shadowlands thing?
Yeah, they definitely changed all the dungeons, like BFA dungeons and Shadowlands. You cannot taunt any boss anymore with pets. But I think they didn't retroactively change the Legion dungeons, so you can still do that there.
Yeah.
But I wonder if, maybe they could do that, or maybe the teams are just not thinking about it, because obviously it's a long time ago and usually can't do that. So I don't know if that would be something that would help out. It's also a big damage loss for the Warlock to constantly resummon the pet, obviously. So
yeah, for sure, so very big. We gotta keep an eye on Mike in this pull on the top left corner of the screen here. He proc Purg here last time. I don't think he has Purg. It should be coming up very soon. Is that Purg that's on cooldown? Yeah, it is Purg. He doesn't have Purg here. And he needs to... It's back up ready now in case he would proc it here, but not having Purg going into the next boss is very, very scary for a tank. So hopefully he manages to hold on to it on this pull here. We're gonna have to see how it goes.
Yeah, I think that was a big reason why they wiped last try, right? Because they Lamike proc perk on this pool, then didn't have it for the boss pool.
Yeah.
So this time, if he can hold on to it, there we go. So this time it should be a little bit safer for them to do this boss pool. Dr. J does not have Codras available though, so something to watch out for there. And let's see if they can execute this. This is really, really difficult. You have just so much damage coming onto the tank. And you can see the setup here with the caster having to be interrupted by Ricky and Dr. J to make sure that they're walking into the pool.
They're taking a long time with pulling the boss here.
Now as well.
They're really making sure that everything is properly set up before they pull the boss, and it looks very, very clean right now. Gonna have to see if Mike can stay alive here. All eyes on Mike, just make sure he actually lives through this. He does have Purg. He's stunned by the frontal from the boss here though, but they have a Shadow Fury going on at the same time. And it looks like it's a very, very clean pull going on here.
Nice. Yeah, and the amount of damage from the Warlock, obviously. Having the Rain of Fires just raining down as the mobs did go into Raging. And I saw some stuns have been saved as well for the Raging as well, which is really nice. Sometimes you want to use all of your stuns as fast as you can, but then when you have Raging, of course, having some stuns for at the end to make sure you don't get those Raging attacks onto the tank is really valuable too. And that is what they've done there. So really nice job by Omega Lol. And Ethical on the top right side, they're still struggling in that Theater of Pain. Haven't been able to complete a run yet. But this one looking pretty good now that they're gearing up for this one.
Yeah, they're doing a different strat right now. Because I don't remember teams going Gorge up first. They were going Kultarok first, right?
So, yeah, Kultarok was... that was Will Megalol that started doing that. Evolved actually did Gorchop first yesterday and the day before. But now they also have gotten Kultarok first in their more recent runs. So it is one we've seen a little bit of both, but so far I would say I think the Kultarok first route has looked faster. I mean, obviously that's the one that Womegalol did and Evolved kind of copied. So if Ethical can shave some time though, maybe they can prove actually the Gorchop strategy is not bad either.
Yeah, I don't think it matters too much. It's mainly, I think, you need to play the relics, because this is Theater of Pain. There's so much running going on in this key, right?
The thing that I like about the Kultarok wing in theory, doing that first, is it sets you up to be doing your second Bloodlust at that big pull into the gas bag downstairs at right around 10:30. But the problem with that is if you're then speeding up your dungeon, right? If you're getting your theater down to 21 minutes, down to 20 minutes, right? Then all of a sudden you lose your third bloodlust anyways. And at that point, I think, yeah, it's probably, you're kind of not getting that benefit anymore. So I wonder how much that route was designed with a good second bloodlust and 3 good bloodlusts in mind. And maybe that now doesn't even work out because you're just doing the whole dungeon so well.
Could we get a full screen on Womegal right now? They're gonna do this massive pull with the boss once again here that were wiped the last time. Really want to see if they manage to pull it off this time. So the boss is running in here with all this trash.
Yeah, so the Starseeker here plus the right side pack. It looks like they did finish off the relic on the first one. The second relic is also they do have a Shadow Fury coming in by Shelle, and the Wandering Pulsar just pulsing AoE and everybody. They need to finish it off. It looks like Tobo is trying to kill it.
To kill it. Oh no!
Riki going down. This is just so difficult to execute.
Perg. Did Ninja pull the second stars here, I think, right? I see 2 stars in this pull, right? Yes, they did.
Oh yeah,
I don't know
at the
how
very
they ended
end,
up pulling
though.
that. It was
It was an accident, maybe, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Do you think, right now, maybe at this point, you skip the first lust and make sure you only last once the next key to have it here? I think that would be, make this pull happen. It must be worth it, right?
I mean, that first Murloc pull, we know teams can do it without lust, right? It's definitely possible. I mean, it probably only saves you a couple of seconds, and if it is difficult and you have to do some reprog on it, it only takes a couple of minutes to reprog a first pull, right? So, yeah, I'm all about it. I think you take that lust off and you put it right there, because if you can make that pull work, you're saving minutes, not seconds, maybe.
Yeah, I think that's an easy, probably 40-second gain if you make that happen. Even losing 1 bloodlust. Nagura said this earlier that the first pull lasted about 20 seconds when they lasted that. Yeah, they had lust going into the second pull, but I don't really think they had cooldowns with that lust. Even though, lust is always beneficial, but I don't think it's the best lust you could possibly have in this key. So I would really like to see them maybe save that first bloodlust and just using just lusting once in this key.
Yeah, I think I 100% agree. Maybe that is something they haven't really thought about just yet, because when you have a look at the time, right? They have 11:46, and if that's something that you're trying to do, then it makes sense to last on pull and then last again at the end on the boss fight. But if you try and enable this big pull lasting only once, I think it makes a lot of sense, especially because if they shave off like a minute of their key, let's say it's a 10-minute 30 clear, then the second last maybe is not even that valuable anyway. You're gonna get it like at the very end of the boss fight without anyone having cooldowns available or something. So yeah, I think having only 1 last makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, the only thing I can think about is that if they do last the second phase of that boss and they manage to push in 1 less intermission because of that last they get in the end, I can see it being a valuable last as well.
Yeah.
But I haven't actually followed exactly how tight that DPS check is in this Gambit key.
Yeah, now looking at Yepper still trying to improve their time in Nelf. What do you think about that? Because we talked about this earlier, maybe Yepper just wants to get a time, in Nelf, just anything that they're fine with, and then go to a different key and improve that. But obviously having a close 20-minute time, while Womegalol has 13 or 14, I guess they're not necessarily happy with that, so they want to improve it a little bit more.
So
yeah, you go ahead, Rasmus.
I'm just taking a look at the leaderboard, and I mean, Yeppers, if they're playing for securing a 3rd place, I think Neltharian's Lair, I mean, actually, regardless of what they're playing for, I think Nelth's is where they have the most time to gain, because maybe Theater is another dungeon. Yeah, you can see
Theater, they have a 25-17. They surely can get a 21-minute run, I think, in there.
So that's probably something they should do before the end of the day, but maybe they just want to keep doing Nelth's while it's fresh in their mind, and then leave for Theater with maybe an hour left in the day or something like that. Because Theater is definitely a place where they have a couple seconds, or a couple minutes they got to pick back up.
Yeah, I don't know what, if I were in Jeopardy's seat right now, I don't know what I would be actually spending my time on. I think Neltharian's Lair is probably one of the, surely, you can probably do Neltharian's Lair in 4 or 5 minutes less, right? But you can also do Theater in 4 or 5 minutes less. You could do Spires in probably 2 minutes less at least. On top of the other side, maybe shaving off. And I feel like all these dungeons are a lot easier to actually, get through than Neltharian's Lair. Because looking at all these keys we see here in the bottom left, I think Nelth is probably the hardest key by quite a bit. Followed up by, I think, Sanguine Depths is also a really, really hard key in this rotation we have.
Yeah, it's a difficult choice, because I also think Theater is hard, right? The 24 40 fight. We've seen some teams struggle in there
Yeah,
as
but-
well. So maybe Yeppers just hates theater and thinks that one is harder than Nelf. I don't know. But yeah, seeing Nelf, especially like even Womegalol struggled quite a lot there. We've seen Womegalol go into other keys and just like one-shot it with a really good time, right? And Nelf was not like that. Nelf actually struggled with for hours having these kind of full team wipes to bosses and to trash pulls, just because it is just difficult to execute. Like just the dungeon mechanics themselves are really hard because it scales so highly for Shadowlands.
Yeah, the thing with when you get up to these high key levels we see on 23, 24, even in a speedrunning setting, it becomes really really hard to actually speedrun these keys, and you more often than not see them turn into more of a, they're still very fast, but you start adapting the high key strats, especially in theater. We see here a lot of these pulls are kind of the pulls you also do in high keys, right? You pull like 3 souls with the Portal Guardian, you do the pull in the Undead area that you also do in high keys, and I wouldn't really say there's any particularly big pulls going on in theater, apart from the gas bag downstairs, which is obviously a very, very hard pull. So I wouldn't say that theater is a very hard key, especially looking at Yeppers. They have a lot of people, I think, playing M+. I don't know how much M+ are playing outside of MDI, but I'm sure they could easily shave off a few minutes in that key.
Okay, so worth noting here, Womegalol are still committing that Bloodlust here at the start of Gambit. So they're still going to have it for the end of Solia. It's good for time like that, but they aren't using it like we thought they maybe should consider of trying to have it for that big pull onto Solia on pull at like 9 minutes into the dungeon.
Yeah, so I actually just asked Ricky if they considered lusting the last pull, and apparently Ricky has time to type in between pulls, and he said that they need it for phase 2 of Solia. So apparently that means that they're not getting another intermission.
Yeah, so they apparently use the Bloodlust then to make sure they push the boss before one of the intermissions. I guess they would two-phase the boss, because it is a 23 tyrannical, right? I think we're playing.
Good question.
Is it 22 or 23? It's all these different...
23, there we go.
23, yeah,
23 tyrannical.
Yeah. So, yeah, I think a two-phase with Lust makes a lot of sense, thinking about it more. So, yeah, I mean, they are the people playing, right? They've been playing this key for I don't know how many hours now this weekend, so if they feel like that's the play, that's probably the play.
Yeah, agreed. As Evolved, now in the top left side of the screen, trying to execute that first pull still before going to Rockmore. You can see some Mind Soups coming out here, and now they are engaging the rest of the trash, probably carrying it down with them into the boss. And yeah, they have been trying a few different things in this key. No matter what they're trying, all of it just seems very difficult to execute though. You see the grip coming in as Basuk has been already engaging that kind of role play for the boss to spawn, and also made sure that the ads are not being destroyed here. There we go. Boss is coming out, Bloodlust being used immediately. And now they have to deal with all of this trash, plus the boss, and then also the Infernal affix as well that is coming out. So yeah, just lots of incoming damage on the whole group.
Yeah, I was watching Yeppers on the bottom right. Sort of going down here for Evolved early on to the fight, losing that Bloodlust, right? But I was actually watching Yeppers. They did a really funny play. I don't know if you saw Nagura, but they had the mobs, upstairs, just above the waterfall. And Satsi actually, I don't know if the other teams do it as well. I haven't seen it, but he Shining Forced all the mobs just straight off the ledge, and they just fell in the water. I guess they saved a little bit of the mobs not running down, and they just fall off. It looked really funny, but I don't know how big of a play it is. But this might be worth keeping an eye on the next time they get here.
Yeah, that is very interesting. Definitely want to see that next time Yeppers is wiping, or they're not wiping. Maybe they just one-shot this key and it's
they're not gonna
amazing.
wipe. They're not gonna wipe. They can get through this boss easily. Look here, boom.
But yeah, I mean, we're close to 3 hours. Yeah, close to 3 hours into today, and Ethical is still in that theater of pain, bottom right side. So I think they just really need to finish this run that they're having, because they're already 17 minutes into this key. They do have only Xav and Mordretha left and whatever trash they're still having to do, but Holo is dropping so low, and actually struggling a little bit with mana as well, as they haven't left combat in quite a while. You can see the Grievous stacks just stacking up on everybody. And now they need to finish off this relic to get the mana regen and the HP regen on everyone to recover a little bit here as they're struggling.
The is really low though. I think I saw the nameplate on 20%. Yeah, there it goes. It dies. So they hopefully should be able to recover. Everyone heals up and they get mana to take out of the Grievous here. Yeah, they look fine now. So, Evolved having a 252 Rockmora here. That's slower than their previous, the time they have, right? Or is that, maybe that's on par with what they...
So their best Rockmora ever has been 232, but the one from their run that they actually have on the board was a little bit slower than that. It was still faster than this 252 though, so they are a little bit slower at the start than they have been, but one death, that's kind of to be expected, and they can still make all that time back up if they speed up the end of the dungeon. You know, we were talking about Evolved maybe having that pull into Neuraxis being done in one more pull than they potentially could do and even potentially intended to do, so if they can clean that up, I think that's a minute right there, plus the last boss, of course, being really something that they could clean up a lot.
I think Yepis, they got a kite here, right? Yeah, because the kiting strat, I love seeing this. The binding shot goes down. Maybe they do have a follow-up slow here now. Maybe Lacelle is going to eventually retreat. Oh, there it is. There with a Shadow Fury as well. Yeah, perfect.
And these mobs are already dead well before they get in range. Yeah.
Wow,
it's so clean really nice. With the kite like this.
I like this, but the thing is as well that they're doing this pull, right? But they're leaving up all of these mobs on the left side that all the other teams have been pulling. So they basically, they execute this pull, but I'm not sure if it's worth it considering what the other teams are doing, right? Because the whole left side, I think, is quite a lot of percentage just standing there. On the right side, there's only like 2 mobs, while on the left side, I think there's like 3 or 4. And Lacelle actually goes down almost immediately as they're gathering up this pull in the second boss room. They don't have a battle rush available, so Lacelle is going to have to release, as Serratus is also propping the pot as well.
Oh, Bazooka's down for Evolve at the same pool pretty much at the same time almost there. They can end up summoning him back, I think, to start the boss. But if I was Evolved at this point, looking at the timers, right, since they're not happy with this 1434 Nell, I would assume that they're probably going to attempt that double Scorpion strat on the last boss. I would be very surprised to see them run their previous strat to shave off, maybe 15-20 seconds when they know that they can go so much faster, doing a little bit more of a scary route. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens after here.
Yeah, very interesting to see how this plays out for them. Also, though, we have got Ethical sort of getting ready here to finish their Theater of Pain. What's going on with the timer here for them? 20:38 as they're nearly done with Zav? I don't know. I mean, I feel like this is going to be something like a 24-minute, 24:30 Theater. I feel like this route is just... I feel like it is slower in some way than the Evolved, than the Womegalol pathing through here, but maybe those 2 deaths are really slowing them down in here as well. I haven't caught to see if there's been big Sanguine healing or anything going wrong as well.
Yeah, I think they're just happy to get it done with like a decent run date, right? They have those 2 deaths, and they've been in here for a while, and they still need to go Neltharion's Lair. They're gonna have 2 hours for Neltharion's Lair, but we've seen other teams, so it's really not that easy. So I think they definitely want to... they're just happy to get out of this theater and just get out time in Neltharion's Lair for sure.
Yeah, we are reaching the top of our hour as well, which means we have 2 hours left for teams to finish up their runs. At this point, Womegalol in such a dominating lead with almost 3 minutes over Evolved. Evolved currently working to claw back maybe one of those 3 minutes in the Nelth's Lair. Going to be interesting to see if they can make that happen, although that Angel we can see up in the top left is not good news on that front. We are also now doing our caster swap, our penultimate caster swap, saying farewell for now to Nagura and Now, and welcoming Zyronic OK Mage and Tettles to the desk. Zyro, how have you been liking how the past couple hours have been shaken out?
I don't know if Zyro's in yet.
Oh, he's not in yet. Okay, somebody else then. Tettles.
Dreadnough's asking you a really awkward question. I think that overall, Womegalol have shown up super strong today. about what we expected. I don't think that they're having as good of a day as their day 1 and day 2, but I think that their day 1 and day 2 was very difficult to replicate. And so basically anything that's close to that, I think looks really solid for them, and they are in prime position to be able to take down this Last Stand tournament.
Yeah, Megalol just came in so strong at the start. It was really nice to see. Got them times straight up on the board, and they're whittling away the minutes as we go on through the weekend.
I mean, that's the nature of this competition, though, right? They're definitely, like, clearly the standout favorite to win right now. But, like, they don't really have any improvements to make anywhere. And if they do, then we're talking, like, maybe 10, 15-second improvements, 30 in, like, an insane run case with perfect execution. Evolved, if they play perfect dungeons for the last couple of hours of the competition, could make this a very, very close competition. But they really haven't made that much progress in the past hour or so. So we'll have to see how it goes. And this run doesn't look like it's going to be it. I mean, that death from the Hunter there might be a little bit of a pain. He can come back to the group. It'll just be, a little bit of extra time loss.
This is certainly something where, like you were saying, Womegalol is ahead by like 10 to 15 seconds in basically every single dungeon, and that by itself is incredibly dangerous because we've seen how optimized these dungeons have gotten over the course of the whole entire weekend. It's going to be really difficult to make up like 1 to 2 minutes in one singular dungeon. Sure, Evolved can probably make up 30 seconds here. Sure, maybe Evolved can shave down their DOS timer to be like a 1945 or something like that. But they're going to need like 3 dungeon improvements and be able to overtake Womegalol by considerable amounts in those three dungeons specifically to be able to make up all that time. Because Womegalol had what is basically an acceptable Nelth layer. It's not the craziest NL we've ever seen, and I think that if Evolved gets everything perfect, they'll be able to beat their time. But they're not going to be 2 minutes faster in NL. It's just not happening.
No, at this point, it is pretty much just seconds difference. There's not really much to be gained in terms of like really spicy pulls that we haven't seen yet. Megalol doing the Triple Angel at the end of Spires, there isn't much left to gain that much. We are just talking knocking seconds off of every dungeon, and we've only got 2 hours left, so there's not too much time.
Dude, looking at the time comparisons across the board on our chart there on the bottom left is just like it's death by 1,000 cuts, right? You got 15 seconds here, exactly. 3 seconds there. The only real like big thing is that Gambit where Womegalol has a minute over Evolved, but like that's the one they're trying to improve on. So I mean, where do you go if you're Evolved right now? Like, where can you make up the most time? And
it's probably
not
the
an easy
Gambit,
answer because I mean, you need 3 minutes. It's just like you have to do so much in these last 2 hours.
They can improve the most in the Gambit. But then they're still going to get death by 1,000 cuts because like they're not going to be able to do it in 3 minutes less. Like where are they supposed to get 3 minutes in one singular dungeon? It's just not happening. It's one of those things that Womegalol had basically a perfect day 1 and day 2 and are really in prime position to be able to take down the weekend off of the really good runs that they had in the first couple days.
Well, unfortunately, having a few deaths from Evolved there with their Holy Priest going down.
Yeah.
They do have 1 res.
This looks like it's going to be a go-again angle for Evolved. They're up to 6 deaths in here. I don't even know if they're going to be able to improve on
the timer is looking kind of rough here. Yeah, they already have a 14:34 on the board, and they're nearly at the 12:30 mark. Do they really think they can get that last boss and all of that done in 2 minutes? I mean, maybe.
That's a good question.
Maybe, but if they can, it will not be by much faster than that, right? So they'll be saving a couple of seconds in this run. That being said, I don't know, as we're in these last 2 hours for Evolved, the chances are getting pretty slim for them at taking that first place, right? Looking at the leaderboard, right? That is something that it's going to be pretty tough for them. So I don't know what their best play is, but it might start being to think about what you need to do to guarantee a second rather than to go for a first.
Yeah, initially I was thinking Evolved could really get ahead with the Nelfarian Slayer, but with their Megalol putting in such a good time, there's not really much they can do there.
I don't think their second place is probably locked in. I mean, all 6 dungeons timed for Yeppers, and they still have a 20-minute lead over them.
I must leave you now.
You just got to go for broke at this point, right? Like, I mean, if you, the goal here isn't to try to get second place. Obviously, the goal for these top few teams is get to globals. You want that berth into globals. So, I mean, this Nelt Slayer, it's not going to be an improvement. You need to get out of here. I don't care if killing the final boss makes you feel good. You know?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think that if you're playing to win, you got a hearth from this dungeon right now for sure. But I mean, it does. Maybe the practice on the last boss is somewhat worthwhile, right? Maybe it's a case of like, yeah, we know this run isn't going to be good, but we just want to make sure that we have the last boss down so that when we get here on a run that is good, we actually can convert and kill the boss, right?
I'm gonna be real.
Exactly, because this is super scary, this pull. Even so, you know, Omega Lol made it look relatively easy, but it is super difficult. So it could just be a case of seeing it.
I think that Evolved has actually kind of surprised me over the course of the whole entire weekend. Yeah, they're fighting a massive uphill battle with Womegalol right now, but I think that like what we've just seen from Evolved, and also back whenever they were evolving, it's one of those things that this team, I didn't expect to be good at like a last stand format for their dungeons, because they're a team that, at least from my perspective, they're very calculated, they're very consistent. They're good at getting runs going over and over again, but they don't have the highest ceiling in every single situation, but they're really good strategy-wise. And so I didn't think that they were going to be like super great last stand format-wise, but they've actually proven that they can be really, really solid, at least in this format. And this format is hard. We saw from Yeppers and Ethical, like these are two teams that could have gotten top 2 in their weekend if a couple of things go a little bit different for them. But like, the format is really atypical, and it's like Yeppers and Ethical have struggled with the format heavily, and Evolve being able to kind of get things running with this format was surprising to me.
You know, I'm all for saying positive things about the team, but Yeppers also lost to Incarnation, which was a team that did 0 practice. So, you know, we'll see. You got to take the positives with the negatives for the team. They've definitely like shown up here this weekend, but I think obviously the name of the competition this weekend has been pretty much Womegalol crushing.
Look at
I think we've noticed the same thing.
Look at what's going on in the bottom right, though.
Yeah. I noticed it. I'm not trying to pay attention to it because Doa's not on desk to talk about the enhanced shaman, but you know, I guess we have to pay
Necrolord
attention.
enhanced shaman as well. This is interesting. I would have kind of expected to see like a Night Fae out of them, or even a Venthyr for here, but yeah, the Necrolord as well. So there's that enhancement shaman joining the Warlock and the Destrolock and filling out one more of the specs in our MDI spec bingo that we nearly have all 36 now that we've seen over the course of this season. Pretty crazy. And
I was going to say on Friday we had the enhanced shaman yet to tick off, so I think Ethical heard that and thought, you know what?
How much did Adrian bribe these guys to play this spec?
That's a good question. Yeah, or Doa somewhere out in the somewhere out there, you know, sending out some gold. Yeah, now we'll see if the contract was just for one attempt or if they actually stick with it for the next go in this Nelt Slayer. But I'm actually curious. I wonder what the enhanced shaman is for, because you don't really have anybody that's benefiting a lot from Wind Fury Totem in here. I guess the Blood Decay actually does gain a medium amount, as does the Serve Hunter, but it's not a huge amount compared to some specs. The single target's not bad though on that spec.
Do Infernal Melees benefit from Wind Fury?
They don't anymore. No, they did on Shadowlands beta. Infernals did benefit from Wind Fury Totem, and that was regrettably fixed in a big fun detected moment. Yeah.
I wonder why.
Does the Blasphemy stream? I have a question. Does it stream?
Yeah, maybe the Blasphemy does. That I could see that slipping through the cracks, but I haven't heard of it. I guess we would know about it from Raid as well, so no, I don't think it does.
Well, they wouldn't be in that group in Raid.
Well, they would be if it did, though. Like if it did on PTR, they would be.
Yeah, that's fair. Ooh, Lamike for Womegalol proccing his Purgatory on this deckhand pull. This is not the pull that you would like to purg on, especially since there are two, I would say, arguably a little bit more dangerous pulls that are going to be following that deckhand pull. Those deckhands beat up your tank a little bit. It's quite unfortunate that he ended up proccing Purgatory there, though.
They are super brutal. They have the Haymaker, and also it's raging, so I believe a couple of them had some raging Haymakers, which is not ideal.
Power still lingering within these rocks.
Yeah, I don't know why he's playing an enhanced shaman, man.
Why not?
What does it bring?
fun.
Yeah.
Another tick on the bingo sheet.
It's like a moral boost.
Yeah.
Zyra, why do you think that I've been invited to any key this season? Do you think it's because it's good? No.
I didn't know you had been.
When were you invited to a key?
I got invited to a Halls of Atonement. They may have hit me with the caveat of you have to dispel, but I'm also a moral boost, okay?
All right, yeah, well, they are sticking with it down in the bottom right. Are ethical. Up in the top left, however, Evolved still trying the Nelth Slayer as well. They are not heading over to any of the other dungeons, still working on trying to get another. I think that minute in Nelth Slayer is maybe the best they can hope for, and then they'll have maybe an hour and a half left, and they need to go find 2 more minutes in 2 other dungeons probably, which it's daunting prospect, but it's not impossible. The Gambit and the Theater, I think, are probably their best bets after this Nelth Slayer.
You know
They're
what
gonna
the
be able
best
to-
part of the Enhanced Shaman is at the beginning of every single season, our observers and admins ask us for a specific list of, abilities that are important for the specs we think we'll see in the MDI. And if you look at our UI for the Enhanced Shaman, we literally have 3 buttons underneath their frame because nobody expected an Enhanced Shaman to appear.
Okay, so no, it's not that they asked us this at the beginning of the season. They asked us this like 2 seasons ago what we should see for Enhance, and we just didn't have anything listed. I think we put like question marks and we're like, this is not a real spec kind of thing. And now we're here.
Wow.
Now we're getting punished for it because it doesn't have any buttons. Their cooldowns are pretty bad though, so it's not like.
Well, the way their tier set functions as well, they just got those wolves out the whole time, pretty much. If they're getting lucky, which
they just have perma wolves, but like they don't. I mean, is Feral Spirits like really something we need to track?
well, so we've got the Primordial Wave. That's the middle one of the 3. The second one from the left, which
one.
it is a nice button for them to press. Yeah.
Good Astral Shift.
Just to interrupt the Shaman talk, it does look like a Megalore going in, pulling the
bottom left
same
here.
pull. This is so scary because there are so many casts in this.
Oh, they pulled
the
boss
boss
too.
will spawn the Assassins, which you have to interrupt, and you've also got the Rifts that you need to interrupt,
And the-
as well as the Pulsars and the Frontals. There's just so much going on in this pull. Unfortunately, we do lose Tobo.
Did they let him? What did they let? Oh, it was just a. Okay, I know what it was. It was one of the AoE casts from the Ritualist that went off. The what's it called? The Portal? Is that right? Unstable Rift. That's what it's called. They let one of those go
Unstable
off.
Rift, you have to interrupt. The Assassins need to be interrupted. You've also got a heal that you need to interrupt. And all the while, you've got the pulse. You can kind of see the pulsar pulsing in the back there. So you also need to make sure you're killing that super quickly and dodging frontals. So it's a really scary pull. And it'll be super interesting to see if they manage to pull it off. I think it's one of those things that will take some time to practice for sure.
Yeah, it's one of those things similar to like what we saw from the Sloth Theater of Pain, where they're going to AoE grip everything in, then they're just going to kind of rely on an AoE interpretation, right? Maybe Infernal Stun into. Well, they don't have a sweep. I guess Dragon's Breath could be used as a stop. Then you have your other Infernal stops. What other options do they have to interrupt casts? I mean, they have a Mass Grip they could use to actually interrupt casts.
Yeah, they could grip them.
Dragon's Breath?
Could
they
they-
could shining them.
Yeah, they could like Binding Shining, I guess, maybe.
Technically, they could bind in, and then they will teleport out of the bind. That's
Yeah.
something
That doesn't interrupt them though. That's bad
interrupt
because then they're just
cast.
out there
well,
casting.
It will
and
stop.
rooted.
It will stop them if they're bound whenever they're supposed to.
Oh yeah,
use the ability,
if you
they'll
proc
keep
the
it queued
binding
up.
before they teleport,
Yes.
then that's
Yeah.
that's good.
They'll keep it queued up, and then you could kill them through it potentially if you're worried about that kind of thing.
All right, hear me out. Blast Wave. Talent.
No.
Who needs Shimmer?
No.
No.
Okay, so hear me out.
No.
What if they go
I'm very
Arcane? Dranos, I agree with this
No.
line of thinking. What if they go
No.
Arcane
No
and they
Supernova.
spec
No.
Supernova?
No. Stop.
Arcane mages
no.
Arcane mages keep complaining about not having enough CC, and yet whenever I say, what if you spec Supernova, they flame
Okay.
me. But I don't
Yo.
understand. They literally do have CC.
Matt, producer, can you
I'm too
mute-
upset to speak. I
mute
can't.
Dratnos and Tettles and let the mages talk about the mage stuff for just like a minute? Thank
Or
you.
or you could not. Or you could mute both the mages because mages are not people, and Dratnos and I could commentate
Okay, Boomkin.
the remainder of this block.
But yeah, I was gonna say there's lack of orange class in
Didn't ask.
both the
Plus
weekends so
L,
far.
plus ratio, plus you play Moonkin.
Dude.
All right, well.
It does seem like Rockmore is absolutely annihilating a lot of teams so far, but Yepper's managing to get it down very clutch.
Yeah, that boss has definitely got a positive kill-death ratio this weekend, which is pretty rare for bosses, but Rockmora has certainly done it. Womegalol in the bottom right are getting ready to start up another Gambit, but the other 3 teams that we have on our screen are all working on this Nelth Slayer, trying to match what Womegalol have done in here.
Angel.
But, you can see Evolved, that smash just taking out Hollow there.
That was through Desperate Prayer, too. That's kind of nuts.
I have a
That's
question.
Hollow. That's Bazook.
Is a 0 death NL doable? Or is this just a dungeon where you're like, okay with 2 deaths? You're like, I'm down. Get me out.
Lucky escape with just 2. I think it's definitely possible. It's just one of those dungeons that people have had less practice in. Let's say it being a Legion dungeon. So
Rockmora
there's
is
just
also
so many mobs in here that can kill you. You know, one stone bolt doesn't get interrupted. That person's probably dead.
Yeah. Yeah.
The avalanches as well. In the pack that Ethical are facing right now, the avalanches also do so much damage.
I got sent a diagram of how to dodge avalanche by the Ethical guys. It was very good. It was a very good diagram.
What are
You
they?
basically need to move
just
as it comes
sidestep.
out.
Well,
Yeah, no. So the way it works is the avalanche goes out at the end of the avalanche cast. So as long as you're moving when the avalanche cast ends, you won't get hit. That's it.
Yeah, you need to be constantly moving. It's not like the cast goes off and then you move. There's a ground effect. You need to move as it comes out. Literally just put your auto run button on.
Yeah, there was a very
I'll put it in our
popular
talent
weak
channel.
aura back in the day where if anything near you was casting avalanche, just the spell avalanche was cast. There was giant text on your screen that said avalanche is about to kill
air
you.
horde. Dude,
Yeah.
I had the air horde assigned to it too. I was just thinking about that earlier whenever we were doing the dungeon, just having PTSD, people talking about the avalanche, and I just still hear the air horn going off every single time the avalanche cast starts going. I'm like, oh.
And the funny
Just
thing as
quickly, can
well-
we appreciate 40's transmog here? I'm just admiring it.
Look, we have Avalanche incoming in the middle of our screen as well.
as Solwinus got hit by the avalanche on Yepper's side. Very unfortunate.
The funny thing as well with that weak aura is that they've used avalanche as other casted abilities from time to time, and that weak aura will pop up because it's not the original one wasn't set to only appear in Mythic Plus, so it'll like show up in raids as well. Love weak auras.
Oh, well, yeah, those back in Legion, our weak auras were designed really poorly.
Oh, they were not well set up.
So yeah, there was a bunch of them that are like that where it'll just show up on random abilities. I'm just like, okay, that's not what I was hoping to see that pop back up, and so I need to make sure that I delete old weak auras from time to time.
Well, lots
It's kind
of
of similar
problems
to the
across
Quaking
board.
weak aura.
Yeah, it's very similar to
You
that.
see it, but you don't care.
Oh, I care. I hate it.
Didn't stop me getting locked in my font Fire Mage window in BFA.
Oh man.
Noob.
That's a sound that I didn't want to hear again. Oh, dude, I'm actually so looking forward to Season 4. I think there's going to be a lot of really cool picks. I mean, Fire Mage is actually going to be kind of nutty in Season 4. Calling it now, Fire Mage #1 tyrannical DPS. Get Mechagon Bracers back. It's going to be so fun.
Yeah.
Ugh.
The cursed braces, the not loved memory of trying to get them for most people, but yeah, it's insane that we'll be getting them back.
If
I'm
anybody from the
excited.
World of Warcraft developer team is actually watching this, I would really like a buff to balance Druid. If you could help me out. I'm using my platform for good right now.
That is extremely debatable.
That's divisive for sure.
Called Nagura.
All right, well, Megalol up in the top right are going to be making this one phase again on Hillbrand, and actually it's going to be a really quick Hillbrand split for them as well. That 4-minute mark with their strategy is something where if they can meet that, they are zooming, and that's exactly what they're about to do here. This is going to be a 3:56 Hillbrand. Yeah, so they are on pace for potentially a really, really fast run. But the thing about what Womegalol are doing is they keep wiping on that Solia pull at the end of the dungeon. But, there's not really any cost for them, right? They have such good times in all the dungeons that doing something like this, spending 3 hours to try and gain 1 minute off of a really dangerous pull at the end of a dungeon, there's not really much else better for them to be doing right now, unlike every other team in our tournament.
Is the projected time save in Gambit actually a minute? I was thinking it was going to be like 35 seconds.
I think a minute is reasonable, yeah, for doing all the trash onto the last boss, basically. Like,
Okay.
I mean, you cut a pull out of the dungeon. Oh, Tobo going down from Megalol, that's going to end their perfect dungeon. Maybe they can keep it going, but the perfection has certainly washed off here.
Yeah, it could have been a pesky tidal blast from the casters.
I don't think that they necessarily need a perfect run to be able to improve their time, especially for something like a minute. Like they can afford like a 5-second death penalty, especially at a death as inconsequential as this. Their biggest deal is the strategy that Dratnos was talking about. Being able to do that massive pull into the last boss and getting that down cleanly is incredibly dangerous and difficult to execute. But like they don't need a perfect run to be able to actualize that time gain that's going to be coming almost 100% through routing in this key.
Well, into the hooktail pull for them. See, I wonder if the Gambit is the best place for them to spend their time. I think, yeah, they can probably make 30 seconds up here, but I really want to see them go to DOS, honestly.
Me
Sub
too.
20 and
I
DOS
need
is
it.
definitely easily doable.
Yeah, but the thing about the DOS is like they don't have any bigger pulls in there. They just have like a cleaner run, but they actually are trying a faster Gambit, right? So they're trying a
You
minus
just don't
one
want
pull.
them to do a sub 20 because you don't want titles to be right.
Thank you. That's what
I do
I'm
need
saying.
I do need the DOS time to stay above 20 minutes.
So-
It has become very clear to me how vulnerable my position is here, but it looks like I might be able to squeak out. We've only got an hour and 40 minutes left, and I think I might be okay.
The thing with the Gambit versus the DOS is like you're gonna get like a similar time save, and with the DOS you have to, like Dretnos was saying, play it cleaner to be able to get the 30 to 45 seconds off of it that we think that they can get. Whereas with the Gambit, first off, it's an 11-minute key. Like you're never gonna be that mad at an 11-minute key, especially if they're only wiping like 6 or 7 minutes in. It's reasonably easy to cut down a lot on the time there, and at the same point, they're saving about the same time that they would otherwise be saving in that DOS, at least from my perspective. Arguably, it's harder to get the time, but it's going to be a similar time save. You're able to shotgun twice as many attempts.
Yeah, I was going to say a similar thing where DOS is quite a long key, so they'd have to play the entire key much cleaner, whereas opposed to Gambit where they're just trying to get one pull down, and it doesn't take that long to even get to that pull as well, with it being quite a short dungeon. So where we have an hour and a half left, or just over. It kind of makes the most sense to be practicing this one pull if they can do it.
Yeah. But also, I just want to see Dratnos be wrong. It'll be funny.
Agree.
Yeah, but this way Tettles is going to be wrong, which is even funnier. However, that hooktail split, okay, so we've got, what, 7:15 on the hooktail split here for Womegalol. That is just on time with their previous best. Yeah, so they are potentially on track here if they can make this big pull work out up in the top right. This is going to be a pivotal one for them. If it doesn't work out, they can just go again, but it costs them 10 minutes every time it doesn't, so they only have a few more attempts at this before the tournament's over to try and cement this glory and really prove that they are global finals caliber.
I have a question. So I started cooking lunch and I saw Evolved swap to double Warlock. Why did they swap off of the double lock? Completely irrelevant to what you just said, but why did they swap off the double lock? Okay.
Demo is not a good dungeon spec. It's just not.
Look at this, though. The Womegalol up in the top right, they're kind of okay. Oh, there's the Angel coming out for them. No, they're not okay. There's a Purg as well. Most of the mobs are nearly dead. There's Ice Block to try and keep them alive for this. That Pulsar is doing so much damage to the group.
Please kill the
my
Pulsar!
goodness.
Slowly dying.
We don't, and the Starseer's dead as well.
And the Ur Relic is dead too. Okay, they're fine. They're safe.
Oh, the Ur Relic is
They're
going to be able to top
now.
them up. We're reviving.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They just have to get these heal casts. As long as
Yeah, they didn't even have an Angel
for
form. It was I thought it was, but it wasn't. So they haven't had any deaths on this pull. That was just Tobo's one death earlier in the dungeon.
That's okay. They can cleave
We can
down
spell
these
steal
two.
that. Yeah. It's
Alright.
that heal
Wow.
comes with a haste buff that you can spell steal as well. So Dr. J gonna get a little bit of value. Don't mind if we do. And so Leah
other thing
nearly
as well-
pushing phase.
Yeah, once Celia pushes, they can just very easily finish off these ads, so they just really want to push Celia damage right now. Maybe
Yeah.
the next set of assassins would be important to do, but I mean, once they're done with this phase, they have the Lust coming up in like a minute. This is going to be really, really fast.
Yeah, so the problem is, there is still that Starseer over to the side they have to watch out for. You can see it's getting mind-soothed right now, but sometimes it can be pretty dangerous to leave that thing there, and if they pull it too soon, especially with all their resources committed there, yeah, you can see they're trying to figure out how to connect with it. Igloo gonna go in with the fade, and done. Beautiful. Starseer is not in combat with them. Exactly what that was supposed to look like. Here comes that rest of the trash that they need for their count now. And yeah, if this works out for Womegalol, this is potentially going to be sub 11 minutes here. Oh no, Ricky Town. D-Res is up in a
10.
bit here.
10?
Yeah.
Their
So
loss
it's
is
not the end of the
15
world.
as well.
That's
So,
actually very big, though. He lost all of his Reign of Chaos stacks. Now he'll be able to build up a little bit on these 3 mobs. They actually need to keep them alive for him, otherwise he's not going to be able to do that much damage here. The Lust will come up. That'll help a lot. He can get the Infernal off cooldown, but their single target damage is going to suffer pretty badly because of that. Let's see how it goes, though. I mean, they have the Combust, they have the Lust. Everything is going to be going crazy for them here. Infernal's not quite up yet, but the damage is about to accelerate a lot here.
Yeah, just to touch on that as well, Dr. J spell stealing the haste buff. Just he then popped combust, and it was a nice big single target combust on the boss. Oh, it's so sketchy, this boss.
He GS'd himself. It's fine. All right.
Okay,
so
here's another Starseer question. It looks like one of the relics is pretty close there. Igloo getting just behind it.
Fade's a good button.
Oh no!
Okay.
Fade's coming
Did
in.
it go through?
It went through, yeah.
Yeah, so
Starseer.
they are going to have to fight the Starseer now, and they don't need the count from it, so they just literally have to probably kill the first Pulsar it creates in the second tier, and then they can continue to ignore it and dodge its frontals. But dodging those frontals while the other stuff is going on is going to be a little bit of a pain. Are they even just leaving the Pulsar? Yes, they are saying, so Leah's health is the only thing we need to worry about. That Wandering Pulsar, Igloo's got us. That Collapsing Star that's just spawning, Igloo's got us. Everything that might kill us,
No.
we will just get healed.
They're
Okay,
doing
they are
the
doing
Collapsing Star. They're doing the Pulsar.
Dr. J's on fire.
No, I
And now
get
he's in
it.
a pod.
No, I get the call because you're not going to beat your time without rushing the boss, and if you don't do that, like, who cares? You just go again.
Yeah.
So that's fine.
There it is.
You know, it was a good
Yeah.
attempt.
Timer not upgraded.
The pulsar's unfortunate because you have to take away damage from the boss to then put on the pulsar, and it's not ideal.
So they're just YOLOing they're YOLO praying that the star positioning is such to where
Yeah,
they
it's
don't
better
end up
than
accidentally. Yeah,
And
so they don't
the thing
actually
is,
pull
like, we
Starseer.
see MDI teams do this sometimes during cup play, right? And there it's so risky. But here, you know, if you get 10 attempts at a dungeon, right? Like, I don't know, one of them's going to work out eventually, right?
We saw them mess it up a couple. Like, okay, so whenever they were doing the dungeon earlier on in the weekend, we saw them mess it up, and they would actually be able to just like focus down the Starseer. They can get it killed off in time, but they have to crank a bunch of damage into it. And then, like, their Solia damage suffers heavily if they end up pulling that Starseer because they also have to kill off one of the Wandering Pulsars. And it's like, it's something that we have seen them be able to get it killed off in the past, but it's not time efficient, and they have, like, a lot of time. They're basically playing with house money in the time department there. Evolved, looking decent in their Nelth Lair. You do see Bazook has died on this pack here. They do have 2 deaths in this dungeon. They don't have a battle res for him right here.
He should release. Yeah,
He should release. They're
and then
gonna
run back.
summon. Yeah, they're gonna summon him, I think.
He can get back to the group by the time the trash is dead. It's actually really close. People are
Yeah.
hesitant to release here because that 3-pack is in the way, but he's the priest himself. He can just mind soothe and he'll be with the group like in the next 10 seconds.
That's a good point.
Yeah, it can be sketchy to skip that pack.
I mean, they'll drop a stone. He'll get here before the stone and summon are done.
Hurry.
They should just
Summon
be
him.
eating. Like he could be, if he just ran, he would be here.
Mage activity.
But okay, well, whatever. Maybe he was getting a food buff while they were summoning. Maybe that's the play. I don't know.
Well, I don't know if that's the play, but maybe. I like how Shelly's actually using the Scouring Tithe on these ads that are coming off the top, these Devour ads. That's actually such a smart ability for him to be using that Kyrian Destro lock ability on them.
Yep. Big damn. Yeah, I like the grip usage as well. We talked about this a little bit earlier. The way those devout ads work is they have a spot in the middle of the room that they run to first, and then they run to the boss. If you grip or knock them away before they reach that spot, they still have to run to the center of the room. So gripping the ads to the boss right away doesn't make the boss eat them right away. It's very counterintuitive, but once people found that out, it gives you a lot more time to actually burn them down.
I think that's a lot more relevant for high keys, though, where the ads are more of a problem, especially in like this 21. Yeah. We're watching the Destro lock just kind of crush them, but I do remember on higher levels, you would need like to commit like an Ursul's Vortex or some real amount of CC to them to make sure that the boss didn't eat them. Naraxis already at 40% HP after that first cast. Evolved is absolutely melting the boss here. It's kind of funny how fast these Legion bosses die, not only with the Infernal affix, but just in general, how much HP they have relative to the amount of DPS these players are doing. Man,
just the amount of damage that goes out on this key level is pretty disgusting.
Yeah.
Write
I mean,
a little note in the notebook. This should not be a great push dungeon.
you remember TGP? Court of Stars, they did it on a 29.
Yeah.
But they spent 6.5 minutes on the final boss because they could. The timer wasn't tight. It was more just like, can you not wipe to the final boss? A team almost timed to 28 or something with a full wipe, didn't they?
Yeah, they almost did. I don't think this Nelth's on Tyrannical is anywhere near doable on 29, let alone like 26 or 25.
Well, I can't say that I'd like to try.
I remember
one-shot inabilities even on a 21, so...
back in Legion, doing a 27 Nelths was one of the highest level, like, highest difficulty keys you could do. And this is when people were doing, 29 lowers, 30 lowers, 28 in every other key. So yeah, Nelthus is one of the highest scaling difficulty keys we had back in Legion. It's tough.
Rockmora doesn't mess around. He does not play. And people kind of meme about the Chinese Rockmora during the MDI finals, but that boss was so hard to deal with if you didn't have basically a perfect composition or you weren't like super well practiced. Evolved here on the final pull in Nelth's Lair doing double Scorpion. This is one of the most scary pulls. Like the big linchpin, I think, on this pull generally has been Alex's HP. Dargrul with his landside cast and his hammer are incredibly dangerous. The Molten Crash is going to be coming out after that landslide, and you do see Alex with that Dancing Rune weapon. He's fine. Bazooka is starting to drop pretty low because him and Maskin are tanking both of the double Scorpion, being the two farthest players at range. But now their HP is starting to stabilize as that Lust has come through.
Kill the Dominator, please. Oh, they're good. Just the Observer alive, and they're going to get a few last stacks of this Infernal buff. And I want to point out something they could do is there is still room for optimization here. They could banish one of the previous pack Infernals and actually keep that damage buff on the boss rolling, right? They could make the boss take more damage for longer, but they haven't really like figured out how to optimize that yet. None of the teams really have. So, I mean, there is still plenty of optimization left in the
my goodness.
There was a single-digit HP on their Death Knight
Yeah,
there.
okay.
I think I saw
it was fine.
It was all planned, calculated.
Yeah, one of the things we're not seeing, and part of the reason this dungeon was and still continues to be so difficult, is every single boss has really tough difficulty curves to it. Remember, on this boss specifically, I forget when it was. I think it's the third or the fourth Molten Crash AoE does that explodes the crystals. It lines up really poorly with other mechanics on the fight, and is kind of tough to live through.
You would have to CC the Char skin. I remember this.
Yeah, the Char skin. That's what it was.
You would either leave them rooted or trapped, because like it would otherwise like crash into your pillar right as the moment that the wave is going off. Evolved here, going to be able to get a 14-minute run, 13:57 in that NL. Not enough for the best time, around 20 seconds off of where Womegalol was in here, but it's certainly an acceptable time. But it's like Zyro was saying earlier. Death by 1,000 paper cuts. They're still just 20 seconds down in pretty much every single dungeon, and it's going to be very difficult for them to catch back up 2 full minutes in one singular key. They would need to be able to do that in 3 or 4 different keys, but on their own.
Man, where do you go if you're Evolved right now? You need to shave off 2 minutes and 15 seconds. You have an hour and 30 minutes of competition left, plus whatever overtime you can scrape out, which... Let's be honest, it's going to be tough to do to line up properly with what they need to get done. You can do maybe a minute in Gambit with the perfect run. I'd say they can probably get maximum of a minute in DOS with a perfect run. What do you do after that? You got to find time elsewhere. It's so rough.
It is, yeah, especially when you're going for, say, a perfect run in a lot of the keys, and DOS being as long as it is.
Yeah,
an hour and a half left. It's just so inefficient.
Yeah, it's like, do you really want to slam a 20-minute key? I think that they go to the Gambit. I think that's where they'll make up a decent bit of their time, because there's like 30 or 45 seconds they can cut off just by cutting down one sanitizing cycle, changing their comp a little bit. It's definitely an interesting question. It looks like they're, if you check the bottom right, are they going to stay in NL here?
Looks like they might. I mean, it wasn't a perfect run. They had a couple boss deaths. Oh,
that Bazooka death cost them like 20 seconds by itself, I think.
Yeah.
But then where else are they going to make up the time? I don't know.
I don't know. Did they one phase? They had to have one phase Dularog. So, man, what do you do? It's just... I think something. Okay, so here's the strategy, right? With the Infernal Affix, the way it works is there's 3 waves of Infernals that spawn, right? And the idea is when you kill an Infernal, it drops a green circle on the ground. If you soak that green circle, you get a pulsing AoE buff around you that increases the damage of taken of everything around you by 1% per stack, if I remember properly. Think that's right? Anyways.
Checks out.
What you can do with the Warlock in your group is you can actually extend the buff, right? You kill 2 Infernals, a little bit spread out, right? You banish the 3rd Infernal, kill it so that you can extend the duration of the debuff until you get the next wave of Infernals. And that way you can have 1 long damage increase taken on the boss instead of just having like 3 smaller debuffs that all time out individually. There is actually a lot of time to be gained if you do this properly. You might even be able to beat the first intermission phase on Ulrog. I don't know if that's really possible, but maybe you can actually...
The problem is just how hectic the boss encounter is, right? And how much other stuff is going on.
There is so much going on at that point.
Dark Rule doesn't mess around.
That has to do it, though. I mean, it's not necessarily that intensive of a thing to do. Focus Infernal, banish Infernal. Done.
Okay, so on Ulrog and on Rockmora, I agree. On Dark Rule, the issue that I see is like the Warlock is your primary damage source on that boss. And he is, like, you really need to be killing those Scorpions. And I don't know if Shelly can necessarily afford to commit globals like that. I'm unsure of the answer. Like, he may be able to commit, like, it's just 1 global for Banish, like you were saying. But at the same point, like, how tight is that last pull with double Scorpion? Is it 1, like, can you even afford 1 global, or is it going to cost you a lot?
Bring back the second Warlock.
I don't think that is it. Bazook going down. Bazook going down almost instantly for Evolve. That's an unfortunate situation for them. He went down during the Lust.
You know what might be a hidden insane pick for this dungeon instead of the Mage or the DH we see from a couple other teams?
Is that
not Enhanced Shaman, but Ellie Shaman.
Ellie Shaman.
Earthquake knockdowns for a lot of these casts might be insane, and also the access to Ancestral Guidance to help just keep your team living for an extra 10 seconds on some of the more dangerous pulls could be really, really good. It's also just a generally decent damage class when you spec into the right thing, but, I mean, we're just kind of spitballing here, trying to figure out how to make this work, because that's what the teams here kind of have to do, right? They don't really have that much practice in this dungeon. This is a lot of, like, just doing it live.
Ethical going pretty small, I think, in this Ularog Crag Shaper room. So they're just doing the Hulk with the Shaper pack. This is like a really... They did get the Pelter that was off to the right, so it's not as small as just doing the Hulk with the patrolling Hulk with the pack that's on the left, but it's not as big as some of the other teams that we've actually seen grab that that double Pelter pack that's in the corner. And so now they're having to do this pack by itself. I think that... I mean, this is like pretty slow. But at the same point, Ethical is in a spot where I think they're pretty much in a checkmate position from here.
Yeah, they're kind of in the position where they need to get a time on the board and then maybe spend, again, the last precious hour and 20 trying to whittle down some minutes, seconds here and there. So it could just be a case of let's just get a run on the board at this point. You can see Depleter Squad and Ethical yet to put a Natharian's Lair on theirs.
Yeah, it's just been a rough competition for both of them. I think they both underperformed compared to what they would have expected of themselves, but at least they showed up and they played some strong keys, and they can still finish off and put up some solid times at the end of the day here. So
yeah,
not the end
actually
of the world.
Between Ethical, Yeppers, and Depleter Squad, there is still a race for 3rd, 4th, 5th, right? That does need to play out, and especially for the teams that don't have a Nelth Slayer time up, even if you're Ethical and you have faster times than Depleter Squad in a lot of dungeons, you do have to finish and put up a Nelth Slayer time if you want to beat them, because if Depleter Squad just do, a 20-minute run, all of a sudden they would overtake if Ethical can't actually just finish a Nelth Slayer.
It looks like Womegalol is kind of just waiting around. The pressure, they don't have immense pressure.
They did their
anymore.
first pull and they just hearthed a couple minutes ago, or a couple seconds ago. So I don't know exactly what they're up to as well. I think they might just be kind of watching and seeing if anybody else has any kind of crazy thing they're pulling out at the end here. Because if you're Womegalol, right, and you're like, how do we lose this tournament? it probably involves Evolved doing something crazy in a dungeon in this last little bit of time. And so maybe if you're Womegalol, your best chance to counteract that is to just be like watching and just be ready to immediately go wherever they go and copy whatever they do and get back that time and use those 2 extra minutes you have to make up for being less prepared on it.
Would be kind of crazy for them to bust out some weird tactic at the 14th hour.
Look, I'm not saying it's likely, but I'm saying if you're thinking about how do we lose this tournament as Womegalol, that's got to be the sort of thing that's crossing your mind. Although Evolved or Womegalol now starting up that key again, and we'll see if they can get this this gambit done.
Yeah, have to see. Evolved in for another Rockmore run here. See how that goes for him. I mean, they kind of sat there thinking for a while about what they wanted to do in this dungeon. We've seen that from a couple teams. Well, Megalol has been notorious this weekend for doing a couple practice runs of a dungeon and then just sitting at the key for like 20 minutes. And we're all sitting here wondering,
did
what
they
are they
just
doing?
kill every idol? What are they doing?
They killed everyone.
They're
but
killing the wrong
yeah.
idols. What are they?
Yeah, they're trolling.
Now,
Yeah.
this is something that I'm very familiar with from my Neltharian's Lair runs, which is you all kind of assume that somebody is tracking it, right? But then you get to the end, or maybe you all have 5 different ones.
Can we zoom in on 40's transmog, perhaps? I want to see what exactly is he wearing. Oh man, never mind, he's gone. All right,
Get
he was
trolled.
wearing something.
Production said
something
no.
weird. A bunch of dude. The dwarf season, we've seen some cursed mogs. All of the teams just have the most cursed mogs.
Bucket helmet, bis.
Yeah.
The people are trying to one up each other. I mean, there was one of the depleter guys had, like, I think it was their hunter had just an insanely doomed transmog as well.
Some say a good transmog increases your DPS. However, the teams have found that the worse your transmog is, the more DPS you do gain.
I just don't transmog. Whatever gear I have on is the gear I have on, and that's just what I have to deal with. Who was it
Yeah.
that had? It was it Cuties only that was all wearing top hats and wearing alpaca mounts?
Yeah.
Yes.
Was that the name of the team? I forget.
There was Witness Cuties.
Witness
that
Cuties.
did
Thank you.
that.
Cuties only was
Yeah.
a guild.
Mm.
Witness Cuties. Thank you.
Yeah.
I really think that they should remove transmog from the game. It really takes away from the prestige of doing raid.
Right.
You won't.
You're
tweet
just
that.
really proud of the gear that you've got. Everyone needs to see you've got that glove slot from that boss.
I use the Shadowlands default mog, yeah, like Xyronic. I just wear the gear that I have obtained. I don't need. There's no reason for me to mog, and I think that other people should be forced to play this way as well.
Is that why you were wearing the bracers from last tier for all of progression this tier? Just
That
because
was
you like
that
the
was for
mog
other
on it?
reasons. That was for other reasons.
Okay.
Oh man, this pull from Evolved always so scary. You got to be dodging avalanches the entire time. You have no time to stand still and do anything. As even the tank and healer classes, look at them all just running in circles. Oh, I love this POV.
Yeah,
was
very
super scary.
dangerous here. Every time that avalanche cast finishes, you have to be moving, and if you're near anybody else, it's extra danger as well. But they've done a good job of handling it here. And
It's
actually,
not
Evolved are looking great in this Nelth Slayer that they're putting together right now.
It's not just when the avalanche cast finishes. It's like you need to be pre-moving the cast starting almost, because like if you don't start moving whenever the it's not just when the cast finishes, but I think it picks your trajectory based on where you are when the cast starts. And then the rock slide is so fast that if you didn't pre-move that, then you're dead. There was a couple of mechanics like that as well, like the upper Karazhan. Hot tip if you go back into upper Karazhan next season, by the way, you have to move for Glazer. The last boss, you have to move for his eye beam. You need to make sure that you're pre-moving that, otherwise.
V something.
Vizidoom.
Vizardoom, thank you.
Vizdoom the Watcher
Yes.
or something, right?
Vizardoom
Yeah.
the Watcher, that's what it is, not Observer.
Pre-move his eye beam. That's the hot tip for next season. Pre-move his eye beam.
God, I can't.
Oh, Shelly down for Evolved up in the top right. That is going to hurt their prospects here. They do have a battle res, but it would have to be Alex, who's currently busy kiting. Alex runs back in, deploys the battle res, runs back out again. That's enough of that.
Tiptoes back in. Tiptoes back out.
Yeah.
Walks in, walks out.
I guess I'll
contemplates
res you,
everything.
I'm out of here.
Mortal coils the mob.
Yeah, I mean, it can just kind of see, we talk about it a lot, but just how scary some of this trash can be, just with the... It can very much go wrong at any point.
Man, You know what I want back for Legion dungeons? I want Legion legendaries back. Give me old Sefus. I want to slam Sefus on mobs.
Okay.
During bosses.
How do you feel about gear swapping, Zyro?
I was initially very against it, but I am okay with it being a thing with it not being in the game right now.
Yeah, so for those who didn't play back in Legion, what you could do is anytime you were out of combat, you could swap your gear. And so people would have these sets with these defensive legendaries and trinkets for certain pulls and certain encounters.
Yeah,
Scary boss.
Where you would put on Pride As, you'd put on a Fell Shield Emitter, those sorts of trinkets from all these different places, and you'd do that on a pull-by-pull basis. And I mean, yeah, it is interesting tactically as well that the teams don't have access to that now and are having to choose a loadout for the whole dungeon. So are there places in Nelstar in particular where you think that maybe affects what sorts of pulls are possible? Do you think that maybe explains part of why the pathing looks different? Or do you think that's more just like the modern class design being different?
It depends on like utility legendaries. Like a lot of the times you would like swap to utility legendaries for 1 or 2 specific pulls, and then you'd be wearing like BIS damage options more often than not. Because things like you would just be swapping between like BIS AoE legendary, BIS single target legendary, depending on like boss or trash pull. And then beyond that, there was some like really niche options utility wise. So it kind of depends on like what utility legendary options these classes would have. Like maybe you would play. Okay, you would never play an Affliction Warlock. But say if you were playing an Affliction Warlock for God knows what reason, you could slam on the slow ring.
It doesn't exist anymore though. But yeah, it's not.
Is there no slow attached to it
anymore. It's a curse ring now.
Yeah,
there's no slow attached to it anymore. They nerfed it.
Oh, cringe.
That being said, yeah, people would have. You'd have like your AoE legendary set. You'd have your single target legendary set. You'd have your AoE with Pridas. Your single target with Pridas. You'd have like a different trinket set. You'd have like probably 5 or 6 different sets. Some tanks had like up to like 12 different sets because tanks would also have to swap to speed sets in between.
Yeah,
pulls.
speed sets.
Put on your fast boots plus Sefus for move speed, and yeah, there was a lot of
stride and the
heroic
leap shoulders. Can I interest anybody in the triple heroic leap shoulders?
There was a couple of niche situations as well, like Herja in Halls of Valor. You would need 20% avoidance in order to do that boss on Tyrannical. It was just, you could not do it without it. So there was a couple of times where you'd need specific gear setups just for certain areas of dungeons.
Yeah, it's another interesting difference on TR as well, is right, the lack of tertiaries. You don't have any avoidance or speed, although you can use the speed Shadowlands gems, which a lot of people do choose to do.
You would have a lower item level set with avoidance on the gear just because avoidance was, it still is to this day, one of the best defensive stats to a lot of boss mechanics in the game. 20% avoidance is actually just 20% DR to most abilities, most dangerous boss abilities.
I didn't realize that you could get more than 20% avoidance this expansion. I didn't realize that until this season that you could go up to like, somebody was at like 45% avoidance in a Discord I was in, and they were talking about it. I was like, what in the world are you doing with 45% avoidance?
It's just so hard to actually get it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you can put in speed gems to be cool if there's an avoidance
a
gem.
lot of our players have been using you have the BFA speed gem, and you have the Shadowlands one as well that's like plus 13 speed for each Shadowland gem you have equipped. And especially for people like Blood Death Knights, it's actually really, Blood Death Knights and Priests in particular, that are among the least mobile, and especially without like Goblin Jump available. That can be really big for saving 15 seconds, 20 seconds over the course of a whole dungeon, plus making it possible to move out of mechanics and potentially save your life.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys remember as well, in Legion dungeons, you used to have, were they Lightfoot potions? I think you maybe touched on it a bit earlier, or the Sky Step potions. They were such a crucial part to Mythic Plus, and we just don't have anything like that anymore. And even in Nel Slayer, you'd have the tank pop the speed pot to gather up the entire first pull.
The really big thing that we had back then that we don't have now is the engineering beacon.
Oh, the failure detection pylon.
The failure detection
pylons, yeah.
There's been a failure detect. There's been a failure detect. I mean, it would have saved Evolve's run right there. If they had failure detection pylons, they wouldn't have had to town portal whenever their healer died because they didn't have a res. They would instead be able to slam down that failure detection pylon on Bazook. He would immediately res, and you'd be good to go. You wouldn't even need to res him. It was chill.
Man.
Yeah, the pylon could res any amount of people who were near it, right?
Yep, sent me deep down a rabbit hole.
There were dungeons where it was actually just a strategy.
Yeah,
At the beginning of Upper Karazhan, you'd run past all
and
the
lower
ghosts.
as well, right?
drop
you get
a pylon
to like
and
Maiden.
die. Yeah.
Yeah.
Drop a pylon, die. The pylon would res you, not consume your battle res. Notably, it would res everyone, and you'd be able to move on with the rest of the dungeon. Same thing in Cathedral. Your healer would run past all the trash, run up to the boss room, die, pylon, and everyone would die downstairs after killing the trash. Healer would take the pylon and then res everyone. Good times.
Yeah.
Yeah, crazy. What a time to be alive. All the Zoomers in chat are like, what are they talking about? What are all these items?
Casters.
Okay,
Yeah.
we make fun of Doa for the story time. We've just literally
We went on a little
went
bit of
down a
story
rabbit
time
hole.
there, yeah.
We've just hit
Yeah.
the
A bit of nostalgia.
I mean, all of
Back
us
in my
started doing
day.
keys back in Legion, though. This was the expansion that Mythic Plus began in, so it's so iconic, and I'm so grateful we get to go back here. As you can see, Yepper's actually setting up this kite pull with Roth running away from that pack, keeping them all at max range, and this is really big here. As long as you have threat on these mobs, they're just not going to do anything for the rest of this. They're going to run at you, but Lizelle going to hit them with that vengeful retreat, keep them
Wait.
slowed as well. And
This is like the best this
yeah,
has gone for him. This is
Really,
actually insanely fast.
really quick by Yepers, and yeah, very not dangerous aside from those bursting stacks. But if there's no other damage coming out, bursting stacks are very, very manageable. It's when they're combined with jagged discs that you start seeing people dying.
Yes, we was talking about perhaps seeing this tactic from Omega Lol before, and we didn't see it. But it's nice because I think one thing I was thinking was, with the Survival Hunter and the Warlocks, you want to keep everything grouped. So it's nice the way they are doing these pulls where the tank... What? Did they fail the skip here?
Yeah, they failed this. Their Warlock failed the skip. The Imprison ran out, and I guess it wasn't Mind-Soothed. How is Roth going to get in? Okay, the Mind-Soothes up now. Grip from the Priest.
Oh,
Nope, he's
the
in combat.
grip.
He is in combat. So is the Priest. And that is a Town Portal.
Just after they perfectly executed the last pull as well.
Unfortunate. Let's see. Oh, Depleter Squad's in the Nelth now. Let's go. Are they going to get through Rockmora? Verb's already unfortunately down, but this boss does have a habit of dealing with the DPS very, very quickly. Evolved, about to get into another Rockmora run as well, man. We were not off par yesterday a lot when we were talking about this dungeon. Just get past Rockmora, get past the trash after the first boss, and you could do the rest of the dungeon. But man, Rockmora actually has been that wall in this dungeon that a lot of teams are having issues getting past.
Go ahead and run.
Yeah, certainly racked up a number of kills on our teams across the day.
I mean, the boss is okay. So it's one of those things that like the skitters hit hard, and if you don't have, okay, so for Depleter Squad, they're running a Windwalker Monk, and so like Windwalker Monk, Serve Hunter, Destrolock should basically have zero problems being able to get the skitters killed off, assuming that Verb is alive. But it's one of those things that if you're not running that third DPS option, if you are running instead like a mage, or if you're running like a rogue or demon hunter, something that doesn't have
Quadruple
great...
kill for Depleter Squad.
This happens.
Oh no. Triple kill.
Oh, it was 4. The priest died too. Oh man. Oh, I guess it was a triple kill because the monk was already dead. Okay. Well, hate to see it.
Yeah, I wonder how much Police Squad or even a couple of the teams played in Legion, whether they've seen this dungeon before.
That's a good point. I mean, they might not have ever played back then. I guess we don't know enough about them. All we know from them, and this is the team right that met up in LFG,
LFG,
right?
I believe.
Yeah,
they did a weekly no leavers, and it was implanted on the brain that much that they then formed their MDI team.
Weekly no leavers are the best.
Oh yeah.
Did you guys ever do death run dungeons at the end of last season where you would just walk into the start of the key and just die until the timer depleted, then you just talk to Bonsomdi?
It was
Get your
last
buff.
season, or are you talking
in
about
Last
recent?
expansion. Last expansion.
Yeah.
Oh yes, I get some.
That's a weekly
I
no
get some
leaver.
King's Rest homework keys that were like that. I did a Siege of Borealis homework key that was like that.
You would pull
keys.
trash. Okay, so for those who don't know, it's sort of similar to Encrypted right now, right? When the timer expires on Encrypted, the cartel associate shows up, and you can use it to summon some relics and like reset your lust and repair and those sorts of things. But in season 2 of BFA with Reaping, it was even more powerful than that. Bonsomdi would show up and let you reset your lust and gain like 20% damage and healing or something as well.
Yeah.
And so if you wanted to just like get a key for your vault, right? If you wanted to just re-roll your key into something else, you could just start a key and then pull some trash to the front of the key and just spam release until the timer was depleted, and then one Somdu would show up and give you your nice little help.
Yep. Good.
Yeah.
The
All right,
true weekly no leavers.
We're too deep into story time now. Let's be honest.
I mean, we're kind of waiting, yeah? So Womegalol has... I mean, they're on a bit of a heater.
I think it's actually really interesting. So Womegalol up in the top right, like, are they going to be able to make this work out on Last Boss, right? Are they going to be able to cleanly do this pull onto Solia and actually not pull that Starseer late or wipe to it early? This is the kind of thing that, you know, that they are pretty much locked to win this tournament at this point, right? There's very little path for Evolved to come back. Evolved could still maybe do it, but it would be crazy at this point. But Womegalol, you know, they've got to start thinking about global finals as soon, right? Like that's are they a global finals caliber team, right? That's what we're looking for when we see can they make pulls like this work out. Yeah, and it looks like they're actually not pulling Solia anymore, so they have backed off of the danger of this pull, and they've said, you know what? Solia come late, after not in on pull, right? Yeah.
They're still a 707 hooktail, so like they're positioned to be able to make up a decent bit of time just with this pull in general. Like Dretno said, I think the Nelf layer for Womegalol was like the final nail in the coffin for the whole entire tournament. If they improve this gambit time by somewhere in the order of 30 seconds, that's just another nail inside the coffin. Just may as well hammer one more in. Don't mind if I do for good measure.
Yeah, they just started so strong with a lot of these dungeons. You know, they play such good times at the start, and same with the Nasalians there as well.
And if you think about it, if you were locked in a coffin, would one nail keep you in, or would there need to be multiple nails as well? So that's why
make sure it's secured.
Just exactly get some more nails in there.
That's why it's the statement is the final nail. It's not because it's the first nail; it's because it's the final one. But then you have a final one.
Right, the extra bonus one.
You put like
honorable mention.
300 pounds of dirt on top, perhaps.
That's the DLC, yeah.
Yeah, so Megalol just really want to make sure that none of these stars go through the mob that's mind-soothed, so fingers crossed.
I don't think that they're in control of this. I think that they're just praying.
I think they are set Are they set locations with the stars when they go through?
So the first one is. The ones that follow are not. And I don't know exactly how they work. They may be relative to player position. They may literally just be random. Unclear as to why they spawn where they spawn for the ones that follow that.
When you can see in the bottom right evolved, I think unfortunately the Holy Priest just got avalanched.
Oh, those avalanches there are actually they don't do a crazy amount of damage. They're not great. You can move out of them if you're moving fast enough. The goal with those is you just make sure that you're not stacked up on top of other people. I think that they didn't kill I think that they miskilled one of their totems and their healer died.
Yeah, because the longer that they stay in this phase, the more damage that's going out on the group. So
absolutely,
they could have killed the wrong totem.
Well, Megalol here, now on Solia in the top right-hand corner of the screen. We're going to be getting another Hyperlight Jolt. It looks like they don't have great positioning on that. Oh, okay, so they didn't have great positioning on the thing with the Starseer. However, they were able to avoid getting it pulled just utilizing Fade and that Mind Soothe. So Womegalol going to be able to get this boss killed off without pulling that Starseer, and they look like they're going to be something in the order of maybe 30 seconds ahead of where they were last time with that 11:46 run.
It's a Tyrannical 23 boss. That's a lot of HP to chew through. Combust is still active for Dr. J, getting one last SKB proc in there. Does he have Power Infusion? No. How low is this going to be? 11:10? 11:15? Don't get by the collapsing stars at the last second, please.
Not bad.
11:11. 1111.
Make a wish.
Wow.
Yeah. It's a special time, some may say.
That's 30 seconds. Yeah.
Man, that's
big time upgrade coming in for Womegalol. And
dude,
meanwhile, Ethical in the top left, wiping to Dargrul as well. So Womegalol putting the extra bonus nail in the coffin. Let's see where they decide to go next, as we have only 1 hour left in our day to start your last key. So again, the way our format works is you can start a key anytime in this last hour, and then you can finish any key you've already started, but you can't start a new key after that hour is up. So We'll see where everybody decides to finish this out. And looking at our leaderboard, I wonder if any of these teams can maybe try and jockey a little bit for position, try and go for that second, that third place maybe that is being held by some of the other teams. Ethical and Depleter Squad in particular, they've got to feel so much pressure here in this Neltslayer. We are also welcoming Makes to the desk here for this final hour, joining all the rest of us. So good to have you with us. Are you at all worried here for Ethical with the wipes on Dargold? Do you think they should maybe just finish this dungeon and keep going to at least put something on the board?
Get a 20-minute run?
I mean a 20-minute run.
They still have I don't
know.
They still have an hour and a little bit, right? So there is no need to rush. They will probably town portal. Yeah, here we go. So no, I meant to say this is the moment, right? Everybody's still kind of crawling around trying to gather or lose rather some of the minutes they have on their timers right now. A lot of the teams in the leaderboard don't have some keys timed, especially that Nelthair's Lair that you were just referencing. So I think it's going to get intense until the very end. A little teeny tiny part of me still believes that Evolve can do it somehow. So we'll wait for that. But yeah, I'm excited.
Yeah, still a believer. I mean, out of all the dungeons with an hour left, it does make the most sense for them to try and get a lead in the Tharian's Lair, because I can't imagine where else they could go to shave some meaningful time off of. DOS being quite a long dungeon, Theatre and Spires, I don't know if would necessarily go there. They already have a good Sanguine Depths. Gambit.
That's what I would say. Gambit, yeah.
There are a couple of pulls in there that might just take some time. We saw Omegalol pull in the last boss room, the trash into the boss, and I think that's a pull that does need some practice. And again, got less than an hour left. So because they've spent so much time in Nelth's Lair, it might just be a case of, right, we've been here for quite a while. Let's see if we can shave some minutes off here.
How do you guys think that what Megalol are going to do, in the finals? So they are coming out of the Last Stand, so I suspect that they're going to have to play against one of the teams that won their weekend. I don't know the bracketing for sure, but I assume that they're going to play against Echo in the first round. That's a tough challenge for them. But we did see Ambition upset Perplex last season, coming out of the Last Stand tournament. Do you think that Womegalol is a team that could really pressure Echo in that way?
I mean, Zara, do you wanna?
If they play like this,
I think we talked about it a little bit before.
If they play like this, like they've played with what their peak has been this weekend, yes. But I mean, Echo's Echo, man. If you right now, if you had to ask me to pick a favorite for the overall global finals, I'd say Echo is at least a 70% favorite to win the entire competition. That's just how good they are. And
so you
might be thinking I'm overstating it, but they really are just that good.
Yeah, I tend to agree. As impressive as Omegalol has played over this weekend, if they were to go up against Echo, that'd be pretty rough.
To be fair, the bracket in the finals is like all the other brackets as well, where they can still win going through lower. So, while I do think that Echo is a strong, favorable candidate to win globals, I think we should give the other teams the benefit of the doubt of disrupting that, and you never know what happens. So, I think if Omegalol keep up that momentum that they have shown from the MDI group weekend to the Last Stand and continue on that trend, then they're definitely going to be a force to be reckoned in those global finals.
Definitely.
It's clear that Womegalol and honestly Evolved have put in an insane amount of effort and practice coming into this weekend, and if they are able to keep up that level of practice and mental resilience and just dedication, I think that Womegalol specifically is going to look absolutely insane, because if you think about it, their Sanguine Depths that we were praising, that was their first run of the day. They actually one-shot a ton of dungeons coming into the Last Stand tournament, which is a format that you don't have to be one-shotting the dungeons. They're evolving over the course of the whole entire weekend, and they were able to just come through and one-shot some stuff with great consistency.
Oh, well, Megalol has they've enjoyed their Gambit run and are heading back
they're
into
back.
Elfslayer to show off a little bit, it seems, for the stream.
Well, doesn't look like
what
it's a
real
DOS.
Melts looks like.
I like this.
All right, I'm DMing Ricky.
It's another short dungeon, so I guess it makes the most sense.
Oh,
Oh,
no, they're
Igloo,
wiping.
unfortunately going down.
Yo, can you go to DOS? I need it so bad, big dog.
Imagine they will just go into DOS in like the last
Okay, maybe I
minute
shouldn't
of the
send this. Maybe this is a
timer
conflict
and
of
see
interest.
what happens.
Yeah, Tettle's
I'm not-
influencing the competition. Not
I'm
sure
not
what we're
sending
going to
that. That's
think
a-
about that one.
That seems like a conflict of interest. Maybe I won't do that.
It's all right. Too late. You're already fired. All right. Well, we do see Womegalol, even with the one death, are jumping down to Rockmora. Kind of interesting. I feel like if you wipe on, or if you have a death on this first pull and you already have 1338 on the board, I don't know. Like, do you not just go out? Like, how much more are you improving on this 1338? Does that mean that maybe they have a better, faster strategy in this dungeon, like they did in Gambit, right? Some kind of big, aggressive pull that they didn't do in their 1338 that they are going to try out. Something that cuts a pull from their dungeon.
I mean, that would have been my first thought when you said that, is that they might want to try a very, very spicy pull later on.
It would be
Alright.
between the first and second boss.
Somewhere
If I had
in
to guess.
somewhere in local London, a motorcycle driving through OK Mage's house.
I wasn't quick enough to mute, but someone clearly had
Maybe,
something to prove for a second.
Maybe that's the same motorcycle that drives through Doa's house, and because he's not here this weekend, they went to your place instead.
They drove across. They drove from California to inner city London. Kind of crazy.
True. So no need to worry about that. Sometimes it just happens that motorcycles cross your living room. So we've all been there at some point. But let's have a look at Womegalol. Are they doing anything different? Their first boss split is 2 minutes 36. What was their last one? It was
Let's take a
actually
look at the
quicker. They had
spreadsheet.
228.
Yeah.
So they are a little bit lower, but maybe they did more trash because the spreadsheet doesn't track that.
I don't believe they've pulled this room similar to the other teams. They haven't done, or at least they haven't done the kiting strategy. I believe they usually skip all of this, don't they? Until the second boss.
Okay, dude, I'm watching them walk without using like a sky step potion is so sad compared to some of the old strategies that we've seen in this dungeon. They look so slow, just walking all the way. Ricky getting bit by the alligator as well. Not doing ideally, you would prefer your melee closer to where they're getting bit. However, Ricky taking one for the team on that clothy. You really don't want the clothies getting bit, is what I remember whenever this is current.
Yeah, it was pretty scary, but you can live it. You're a warlock.
Rogues would
you know?
parry. Do you remember that? Dude, Rogues would have
Yeah,
the pop
Rogues would
parry.
parry
They
it.
would
Yeah.
they would be the closest one.
Yeah. Well, let's see here. The Ularog split to look forward to is right around the 7:30 mark. Actually, I think for Womegalol, it's right on the 7:30 mark. So let's see if they can beat that. I mean, the thing is, there's just like not that much room for time improvement in this dungeon outside of pure single target damage, and it's going to be really, really rough to try to beat that mark. I mean, I don't really know. I mean, maybe they're doing it for fun.
I don't know.
They could very well be.
They're just
Dr.
ahead
J.
so far.
Yeah. Jay was just like, bro, I want to go do the Legion dungeons again. Can we go back?
Knowing Dr. J and how he works, maybe there's just like something left to prove in this dungeon. Like it didn't go perfectly last time, so they want to go just a little bit faster. Because that's just kind of how he works, man.
Yes.
Like they've been doing that
Real.
all weekend too, where they have set good times in dungeons. And I mean, Robin was talking about this earlier. He'll just go, nah, that wasn't good enough. We go again, even though it was like maybe one or two, rough deaths. And yeah, they can eke out 30 seconds extra time, and they've managed to do that several times this weekend. But on the other hand, there are times when you're going to spend 2 hours not really being able to recreate that dungeon, and you waste a bunch of time. So it's worked out for them this weekend, but it could go the other way pretty easily. This pull is nuts from them, though. This execution is great. Everything just died so quickly.
Oh,
Including
Listen,
Dr. J?
you know what? The J
including
death.
Dr. J.
The J death is
I'm
just
sorry.
5 seconds. That's it. You have to wait for the boss RP to jump down. It's not that big of a
Yes.
deal.
Yeah, you're
Ooh.
not losing too much.
Ethical's
But
actually
isn't
doing
that
this pull here.
exactly what
That is
you
the
were
kind of
talking
thing. Yeah.
about?
That is the kind of thing where
that
Jay would be like,
a
"We go
thing
again."
where Jay would go, we do it again. So therefore, I'm a little bit like, okay, maybe they have something else in this dungeon that they want to do differently.
He's just
But
giving
yeah,
them
Ethical
reasons
doing
to
a
keep
huge pull. And Yepper's looking to lock in a better time. They still need a little bit of trash. And it seems like they're doing some setting up here as they go into that final boss pull. This pull, we've said it again and again and again, it is so brutal. It's so volatile. And I'm just steering, waiting for tragedy to unfold, which hopefully doesn't happen.
Why are you trying to curse them? This would be a massive
I'm
time
not.
increase
It's
for
opposite
Yepers.
cursing.
They're at. They previously had a 1943 in this dungeon. Right now, that Charskin is not stacked on top of the pack, which is kind of unfortunate that they didn't get that gripped in. It does take increased damage once you end up proccing it on that pillar. Ooh, I think this is going to be a wipe for Yepers. They ended up just killing off their second pillar, so I don't think that they're going to have a third one spawn before the magma wave. If I remember
Sometimes
correctly.
you get a third one. Sometimes you get a third one. It'd be at the very last second if they do get it. Let's see, do they get a crash? That's going to be important.
Yeah, it would be super
Yeah, they get
important.
one
I
last
think.
one.
Okay, they do get one
they're
more.
saved. I think what happened was the ad was kited into the shards, which I believe broke them. Because the warlock went into pod, so it could very well have reached him.
There's the last set of Infernals coming out. Try to get those buffs stacking on the boss. So look what I'm talking about here. You see that 5-stack debuff on the boss? If they were able to have an Infernal low from the previous wave of Infernals, and they refresh that 5-stack, they could very easily refresh it with these circles that are just now going out. And
No.
instead
There
of-
we go.
You'd be 5 stacks higher right now. The boss would be taking 5% more damage, and you could technically chain that into
That's
all 3 waves.
That's what Astro Y was doing, yeah, during TGP. They were.
I believe.
They were.
I don't think they were doing all 3. They were doing 2 waves. They were extending on the 3rd wave.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. I just remember they were doing something like really weird in court with their extensions on the ads, and then team. They were like.
Actually,
I
I don't even think they were I don't even think they were extending. They were just making it so they had 4 Infernals die at the same time, so they had 4 debuffs out at one time instead of 3, which gave them a higher stack, which they could then use cooldowns into.
I couldn't remember the specific. I remember they were doing something weird with their stacks on specifically the second boss of court.
Yeah,
Well, that's going to be about a
unfortunately,
3-minute time improvement.
Oh,
That's
Yeah,
good.
it's
spots
on
are
the
going
priest.
down. They can still finish it. They have
It's
a blood
fine.
decay. Not to worry. 4% easy Zerg.
Yeah, so they've managed to knock off around 3 minutes here. That's nice from them.
This dungeon's hard.
Does that put them ahead?
Well, they're very ahead of Ethical and Depleter Squad. If Ethical puts together a 1636,
Did you just do that math in your head?
Yeah,
I'm actually impressed.
it's like 1630 that they'd have to put together, and that would put them ahead of Yepers.
Makes has clearly not been on the MDI desk before. It's ironic. He's very good at math, actually.
I mean, yes, I knew that he was good at math, but it's an impressive showcasing to me.
I
As I
avoid
stare
doing
at
math
those
on
numbers,
podcasts at all costs.
I could think about that for 20 minutes and my answer would probably still be wrong, but that's okay. Ethical doing Olarock here.
I certainly avoid doing math on the broadcast at all costs. It's
I think it's more like 1644 if I had to guess.
I just typed
looking at
that in the Discord. You're the worst.
Just running the numbers in my head real quick here.
Man.
I just saw the Discord chat. Yoink.
I think Dratnos plans to main rogue in the next set-on.
Dranos has Dranos main's a rogue, but like IRL.
That's me.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, goodness.
Can't spell Dranos without rat.
Oh.
All right, true. Ethical able to finish off Olarock. It seems like they haven't locked in a time yet. 3 deaths on their counter, and I'm looking at where they're landing, like 8 minutes 45. Do we have a team that's kind of in that bracket? Let me see. I guess Yepers. They're a little bit behind Yepers.
40 not Pog in the soul shape. running. Oh, okay. So I'm interested to see what trash they're going to be doing versus skipping with the amount of count that they were gaining at the first area before Ularog. Like, because we saw Megalol whenever they were doing this key, they weren't pulling that trash, right?
Wait, I think it has a lot of count right now. Hold on. Whoa.
Yeah, exactly. They could be skipping the Scorpion. So you can skip double Scorpion if you want to. I remember I did that. We did this our teams did this whenever we were doing time trials for this key 100 years ago.
Yeah, that was our strat as well. Is use a rogue to sap blind the two Scorpions, get aggro on both, pull boss, and then they vanish, and then the Scorpions will just stay in spot as long as you're not near them. You could do that with a Hunter, I suppose, as well. It's just a little more difficult, a little more dangerous. You have to like turtle and pull both, and then feign once you pull the boss.
I did it with Meld on a Resto Druid, so like it definitely is doable without the immunity. So like, but dangerous. It is doable though.
Oh, Jack down.
I don't know. Are they going to go for the double Scorpion skip? It's not something that we've seen, and I do remember it being pretty hard. At the same point, if they practiced it, it's not like the most unreasonable thing.
I think if I remember correctly, one Scorpion gives about 50. One Scorpion plus Trapper, I think, gives about 15 count. So, because the run we were talking about earlier from Megalol, they needed 29 count left, and they pulled both Scorpions for the remainder of their count. So I think that's about right. Let's see what count they actually get to once these two mobs go down. I don't think that's enough.
Oh,
they have one mob left.
Are they gonna do like a 6?
91.
Are they gonna do like the double pull that teams would maybe do back in Legion?
Huh?
And just
like
skip
pulling the two in front into the Scorpion, and then skip the double.
Just do the double pull and then skip double Scorpion is what I would like. Do like the 6-pack. It's like the 2 3s.
Oh,
it is something that I don't know, man. I don't know where they're getting their count from. I have no clue where they're getting their count from. Maybe they're just gonna do double Scorpion and they're gonna go over by 10 count, which is weird, but
that is a lot, yeah.
Going over 5% is not great, but it is the Legion way to go over count because you didn't have MDT back in the day.
That is true.
It's press W.
True.
Just rip it.
We didn't have MDT until like May of the last season of Legion.
I got it off of a GitHub during the MDI.
Yeah, it was during
a private
MDI.
GitHub. Yeah. I
remember also Skyline, the Chinese team that still is active to this day, had Skyline Mythic tools, which was like the very first iteration of nameplate attached auras that showed you cooldowns of abilities. We had that for the MDI as well.
What were you saying, Mix?
Okay, I don't want to interrupt your conversation, but Evolved's boss split is looking pretty intense.
653?
Before that,
really
it was
fast.
728, and now they're under 7 minutes. That's like an increase of over 30 seconds. They're really speeding it up here and looking to go really big in the next poll as well. I'm kind of impressed of what's happening
They
here.
were
He's
20
pulling
seconds.
Everything.
They were 20 seconds behind Megalol in this dungeon earlier, but they were notably not doing this pull. They were doing this pack in 2 separate pulls. So the fact that they're actually consolidating this into one pull could mean that they are able to make up a minute here if they're able to get this pack dealt with. Bazook does go down. This is honestly fine. This is a dungeon that your healer dies in this dungeon, I feel like, a lot, just to incidental cleave and not being a warlock kind of thing. They do have a battle res for him that Alex is going to fire off almost immediately. Bazook gets back up.
The res and the immediate death.
Oh, we hate that for him. And now is where we drop the summoning stone.
I mean, they can totally finish off this poll. I'm still very impressed.
They're still... They still are able to save somewhere in the order of 45 seconds. I don't think it's going to be that minute that was initially going to be projected. Bazook is actually almost back right as the group is getting that summon off. And so the team is going to be able to engage Naraxis here in just a second. So that was probably like... Okay, so they have the 10 seconds from deaths. You have maybe 8 seconds from running back. Overall, that's not the worst possible thing. This dungeon is super difficult to deal with. They don't have a battle res for 55, which is the only thing that could be deadly here. But overall, Evolved is on a bit of a heater. Wait, what is that?
Yeah, I mean, other than obviously the healer deaths, that was the first time I've done that pull, and it went relatively smooth. And the run back, even when you die, isn't too far away because it's just the second boss. I feel like remembering where the respawns are in all the Legion dungeons is something that you have to start remembering. When you die, you think, oh wait, where am I going to res? But it's not too far away, luckily for this. As they're dealing with this boss relatively well. I mean, we've said it a couple of times, but there's a lot of damage going out on this boss. It can be very easy to fall behind. Not only do you have to kill the ads, but you also have a lot of debuffs going out on everyone. But they're relatively fine. Meanwhile,
man.
Ethical.
Let's check out Ethical here. Remember, the time for them to beat 1644, and they would take that third place slot in
They
the
haven't
last hour of
popped
the
Bloodlust
day.
yet.
Dude, look at 40.
They still have it available,
You want to hit that button?
according to
there,
the overlay.
Shape?
Yeah, I guess not. Did they forget?
Dedge.
Sometimes teams forget. I'm not trying to be toxic. But if you have done the same thing over and over again, sometimes it just slips your mind.
Did I ever tell you the definition of insanity?
Well, sometimes, okay, so what could happen, right, is you've got this Serve Hunter that usually hits Lust, but then the Serve Hunter is thinking, okay, we have a Shaman now. Shamans should press Lust, not Hunters, right? But then the Shaman isn't thinking that, and so that's sometimes how that happens.
Yeah, the shaman would be like, oh yeah, that's a button I now have.
Yeah, maybe the Serve
I
Hunter's
haven't
even
been
pulling
pressing.
out like the defensive pet or something so that they don't have Lust available. But then the Shaman has been playing something else for all these other runs, hasn't had Lust, hasn't had to press it, doesn't have the muscle memory to do it. So that can always be how that sort of thing happens whenever you do change your comp. Or it could have just been, as you said, okay, mate, just a simple, oops, I forgot.
So that death from Zook. I don't remember. Okay, they're just going to use a battle res and get him up here. That's probably the best play. I was going to say I don't remember where the respawn point is here. Is it at the bottom of this drop down, or is it back
I believe,
at Ularog?
I think it updates once you go down, but maybe it's all the way back at Ularog. I remember some of the checkpoints in here were pretty nasty. Maybe Tettles even remembers where
it updates, but it takes a little second. So if you press release right away, you're gonna get ported back. But I
There's RP
think
that you
there
have to
is
wait
one
for.
at the bottom.
Okay.
Yeah, there's RP you have to wait for.
Exactly. You have to walk a certain distance for it to update at the very bottom of the well. Yeah, the
Well,
check
they have to do
Look
double
at
scorpion.
Legion check.
timer.
This
Here
is
they
a
go,
big deal
yeah.
for Evolve.
You get like a
Oh, let's go.
And if they can get this done, they might be able to actually take that star in Neltharian's lair as well. Remember, the time of Womegalol is 1338. Evolved still have a minute and a bit to get this,
my
and they're going to
goodness.
deploy
Oh
so
my
much damage. That's a pot
gosh.
tender,
So
though.
much damage.
That's during combust
So we have a
too.
pot tender
Oh,
and we have an
there's no
angel.
res.
It's not terrible. It's not terrible. The angel will persist for a little while, and Bloodlust is still running, so the team can be topped. And if they just finish off all of the trash, maybe they can live. But Alex doesn't have Purgatory. There's no Cauterize or Pot Tender for the rest of the
Yeah.
team, so they need to heal themselves by a lot.
One of the
mean,
biggest things that they lost on that pull is Bazook ended up soaking one of the Infernal Circles, and then he immediately died and went into that Angel form, and then they stopped getting the buff from that Infernal.
You don't live Observer without a healer. It's just not going to happen.
They
Good
could've
attempt
killed
from
it.
Evolved, but
It was such a good try. But that means, so, what would have been their time if they had pulled it off?
I don't know
That
if they would have beaten
dungeon
their time.
with, like, execution.
I don't know if they would have beaten their time. Their time is still pretty good in this dungeon. Like 1358 is nothing to, shrug at. I mean, they pulled the boss at about 12 minutes. I'd say that boss, if you do it perfectly, it's probably right in the 130 to 150 range. So they probably wouldn't have gained that much time.
I mean, they also had a couple of deaths earlier. So I think if they get rid of those and execute that final fight, they can be faster. But I don't understand where you're pulling so big and risky if you're still doing the double scorpions.
Yeah, Megalo actually think that's their best time for the second boss. The previous time being 7:30, so I think they shaved 10 to 20 seconds off there.
They did? If nobody else, they did?
Yeah, they did. So they're actually on a really good pace here.
I wonder, like what they're going to be doing here. So now you do see Lamike. He's actually doing the exact same strategy. And okay, so the group is stacked. They were stacked on that corner, waiting for Lamike to get in. And that helps the like the cast, make sure that it's always going to be targeted onto Lamite if they needed to let that Shaper cast go off. That's something that's actually super dangerous, but like the tank can take one of those hits, especially if he's in Vamp Blood from the Shaper. You would ideally like to kick it, but it's an issue of you need to make sure that you're rotating those interrupts there. So for Womegalol, getting that pack just set up with the Warlock Gate, with that life grip, it's really intricate, but they make it look so easy. And hey, I think that they're going to be able to shave more than just 20 seconds off of this dungeon if they finish it clean. Because that pull, they killed those lurkers off so fast, man. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that pull melted. And again, it's so important to highlight the setup from the tank and obviously the healer as well is what allows these kinds of pulls just to be carried out so efficiently.
I mean, you can kind of see why we were just, assuming as casters that everybody on Womegalol was such a well-seasoned veteran, because honestly, Lamite kind of just plays like one. Dude's been a rock for that team in the tank slot.
All right, so Evolved has actually bailed on their NL. Oh man, do you think that this is them just like waving the white flag here, going to the big Gambino, the Tazzy V Gambino?
They did put the mage in. Yeah, that's correct. So after playing mage in that Neltharion Slayer, now also in the Gambit, looking to make up for some of the time. Assumedly using the strat that Womegalol has shown, where they just push Hillbrand with 1 cycle instead of 2.
Yeah, I think that's got to be the plan here for them for sure.
Yeah. Let's say best case scenario, they're able to match, or let's say even beat. Let's say they get an 11-minute flat time in this Gambit, which probably with 30 minutes left isn't going to happen. What do you do at that point? Like, in the overall scope of the competition, I think Womegalol is just locked in now, right? I mean,
yeah. I agree. I
mean, I think that Womegalol, once they hit that NL, it was like, I don't want to say it was over, but it's certainly an uphill battle for Evolved. Evolved would have had to have just like one-shot the Sanguine Depths coming into the day, one-shot the Theater of Pain, and then one-shot an NL to be able to kind of keep pace. They would have had to have like almost a perfect day where, I mean, it's just so hard to be doing that. Not that, and I do generally think that all of the teams played exceptionally well this whole entire weekend. It's not something that like, I don't want anybody to go away from this weekend to be like, oh, these teams played bad. I think that Womegalol played almost perfect in day 1 and day 2, and then the other teams were very, very competitive with them.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, not Brad news, for
news.
for Evolved, but Womegalol, the heater is continued. They are 36 seconds faster than their fastest run on the stealth so far. Also, almost so much so in fast that their lust that was almost not up for this pull. It literally just came off cooldown as they walked into the boss room here, so they'll have it available for the boss pull, and they're still finding ways to make up extra time. This could be, if executed perfectly, literally 13 minutes flat if this goes well.
Yeah, I mean, they came into this boss area at the same time they'd finished the 3rd boss, so they are on such good pace here, which is really impressive. As I said, they came in so strong. Oh, Tobo.
Okay, he lost his lust, though. He lost his lust. That's a big deal.
It's fine. You need it. Well, it's less fine because the pack is still alive. Oh my goodness, everybody's so dead.
Ricky
okay,
too.
Ricky.
Well,
this is going to be an L, I think.
I mean, okay, the Dominators are almost dead. They're at 10% HP. Nah, he took the res and died instantly. Now Igloo's dead too. Okay, that's a GG go next. But I mean, that just shows the upper bounds of what you can do in this dungeon, right? That was on pace for 13 minutes flat, which is actually ridiculous.
Yeah, they shaved off so much time. And again, we're sort of looking at these dungeons, there isn't really that much they can do in terms of knocking off substantial time. So for them to have gained, they went into the last boss room at the same time that they finished the 3rd boss. It was, like 30 seconds ahead. So it's impressive to have a substantial amount of time knocked off of an already amazing run.
Okay, so for top left-hand corner of your screen, what we're looking for Evolved, they've adapted to the Womegalol strategy. They're going to be trying to skip the second sanitizing cycle. Soda goes down for the side of Evolved, but basically they're going to be trying to beat Hilbrand before he gets that second cast off. They do have those Guardians in on this pull, which is why a lot of teams were having issues being able to push this boss on a 23 Tyran. And so we're looking to see Hilbrand be somewhere in the range of like 50 to 60% going into the first cast, which he looks like he's going to be really, really high.
Yeah, so one of the things that you need to do in order to actually just maximize your boss uptime is pull the boss all the way to the side, right? Because he does RP where he runs to the center. They didn't really go for that here.
Yeah.
Getting the one phase in here is going to be very, very difficult, right? They didn't use Combust. It's just now coming up. Let's see how close they can get it, or if they can actually pull it off. It's going to be tough. No power infusion for the Combust, so the boss damage isn't going to be that high. But, it could be close, so let's see.
Yeah, so the mage is playing Night Phase, so the lack of PI isn't as impactful as if the mage would be playing Venthyr at least, so it shouldn't be too bad. But it'll be
the boss
interesting to see if
HP
they
here,
can knock
though,
off.
it's a little bit worrying at this point. I mean, 40% and nearly halfway recharging that energy. When we were seeing Womegalol do this, they would often get the boss all the way down to like 50 before it even entered that first sanitizing cycle. So I'm a little bit worried about Evolved here. I'm not sure they actually have the damage on this one to beat that second sanitizing cycle cast. And if they don't have that, what's the point?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. With the changes that they're making, that's what they're aiming for. So if they don't achieve that, as you said, ooh, Soda going down for Evolved.
Yeah. So,
But their setup was also different to what Womegalol was doing going into this boss fight, right?
yeah, they're pulling the Guardians in and not the Murlocs. So it is. I mean, I imagine that is going to slow this down a lot. The Murlocs don't zone you out like the Guardians do, and don't cause you to move if you're ranged even. So. I mean, even if you're ranged, you still have to move when you're fighting the Guardians, but the Murlocs, just a bunch of ads, don't do too much, and give you a bunch of extra funnel onto the boss. So I think that from Womegalol was part of why it was so much better.
Counterpoint, though. Whenever Womegalol was initially starting to do the Hilbrand second sanitizing cycle skip, they were doing it with the Guardians. And so, like, it is doable, and Evolved was really far off the first boss burn. It's something that I thought was going to be easier to just, like, slam into your composition. Apparently, it's not as easy as Womegalol made it seem. And that's how a lot of the MDI stuff works, right? Where it's like, oh, why don't all the teams do that? Apparently, not as easy as we anticipated it being able to just like adapt that and throw that into your rotation.
Yeah, Brock Mura proving to be still the challenge after all this time. I mean, if you have those ads out by that third shatter, I believe, the ads come out just before the boss casts it. And if any ads are up, it will do more damage. So it just seems like there's a lot of teams struggling with this at the moment. This boss is no joke.
So we're seeing the leaderboard in the bottom left corner, right? Do you think, a little less than 30 minutes to start the last keep, do you think anything's going to change in that order?
In the order
Biggest
The
possibility.
order that we're having right now.
Ethical Depleter Squad could complete a Natharian Slayer run. So you could see some changing up there. Whether it'll be enough to beat Yeppers, I'm not sure.
Well, they only need a 16-minute run or whatever, then they're ahead, yeah?
There's two scenarios that could happen here.
16:44 for ethical.
Yeah, 16:44
So it
for
would
ethical
need to be
will put
quicker
them
than
ahead
Yeppers.
of Yeppers. But also, let's not forget, if ethical just doesn't complete a Melts, and Depleter Squad does, Depleter Squad could end up in fourth. And ethical would just be in fifth with no completed Melts. So they just need to complete one to guarantee their fourth at the very minimum here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it seems like Yeppers have decided to go back into Spires and see if they can shave off some minutes there.
Do you like that strat? Because I think it's pretty smart. It's probably their worst dungeon out of the ones that they have time, together with the Sanguine. And then it kind of depends on what you think, where you can get more out of it.
I mean, looking at the dungeons that they could have gone to, I think the other side is just too much of a long dungeon. I think TOP is, again, I don't know how many times you would be able to do it. Again, you've got just under half an hour left. Don't think that's very time efficient. Same with Sanguine Depths. So I think out of the dungeons remaining, they've got a really good gambit. Neltharian's Lair, I guess they could do again. I think Spires does make the most sense for them.
I wonder if it's really smart, because the Spires runs we have seen, especially out of Evolved, who are our second seeded team, they look pretty hard. So I don't think it's easy to adapt to that strategy if that's what they're trying to do.
I don't think it's easy to adapt to any strategy with 25 minutes
True.
remaining.
Agree?
I think that if there's something that like you're in here, I don't think that anything that you're going to be in here doing is something that you've done for the first time, right? Or at least you've severely practiced it or talked through just how to set up the poll, and you have a good understanding of like what to be doing differently if you are going to be adapting those strategies. At least from my perspective, I don't think it's going to be something that you're about to YOLO 25 minutes with 25 minutes left.
Yeah, that timer is definitely running into all of the teams here. Just 24 now, 24 minutes to start a final Keystone, and the opportunity here for anybody to move around in this top 5 is closing. I mean, I feel like Evolved and Womegalol are pretty hard locked into second and first, respectively. But I don't know, Ethical and Depleter Squad. Ethical at this point, you gotta put an Neltharian's Lair up, or else Depleter Squad might be able to come in and take that fourth place spot from you, right? You're ahead in all the other dungeons by multiple minutes, but if you leave that Nelth's Lair on the 33 that it defaults as, that's going to be real bad.
100%. And I think with these two teams, it could just be a case of let's just finish it rather than trying any scary, sketchy pulls that can go wrong and you go again, town portal out, try again. It'd be a case of let's just get the time on the board. If we have any time left, we can try and shave some minutes off. But at this point, they just need a time.
I hard agree with that. I think we barely touched on that throughout the tournament, but if you're a team who's not completing any of the given 6 dungeons, then you're definitely locking yourself into the last slot, I think. Like, that's the one thing you always need to kind of not do when it comes to TGP or the Last Stand.
Yeah. How much do you think that this format actually translates to MDI? Or do you think that this is more of just like or do you think that this translates very little to actual MDI, like, cup performance?
I think you go first.
Well, I was just going to say, it's kind of difficult because your practice is live broadcasts to everyone. There's a lot of pressure. When you make a mistake, you're going to really feel it, as opposed to the usual MDI format. When you're doing the time trials, the start just qualifies the top 24 teams. You're doing that essentially offline. You can make as many mistakes as possible, and I think fatigue will set in as well. It's quite a tough format, I would say.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think it's a very unique format where we actually get to see the live practice as it happens, and then after that practice, we get to also see the end result of all the practice. Speaking of practice, Evolved getting a little bit better at that one sanitation cycle skip, 5% going into the second one, so they're gaining a little bit of damage. We're seeing that practice on the comp come in. They know they need to eke out just a little bit more. They even pulled to the boss to the side there for a little bit of extra boss damage. But yeah, they're getting used to the comp here. The thing is, we're looking at time right now, right? Do you want to complete this run, which is going to be not that fast of a time, or do you want to go again in potentially one phase and go for a good run? They also need to practice the hooktail pull and that last pull with Saleya, so we're just trying to think of a best case scenario where they get a really great run here and then they start like a TOP at the last second and get a 2-minute improvement in that one run of TOP, right? And then just like barely eke out a win. Not likely to happen, but trying to figure out if it could happen.
You have a talent for acquiring intriguing artifacts.
Yeah, there isn't much time. Again, there's still quite a few stages and quite a few pulls that you need to get down, and 20 minutes. Yeah, they're certainly going to be feeling the
Ooh.
pressure, I think, at this point.
So in the top right-hand corner of your screen, you see Depleter Squad. They let the drummer go out. Okay, look at this. They're actually doing a different. They're actually grabbing these pelters into this pack as well. What are they? How much are they going to pull here?
This is a very scary pull.
Insanity? Yes.
Less scary than you'd initially think, I believe, because they don't have it with a bunch of the other trash that was following them. I didn't see how much they had. I thought that they were going to be pulling it with all of the following mobs.
The drummer is still coming though, so I was like, there is another mob that they don't have right now, and here we go. Tila goes down. The pelter on the right side is still throwing discs at the group, and slowly but surely they're taking the damage. Here comes the impact, and 2 players go down, but thankfully they can just release and run up. So at least they will be back with the group quickly and maybe able to pull it off.
That's when you really feel those pelters. I think because trash has been relatively handled quite effectively, if we've seen so far, you haven't really seen how scary some of these mobs can be. When that avalanche comes in and you're also getting pelted, it's so much damage. Ooh, and they jump as well in less favorable positions, so it could have been that they wanted to skip this, but because the pelter jumped back into this pack, they had to take it, which we haven't seen any teams take this pack yet, so could have been unplanned, just unfortunate for the mob jumping into it, although they are taking this right side as well.
I like the packs that, okay, so here's the thing. I actually like the packs that they're pulling. I think that the sequencing and like how they're getting them, like just how they're doing this dungeon with the whole W route, I don't think is the best, but I do think that there is something here with like this routing, because a lot has changed from Nelth layers that we saw previously in Legion and now, and like those packs that you just saw Depleter Squad pull were very typical, but you would grab them with some of the like similarly sized pulls that we saw from Evolved or we saw from Womegalol. And so I think that there's something there that you can do. It's just more of a question of what is the setup for those kind of pulls. I did not mind that the mobs or the pack that Depleter Squad ended up grabbing though.
No, and I think for Depleter Squad being in their position, you just want to get time on the board at this point. So it could just be a press W situation.
Yeah.
So in the meantime, Evolved has wiped to Time Captain Hooktail.
Feels bad.
Looks like they're gonna go again. Maybe they can do that sanitizing cycle skip this time, but you're leaving the dungeon. Where are they going?
Where they're to Ouroboros, of course. Back into the dungeon.
Okay. Back into the dungeon. There we go. Sarah, what do you think? Can they be quicker in Gambit than what Womegalol has shown so far?
I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not too familiar with some of the players on Evolved teams. I'm not sure how familiar their mage player currently is with the mage. There are a little bit of nuances to SKB Fire, which is presumably what they're playing in this key to get as much boss damage out of it as possible, to where like it can be annoying to play in keys, and it's very min-maxy. So if they're not able to get one phase off, no shot.
They were playing they're playing Fire in NL, so I mean with Fire being their first prio in Nelth Slayer, I would at least assume that the mage has some experience playing SKB Fire, right? I don't think it's something that he's just is like, I picked it up randomly. That's not something that you, at least in my opinion, I don't think that's like something you're just going to randomly pick up overnight.
Well, it's not even just the mage, right? Playing with an SKB Fire mage in a key is actually something that as a group you have to be used to playing with, because
true.
It's very annoying to play around.
Maybe for anybody who's unfamiliar, not that I am, because I know all about mages, but what exactly is SKB Fire Mage?
Sun King's Blessing.
Sun King's Blessing is a legendary that you use as Fire Mage for mainly single target output. Essentially, whenever you cast a hot streaked Pyroblast or Flame Strike, you get 1 charge of Sun King's Blessing. When you get to 8 charges, you gain a 15-second buff that says the next time you hardcast a Pyroblast or a Flame Strike, you gain 6 seconds of combustion. And during that 6 seconds of SKB combustion, you can get another 5 stacks back. So it's a self-feeding legendary, which means
Okay.
over the course of a dungeon, playing SKB Fire Mage, when you're in combat, your combustion uptime can be somewhere between 50 and 60%. You have a lot of combustion uptime with this legendary.
It doesn't work with your 2-set, right?
It does not. It doesn't get increased.
That's what I thought.
All right, thank you so much. So that kind of playstyle, I would assume, requires a little bit of experience with it to make the most out of your combustion.
Yeah, and also keeping the stacks up from pole to pole can be annoying too, right? The stacks you gain from SKB are a 30-second buff, which can fall off in between poles if you're not chain pulling. Whenever you actually proc your 8 stack, it's a 15-second buff. So, yeah, there's a lot of stuff that you have to do to play around it, and it's very similar to the old Icy Veins playstyle where, you know, your mage would be like, we need to pull my Icy Veins up. Similar to SKB.
All right.
It looks like they're doing a decent job of actually getting Hilbrand a lot lower this time. They're still not pulling him off to the side. He is at 68% when he's phasing. We do know that whenever we were seeing a Will Megalol do this boss, they got Hilbrand down to like 60% fairly consistently. I think one pull they had like 55. So I don't know how killable this boss is from 68. However, they have phased him immediately out of that first sanitizing cycle, and now we're looking to see how fast they're able to get him killed off before his energy in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen reaches 100%.
I mean, it is looking a lot better than the last time. I will say that much, but I'm not sure if it is enough. Swings come in. It is dropping. Maybe they can do it this time. Alex looking to position to the side as well this time, finishing off the ads. Didn't necessarily need to do that, but I think they died in cleave. So
yeah, they're off pace. Unless they have a lot of bursts at the last second here, they're going to be very, very much off pace.
He's going to get another combustion.
No, it's dropping faster.
Just a couple seconds. So I mean, the boss.
That's the second one, no?
No. That was just his SKB proc. He's going to get another combustion up here in like 1 or 2 seconds. So it's going to.
Why are we not?
It's going to be very close.
Side.
Please move
Can
the
we
boss.
move the boss? Please move the boss. Alex!
Yeah.
Oh, so close.
I think they could have done it.
I don't think 7%. The thing about moving the boss as
if
well
they
is
moved it both times,
maybe, but you do also lose damage when you move the boss, depending on how your casters are doing, right? Especially if you do it at the start when there's still guardians around. But yeah, 7%, definitely just a little bit high for them either way. Maybe they could have done it with the perfect movement. Maybe though.
Unlucky. I would have liked them to be able to do it, but it looks like they're going to continue onwards again. Not caring too much about that push. Timer is saying
time
12
is ticking.
minutes.
Yeah, it could
So
just be
if
a
they
case of wanting to
decide-
see a little bit later.
To finish this, then they're actually going to run into trouble. So maybe after the time Captain Hooktail pull, we'll see a reset.
I mean,
But every
Shelly.
team that's in the dungeons right now needs to finish their runs, and maybe they can do another one after that, or restart soon.
Yeah, Shelly typed in the chat earlier. He's like, "This is looking a bit grim, guys," and it's like one of those things that the evolved players they shouldn't be upset with their performance. They're going to probably be getting second place. At the same point, yeah, it is one of those things that it's looking a bit doomed. It looks like they're going to get that second place. It's almost 100% sure thing.
The thing is, it hurts twice, right? If you get barely eliminated in your cup, and then you get barely eliminated in the last stand, it's just, you were so close twice.
Yeah,
So I do understand the frustration, but I also think they played really great in their cup and here as well, and hopefully next time they're going to make it, because I do think they have the potential, especially in this team comp. I'm really liking it so far.
Because it was Shelly, Soda, and Alex. Those were the 3 people that were from Evolving, right? Who were still unevolved. And so, I mean, if you have a core of your team sticking together season in and season out, I mean, we saw it with Sloth. It was a learning process, right? It took a lot of time for them to get to the point where they were a team that was on a competitive level enough to be able to get like top 8 and make it into globals. But at the same point, like, it takes time. It's not something that's going to be learned overnight. And Evolved has improved leaps and bounds over what we saw last season whenever they were evolving, and it's very clear that they have just gotten a ton better.
Megalol losing Ricky there. Going to get res out. Fortunately, the Pelter being quite high HP is the only problem with the Pelters. If they jump out, it can be out of all the AoE, and then you're stuck with the single target mob.
Yeah, the Death Knight's really good there with the grip. I wonder if they've ever considered using the Necrolord DKs in here as well, just for these sorts of pulls, keeping those Pelters in with the pack. But yeah, Womegalol are going to hearth out again. There are about 10 minutes left in our day, so final dungeons are being started here. Teams have time to wipe and start again, but they don't have time to start a new dungeon and then start another new dungeon afterwards. They have to decide any dungeon they start now, it might be the last one. Ideally, it will be the last one if they don't end up having anything go wrong. So very high stakes here, especially, I think, Depleter Squad and Ethical in our top two screens. These two teams are jockeying for 4th versus 5th, and that's a solid increase in prize payment as well as, of course, the glory. And right now, Ethical have 4th by a solid amount, but if they don't put up a Nelth Slayer, if they deplete this Nelth Slayer, if they run out of time here, if something goes horribly wrong, and if Depleter Squad can actually put up a 20-minute run, I think that might be enough. Yeah, 20-minute run should allow Depleter Squad to overtake here. A 24-minute run, I think, wouldn't, but we'll see how it works out for them.
Did you see the Octo hands for Ethical?
Yeah. Yeah.
They managed to dodge out.
Yeah, that
Oh,
was
man.
terrifying. They must have just been standing perfectly on top of each other.
Yeah, that was wild.
So we're seeing the leaderboard again, right? It's sub 10 minutes to start your last run, and two teams haven't locked in an Eltharion Slayer yet. The Depleter Squad is currently wiping on Araxas and will try again as the town portal comes in. And Ethical is also in there.
Oh no, Evolve
no.
on Leah.
Oh, they're doing the pull into the boss. That
They are doing
yeah.
the pull, but the pull did them. Oh no.
Can you say that?
Oh no.
It is a super, super difficult pull. I mean, there's so many casts that you need to interrupt. The rifts, if that goes through, it's massive damage onto the group. It can even one-shot some of your members. And then you've also got heals to get. And all the meanwhile, you have to dodge the frontal and also kill the pulsar. It's incredibly difficult. And you also have the assassin spawning from the boss as well that you have to keep interrupted.
I love in top left-hand corner of your screen the ethical 1% Ularog Crag Shaper go again. That's the one that you hate to see, because it's like, oh no, man, we gotta run it back one more time.
I mean, if there is ever a time to start again, it would be now, I guess. 7 minutes left.
Pretty much, yeah.
Maybe 7 minutes into the dungeon, they'd know whether it's being finished or not, so they could maybe go again just before the timer's out. I think it'd be super scary if it was 3 minutes.
It helps that we're seeing like 15 to 10-minute dungeons as opposed to like the 20 to 25-minute dungeons of like DOS and TOP. Because like those dungeons, it's really easy to spend 15 minutes and then it's easy to spend 10 minutes and be like, oh, okay, yeah, we wiped to the Mana Storms again. Or like, whereas with NL, we've seen a lot of teams just basically wipe to the first boss, or they're wiping 4 minutes into the dungeon so they can have a couple of additional runs of overtime that they otherwise wouldn't have if they were in something that's a little bit more long form like Theater of Pain or DOS, where the crux of the dungeon is so deep into the key.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised Womegalol is still playing. They've all but won. I'm surprised Dr. J isn't like sitting back in his throne, taking a sip, having a smoke, and enjoying his berth into the global finals, right?
It's so alpha.
That's what
that
I
he
would do
smokes
if I was him.
It's so alpha that he smokes indoors. It's the most European thing I've ever seen.
He's got like the most Victorian style vampire mansion known to man. It's nuts. I love his camera.
It is crazy. Do you think he says "Womeggies" every single time they time a key?
I hope it does.
I hope not.
He just cues his mic and goes, "Womeggies."
Well, Maggie's.
Why can I see him doing that, actually?
Man.
I don't think so.
Yepper's up in the top left here looking on the spires.
Travis, derailing my Travis, please answer my question.
I will do no such thing. The question
Please
here
respond.
for Yepper's, I mean, I guess there's not really much danger that they're in here right now, right? That third spot, there's not really possible for them to go up to second, and I don't think either of the teams in fourth or fifth can realistically overtake them, right? So,
Oh no, Ethical can.
how fast do Ethical have to be to overtake? Right? You said
1640-ish, 1644, I believe.
Okay, so
Which
maybe
is
they are actually
not
in
too
some
bad.
danger. So every second that Yepers gains in the Spires is one more second that would have to be made up in that Nelts as well, right? So that is pretty big incentive for them in here then.
A 16-minute Nelth though is easily achievable. It's one of those things that if they have a zero death run, they should pretty comfortably be able to get like a 14:30, maybe even like a 15-minute run. They don't even have to be doing some insane strategy. They just need to be consistent in a dungeon that is not very consistent. I think is something that's notably important about Nelth Slayer.
So,
Where
teams
is
are
Ethical?
all kind of at the start of the dungeon, but I can't see Ethical. Are they restarting again?
They had to restart
Yeah,
because
they
they
are.
wiped it.
Okay, they're
They had
there.
that 1% on Ularog Crag Shaper as he went
yeah.
down in the thing.
Let's see.
I really like okay, kind of a side tangent. I've really enjoyed watching Nelth Slayer just one more time.
Yeah.
The Legion dungeons, I don't know if I would. It's one of those things that they're so difficult, but they're really cool because they're difficult in a different way than the Shadowland dungeons have been. It's just
True.
like you're watching them do a 21, and they are kind of just like speeding through the key, but at the same point they're liable to get one shot by just random abilities or casts that go off in a way that like the Shadowlands dungeons haven't and don't really punish you.
Yeah, that
On
is
that
one thing
note,
about the
I'm
Legion
really
dungeons. They
looking
were
forward
so
to pretty much the
punishing.
entire dungeon pool for season 4, except for the Warlords of Draenor dungeons. Like, I'm sure they'll be fine, but that's not going to be the highlight for me. I loved Upper and Lower Karazhan. I liked both Mechagon dungeons, even though Zatbots are kind of a plague. And I think both Tazafesh dungeons are pretty solid additions to the pool for Shadowlands. So I think season 4 is going to be a lot of fun to play.
New seasonal FX has a lot of promise as well, Zyro.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think the
Maurice.
thing about Legion dungeons is that they were so punishing, and I don't know if we've seen dungeons like that since. For example, it's a Tyrannical 21, and the Stonebolt can one-shot a number of your players in your queue. So it's just, it was super punishing if you failed something. It was like the one thing that stood out to me, just remembering from Legion.
All right, we have
Okay.
2 minutes left to start keys here for these teams.
Two
We can see
3 minutes.
Megalol getting ready to start that Nelth Flare, and everybody else also looking like Depleter Squad and Ethical are at the start of a Nelths as well. So this is going to be pivotal. For Ethical, they need to hold off Depleter Squad, and they also would like to overtake Yepers. For Yepers, if they can just do a good time in the Spires, they can probably shut out that chance of Ethical taking that third place spot. And Depleter Squad, they are banking on a good Nelth Flare for them and a no Nelth Flare from Ethical, right? A complete disaster, a Depleto that keeps them out of improving their time at all. So it's going to be a really high stakes finish, although not in our 1 and 2 spots, but the 3, 4, and 5 is where the action is.
I do want to say I'm shocked that 2 of our teams so close to the end of the timer haven't finished a run. Like, both of them were pretty far into the dungeon. They could have just finished it so they have a time locked, but they didn't. So now it's all dependent on this very last run that they're doing. That's super intense.
Ethical's been
it's
in
super
NL
risky.
prison all day. I think that their strategy for this dungeon I heard that it got like changed pretty heavily because of the difference
when
in
we saw them
affixes.
playing that double tank strategy was that yesterday? So they've definitely made updates to that since then, and they've seen what other teams are up to. But I mean, yeah, definitely, this is just a dungeon that is so different from all the other ones, and that's why we're seeing it cause so many problems for all the groups, and it's why it's the one that still doesn't have times on the board for all of our teams. But yeah, we are now basically about to lock these dungeons. Unless these teams wipe right now in Hearth, these are going to be the runs that matter, that decide who ends in which spot. So vitally, vitally important for everybody that they do not have anything go horribly wrong right now. Oh, Yepper's in the top left. 48 seconds.
No.
They're wiping a little bit here, although it's not a full wipe. They do have a battle res. They have an Angel, but that Angel is now canceled. They could Hearth right now and start another Spires if they wanted to, or they could just keep this going. it doesn't look like it's full wipe. So I think they should just keep it going.
I don't even know if they're going to be able to get like a Hearth off and then like start the key in time.
Yeah, probably not.
Even if they wanted to, like getting.
As long as they like message within that timer that they're starting another key, we allow it. So they have 20 seconds if they want to do to declare that that's what they're up to. But
so
looks like they are going to keep this going.
We're not giga jerks on the timer.
Yeah, we're not.
I kind of wish we were.
I kind of wish we were as well. I was under the impression that we are, and now I feel disappointed.
I mean,
but look at Evolve.
Okay, there we go. So we've just crossed over that line. These are our overtime keys as Evolved go into time cap and hooktail with 400 other enemies all at the same time. Alex getting bounced around.
Just bring the whole dungeon in at this point. Might as well on the last push.
No, Alex!
Oh, Alex going down.
No Purgatory, no Guardian Angel. There was nothing available to save that tank from dying, and it went down, followed by Shella. And there is no way they can recover this. There are no battle Russes, and that should have been the final run from Evolved. Well played, though. I don't think anyone can take their second seed for now. And it looks like Megalol are also having a little bit of trouble. Tobo goes down here, but is getting rezzed.
Well, that wipe has essentially sealed the deal. Well, Megalol is going to be our winner in our final comp. Technically, it wasn't going to be over till Evolved hit like the 9:59 mark in that dungeon, but it's been a formality for the past hour and a half or so. Well, Megalol will be taking that final spot towards the Global Finals, but we're not quite done yet today, right? We still have to figure out, like Dratno said, who's going to be our 3rd, 4th, and 5th place teams for the day. So we're going to keep watching these overtime runs to see what happens.
Oh, yeah, Ethical.
Ethical having a wipe here. As it stands right now, Ethical might be safe if they don't time an Elf Slayer. They might be safe because they do have several minutes on Depleter Squad, but if Depleter Squad can get an Elf Slayer under like 22 minutes, then all of a sudden Ethical actually needs to time this Keystone to stay in that 4th place spot and get that extra prize money. So that's pretty important as well. Ethical are playing to avoid that downside. They're also playing for upside. If they can time this Elf Slayer sub 1644, they'll actually steal that 3rd place spot from Yeppers in the top left. But Yeppers can make that harder by beating their existing time in the Spires, which they're trying to do right now. And based on how this run's looking, I think they have a good chance of being successful as they're already on the 3rd boss and still have 10 minutes left, 8 minutes left to upgrade their time.
So, something that I want to point out is that I don't think any team should be upset with their performance this weekend. Everybody really played super well across the whole entire weekend. It's not easy to speedrun dungeons for 15 hours across 3 days and just be able to have the greatest performances over and over again. And I really do think that these guys all played absolutely at the top of their game. It's hard. It's not something that the viewers really understand how difficult it is. But these teams all own, and they should all be super happy with how they played.
100%. Yeah, the stamina to keep going, 5 hours at a time, 3 days in a row, and also it all being live as well. That's something I keep saying just because it was something that caught some of our members of our team. That pressure of being live and everyone seeing everything you're doing. As you're going through these dungeons and you're wiping, you're making mistakes, it can hit worse just because everyone's watching. So the teams have performed above and beyond, I would say.
I mean, I'm always going to respect a team that's willing to put themselves out there for thousands and thousands of viewers and really give it their all. It's not easy. And some teams make it look easy, but I'm telling you right now, it's
some
not
teams only
something
do it with
that's
4
trivial
people
to do.
as well.
Not anymore, they don't. Kettle's got that rule changed for us.
Honorable battlers.
Increasing the difficulty
squad in the bottom
is what
left.
we're calling that.
2 gamers down on Rockmora here, getting another smash. Defensives used to keep their players alive. I think they'll be able to get through this and keep Rockmora killed again. Remember that they need something between like 20 and 24 minutes, I think, in order to steal rank 4 from Ethical, assuming Ethical don't time the existing key that they're in right now. But that might be a dangerous assumption. However, Ethical already on 5 deaths, but they're still making good time up in the top right.
Yeah, and Megalol is also still going in the bottom right, looking to even better their run, even though they probably know at this point that they have won. They are not giving up here, continuing this run in, I would say, true Dr. J handling a key, just running it until it is exactly the way you want it. Yeah, very impressive.
Well, I've seen Dr. J have like a 6-hour wake rest manor. Something's never changed. Dr. J is
Yeah.
Dr. J is in there for the glory. He's always down to game for the glory.
I'm going to spell steal 100 stacks, and we're going to try to kill the boss, or we're going to go again. That's how this is going to work. We're going to do it for 7 hours.
Very good.
I respect the play. I don't know if I want to be there, but I do respect it.
Exactly.
All right.
Ooh, trouble for ethical.
Yeah, this is getting
Just
kind of
used
scary.
their
Getting
tank,
spicy.
if I saw that correctly. So it dropped very low there for a second, and I do believe it was the Ankh being committed. 40 getting
the hands!
slapped by one of these hands. There's so much going on here as more Infernals proc for this team. Bulwark is not really easy, especially not on Tyrannical, but hopefully they can pull it off from here.
And Tettles, there's that full screen of 40's transmog you were asking for earlier.
40!
What is that helmet that he's wearing? It's very important.
It's very
I'm
good
not sure.
transfer.
Yeah,
Very good transmog.
we'll get him to link it to us later for sure.
Maybe he should take it off, then he can see the hands.
Well, he can see the hands. He's not worried about that. He's a warlock.
He just doesn't care. I know.
Exactly.
But I
That's-
want him
that's
to
the
care.
Doesn't need to
Well.
care.
Experience what every other DPS player is experiencing.
Okay, top left, we have Yeppers doing a triple angel
Oh.
here.
Ooh.
Big play coming out for them as these angels are all getting low. Defenses being used, trying to keep this going. You can see, looks like Lizelle actually has already died and is now coming back up. Soul also going down. Now they just have 3 members of their team trying to get over the finish line here. This is getting kind of sketch. Now we see an angel as well.
I think the problem is if you lose a DPS, that can be so detrimental. Just because the longer these are alive, the longer you have a stacking debuff and the more damage everyone's going to take. So it's really difficult when you lose even one person on this kind of poll. And unfortunately, that is a group wipe from Yeppers. Almost.
Oof.
I mean, it's gonna be. I think. I don't see how
There's
it would
no
walk
way.
amok in a blood.
There's
gotta
touch
walk
of
up,
death.
walk
Oh,
up.
Lizelle gets
No, they're
taken
walking
out
at
by
least.
one of those projectiles, and I believe this is going to be Yeppers' town portal scroll here, because I don't think they're going to be able to get through this triple angel pull, and that means that the bar is now 100% set for Ethical. Whether or not Ethical can get 3rd or 4th or 5th is going to depend on this Nelth Slayer, and if they want that 3rd, they need 1644 according to Zyronic's mathematics in this Nelth Slayer run.
I mean, right now they're in the hardest part of the dungeon. This puzzle is so difficult, so let's see if they got it right.
Oh, they missed a
Yeah, they
phase
missed
in
the
Ularog.
phase.
Oh,
There,
that's
you
very-
see Ularog at 5%. Very tragic there. Didn't
way
quite
that-
get all of their stacks of infernal damage taken increase on it as well. That might be contributing to why they didn't make the push.
Exactly, that's exactly what I was about to say. Well, Megalol was delaying their last Infernal kill off to whenever Ularog came back up, and they were able to get like a 10 stack on him, and it made their burn more consistent. And that's just like the level of optimization that's hard to notice like over the course of a 15-hour like speed run event similar to this Last Stand format, where it's like, oh, okay. I bet if they watched Megalol do that boss one time, they'd be like, okay, so that's how we skip a phase on this boss. But it's difficult to know here.
Yeah. But they are going.
I am actually wondering if they've had a DC, just because I believe their Warlock's been dead for a while.
back.
Oh no,
He is.
never mind. The Warlock's back.
He was making some lunch or some
Making a
dinner.
coffee.
Yeah, as you do. Ah, right. Okay.
Coffee is so important.
That is a DPS buff for sure, as well as
Okay,
terrible transmog.
Big
So
pull
the-
for ethical.
the time for Depleter Squad to beat is going to be like 22:46 or 22. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
22:46. If Depleter Squad can do 22:46 and Ethical depletes, then Depleter Squad steal 4th. That's the condition that they're playing for now. That's how they still win from here. So they are really hoping. If you're a Depleter Squad fan, you're looking in the top left and you're saying, "White,
Oh, God,
white,
Ethical.
angel." That sort of thing is what you're rooting for right now.
Oh no, Dratnos!
Ethical is
Oh
got an
no!
angel
The
out of that.
prediction.
Okay, to be fair, I said angel after I saw an angel, but
It's-
yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's that time. It's that time, and they also need ethical to not complete a run.
Right, exactly. They need ethical
Yeah.
to deplete this keystone. So it's their odds are rather long, but there is a shot, and it does look like this. If you are a Depleter Squad fan, you are looking for exactly this sort of catastrophe to start unfolding for Ethical in the top left.
40, yeah.
21-44 as well is what we're looking for. 21-44 would be
And
the time for Depleter
16-44,
Squad.
right? For Ethical?
Yeah. Wow, so 44
So
seconds on both
44
sides.
times.
What are the chances? That's amazing.
About 1 in 60.
Is that where everybody
well.
finds out that everything has been scripted?
That's just
I
your
like how
opinion,
you're
Zara.
all kind of silently laughing as if you just have been caught. Amazing.
Just the 1 in 60 line. The 1 in
Guys,
60
right.
line was. Haha.
All right, Ethical are going into Neuraxis here. They avoided a full wipe there, which is great news for them and very bad news for Depleter Squad. Ethical, again, I don't know if 1644 is in reach for them. I don't know if third place is in reach for them, but they can at least shut out Depleter Squad and guarantee fourth place here as long as they can keep this run clean. They have, can they do this boss and the last boss in 3.5 minutes? I don't think so, but maybe. Maybe if they've got a lot of damage. I mean, they have a lot of count. They're not going to need double Scorpion, right?
They get that infernal
Or do they?
uptime, as Ironic has suggested multiple times, maybe.
Is this a one Scorpion onto boss count, or do they actually need both?
How much is if the lurker gives 4, it's 1 scorpion. I
I think
it
Lurker
is.
does give 4, yeah. So then I think
If
they're
it's 3 or
set.
4, it's just 1 scorpion.
I think they just need one
There
scorpion.
it is. Yeah,
Yeah,
4
it's just
count
the
coming out of that Lurker. So 1 Scorpion onto last boss. Still, though, I mean, time is running thin. Less than 3 minutes for Ethical if they want to steal rank 3 from Yeppers here. That's going to be such a tough sell.
Something
last
to
boss
highlight
timer- Go ahead.
is Womegalo, who are currently trying to underbid their own time in that Neltharian's Lair. The Neuraxis split that they had before was 11:24, and now they're on 11:17, so a good bit faster than the last time we've seen them here.
Yeah. They have everything. They have the Power Infusion, Combustion, Lust, Infernal's already active, already on the ground, so this is ideal. Who is the Power Infusion on? I would assume it's going to be the Warlock for sure here. Maybe even, yeah, it's the
Looks
Warlock.
like it.
Well, here we go. Big AoE coming out. Remember, the 2 farthest players from the Dominators are going to be hitting with those spines, so lots of damage coming out on there. There was a pre-wall from Ricky, but he even died through the wall. Dark back, Tomo down too, and that's going to be all she wrote.
This
Not
is
getting
it.
the time. But you know what?
This
That
is-
would have just been icing on the cake. They already got the main
Yeah.
prize. They're going to be our first place team. They're going to be taking that last spot to the global finals. So even though they didn't get the run they wanted, even though Jay is not going to be happy, still got to hand it to them. They played amazingly well this weekend.
Jake Hughes' mic
Absolutely.
one final time. No Meggies, he says, as Womegalol finishes their final run of the
You're
weekend.
terrible. Ethical, able to finish off Neuraxis 15 minutes 8 seconds. They still need a good bit of trash as well as the final boss. What was the time they needed? 16:44?
Yeah, that's not going to
1644 for
Yeah, that's not gonna happen.
1644 for third. But if they just finish it any time, basically now they will lock out Depleter Squad. So as long as they avoid wiping and they just complete this key in time, Depleter Squad will be forced into that 5th place spot and will have nowhere near enough time to claw this one back. So Ethical, really just playing safe here. That's what they should do. I don't know how much they're looking at the leaderboard, but if they are, they should be able to identify that they shouldn't do any trash with the boss. They should literally just do the trash, then do the
Do
boss.
one pull and then the other one.
Oh my god, how did they not pull?
Whoa,
That
mind
was
swings
scary.
OP.
right
That
in
was
the
terrifying.
range of Mind Soothe. What?
Yeah.
How
That-
was
that's
that?
what you-
Seems like they still want to do it.
Yeah, they're
No.
doing the other scorpion on the
Doing
boss.
the-
As you can
they're
see
doing
that
the
pull
skip.
to the side.
They're doing the skip, yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, they don't have the
Oh my
boss engage though.
goodness.
That's-
Oh, maybe
no boss.
maybe they figured it out now.
No boss.
Yeah.
No boss. No boss.
What Jack did? But what Jack did? Okay, whatever.
Well, so he
No boss.
started doing what he normally did, but now they've made the call to not go into boss and to just do the trash. Now, the problem is that Feign Death is on a 30-second cooldown. I don't know if it'll be back up.
Yeah,
They probably
Or,
will.
okay, then they will be able
They
to use
can
it and
literally just go pack by pack and pull the other scorpion
yeah, but they're
as
at
like
100%
one
count.
mob
That's
gaming.
that's banned.
If well, they can still do it if they want
mean,
to. They
At this
just
point,
need
they
to
just
time
need
the
to
key.
time it, yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
They're looking
yeah,
at
we
dark.
Could
Dark
even
Lord.
go with the. Oh, I'm
Yeah, they
so
got it.
scared. Please.
Yeah, they're good.
Please, please,
the
please,
Scorpion
please,
won't
please,
be with
please.
them if they do it right.
Well, there
Yeah,
is an
see, Jack is
observer in
back.
there, and a lot of stuff happening. So Bloodlust getting popped. Gonna try and see how much they can put out here.
Oh, Nice. Now grip it back in. Chompy, grab that thing. Chompy! Chompy, grip the char skin!
There
Chompy!
we go.
Okay, there we go.
Just yell
That was
loud
the
enough
the stream
pedals.
delay there.
No, it's the OC ping. It's the OC ping. It's 300 ms. All right.
I see. Yeah.
Ah, okay.
Had to travel.
See.
Had to travel across an ocean.
True. That's how that works.
True.
Dark Rule here. Is that 19 stacks? I don't know, it's 10 stacks of Infernal, I believe, that I'm seeing there. So good job by them landing these on the boss. Are they going to get the extend as well? It looks like they might. Yeah, we can't quite see.
They did.
It looks
They
like
got
they
it.
did.
Oh!
Yeah,
Already
11,
going
12.
down. They don't have a battle rest. Chompy
We
is
have-
also
As the name
dropping
implies.
quite a bit.
That was not pause.
Shape also going down does have the Ankh if they want to use it. Holo using the symbol to make sure defensives are available. Shape Ankhs, but Jack is dropping really now. Has the turtle if he wanted to use it, but now it's all eyes on the remaining players as they take so much damage into this pool.
Just kill the ads. Don't worry about the boss.
Yeah, they don't
just
have a battle
kill
res
the
for
ads.
3 minutes, so this is it pretty much. They have to try and get the boss down as is. 30% left.
Kill them, kill them, kill them.
Remember, they're going to get one last set of crystal spikes here, so they're not too worried. As long as they grip that golem in or don't spawn the last spikes on top of the golem, they'll be fine for this next molten crash. Observer, die now! Thank you.
There we go.
Okay, we're good.
You just had to ask first.
22% on the boss. Those molten crashes starting to really hurt Chompy as well.
There's your spikes.
This is getting kind of tense here. I think they can get this over the finish line, though. I think the worst of it's over.
Okay.
Hiding, hiding. We're hiding.
volcanic.
Very good.
If they do get the next magma wave, that'll be the one where the golem spawn is very, very like maybe 10 seconds before the last magma wave, so you have to hunter trap it. They might get there with how slow this boss is going down, especially if another DPS goes down. They'll probably get that last magma wave, but this is looking rough at the last second here.
Yeah, ethical here. 4% on the boss. They've lost that set of spikes as well, but I think they're going to be able to do it here. I think with this, they are going to secure their spot there. There it is, 1937, and finally, after a day of trying, they are going to be able to put a Nelslayer on the board, and you can see that that does lock out Depleter Squad at this point, who already are also at about 19 minutes into the dungeon, right? So even if Depleter Squad ended the dungeon right now, they wouldn't gain enough time to overtake Ethical. So that does mean we do have a final leaderboard standing, although we do get to watch Depleter Squad as they try and put something on the board here as well and make sure they don't leave with a keystone uncompleted and a mission unfulfilled.
I mean, this is at this point, like I've been saying for a while, this team, it's not easy to there is a long journey for you to become up and coming MDI team to becoming some of these more veteran teams, and it kind of starts here. It's unfortunate that Depleter Squad ended up getting 5th in the Last Stand Tournament, but they have a lot of really good things to look back on. They have nothing to be ashamed of, and if they do stick together, if they continue to play together, they can actually make a pretty solid run next expansion.
Yeah, the first step to winning the MDI is usually losing the MDI, so definitely definitely an
There's
important
a
stepping
lot of
stone along
losing.
the way.
I mean,
yeah.
The Echo team, team that was Echo, lost multiple MDIs before they were able to win it. I mean, they got knocked out in the regional cup one time, whenever, forever ago as well, just in 3rd place or something like that, and then they were able to come back, and then they started a string of dominance, but they didn't win initially either. And it was one of those things that they didn't even make it out of their regional weekend, and so just believing that these teams sprout up overnight and are able to shock the world is just not a thing that happens. It takes a ton of time and it takes many seasons of practice.
Yeah, I think
true.
a big thing worth mentioning is just performing under pressure. It's something that does catch out a lot of people. As soon as those cameras start rolling, you realize that you're, being seen by thousands of people. It can really get some people. I think performing under pressure is something that you learn with time and you just get used to.
But on the other side, competing against teams like Womegalol, I think is also something that helps you a lot in kind of building up the experience, because if you only play or compete against the less experienced teams, then the upper ceiling is always a lot lower than when you're playing against teams like Womegalol, who really come in and and show that they're actually material that can rock some boats in the global finals. So I do think that's very beneficial to these newer teams, and I really hope, like you said, Tells, that they keep playing together.
Well, Megalol's not even a team that was supposed to be in this Last Stand tournament, right? They got upset by Sloth during their cup weekend. They're not a team that, like, seeding-wise, they weren't even supposed to be here. And it's one of those things that it takes a lot of time, but there are upsets that happen basically every single season. Twitch Squad having a pull that they didn't necessarily want to do, but
let's just fight these. Not a big deal.
We can do these. They still need trash, though.
Yeah, still need a little bit of count, and we get it from these. They don't have a Mind Soothe anyway, so it's going to be kind of tough to skip past.
You know what they could do, though? There's some Morlock Gateway tech that you could do if you really wanted to. You gateway on top of the ledge on the left and then just run past all this trash.
Oh my gosh, dude, you were sending me down like a deep rabbit hole that I forgot. Oh my god, I forgot I had these repressed memories. You're able to, like, are you still able to get up
there? It's the ROP here. It's going to be the ROP that they use. Yeah, the para ROP cage. And as long as they don't get too close to the parried one, the caged one isn't going to get them in combat. Cage and Sap are the two CCs that you can walk right up next to them and you won't get in combat with. But Para, you got to make sure you ring it far enough away that it won't see you. They're going to now start off on these Scorpion pulls.
Do they know the Feign Death tech? Because they're going to have their count once this Dominator plus Trapper combo goes down.
Yeah, we'll see if they have it. If not, I wouldn't hate just killing that trash to make sure you have a safer arena and you don't have to mess around with anything like that and you just maximize your chances. I wonder if they'll even consider doing the Infernal Beacon before the boss. It does look like, they are just going to go straight into this pull, so they're not going to do any of the Feign Death nonsense, which it does mean that they'll have the whole room, right, to move around in.
That Feign Death nonsense is like ancient tech, too. Like, you have to know, like, something that's actually important about the Dominator specifically is, like, so the Trapper is CC'd, but the Dominator, you have to time your stealth in between ticks of the spikes that are being thrown at you, and if you time it incorrectly, then you're getting broken out. I know that it was really important for mages to be super careful about getting hit.
Yep.
Yeah, because if you got hit after you pressed invis, but before it went off, right, it would just cancel it.
Yeah, because this is a 3-second activation time.
Yeah, and then you would wipe. Absolutely. All right, well, they have killed their trash. It looks like they're heading over now towards the Infernal Beacon, and they are indeed signaling a Legion invasion. So they're not going to have that increased damage done to the boss, but they're also not going to have to worry about the Observer being active during the boss. So this is probably going to mean they're not going to be able to two-chest here, but they probably also won't deplete, which is also always nice.
Not taking their namesake to heart.
Yeah, exactly. Depleter Squad, more like Completer Squad as far as I'm concerned.
Completer Squad. I like it.
Yeah. Well, we also now have
such a bad
joke. See us all again. We have the teams that have all qualified down now. You can see that are going to be going to the global finals, right? Echo and Baldy out of Group A, Monka and Perplexed out of Group B, Donuts and Despair and Sloth, who upset Womegalol to take that spot out of Group C. Long Ming from the Chinese region. You can watch that rebroadcast if you want. Well, it happened last week. Pretty quality games in there. And then Womegalol joining them as well.
Specs.
Yeah.
In case you ever wanted to see your own class in the MDI, I recommend watching the Chinese rebroadcast.
Absolutely.
Trying to have a question. When is the global finals?
It is a great question. And one that
Do you want me to help you?
Well, first of all, I don't know if it's been announced when it is yet.
I think it has, right?
It has been.
Okay, when is it?
It has been announced.
When is it?
It's on the 8th, 9th, and 10th of July.
Okay, excellent.
There you go.
Very exciting, yeah. MDI Global Finals, July 8th through 10th. But before then, we have the even equally as exciting AWC circuit. If you liked watching Rockmora because you liked watching players die, then let me tell you about an esport where all the time in every match players die.
So you're not going to believe this.
Yeah, you are not going to believe this. It's it is crazy. It's nonstop. There's this comp called Rogue Mage that's basically Rockmora that shows up as well.
Basically.
And, just murders people too. So
there's also this crazy tech where instead of two teams fighting against each other by killing NPCs, they actually fight each other and try to kill each other. It's amazing. You should check it out.
Yeah, it's sort of like a dungeon where one team is like the bosses and the other team is just the regular team. Yeah, it's pretty cool. So would definitely check that out. That's next weekend as well. Make sure you subscribe to the YouTube channel and hit the reminder settings and everything so you don't miss that.
The
Ring
little
that
bell.
notification bell.
That wacky bell.
I heard
All right,
Mage
Dark World
Lock
now
is now
35% and dropping for Depleter Squad. They have a player dead and no battle res, but I think they're going to be able to get this done from this point.
They're gonna get the 4th magma wave. This is gonna
What
be
happens
interesting
then?
to see.
Oh,
Well,
is that the one that
see the-
overlaps the?
That's the overlap of the spawn into the wave instantly, and I think you only get 1 set of spikes for it. So you have to
Big boom?
CC this next golem, and let's see if they know that you have to do that. Because otherwise, you just won't have a set of crystal spikes for the magma wave, and everyone will die.
They should
That'll
trap
be
it.
the
Yeah,
end of the
because-
boss.
They do
Oh,
fixate
no.
somebody, and if it does go through one of the magma spikes, it will
I don't
destroy
wanna
them. So you
watch,
just have
I'm
to make sure.
scared. Oh,
They
It
can kill the
doesn't
boss
hit
before
them.
that.
They might be
There
able
is
to,
a
15% on the boss. They might
spike
just have the
wave.
dam here.
Oh, look at the energy though.
Oh.
This is kind of scary. They need to trap
There's the
it.
magma
Please
sculptor.
trap that. Please
Just
trap
trap it, trap it, trap
Uh-oh.
it, trap it, trap
Okay,
it.
are they kiting it in? They are kiting it in.
Oh,
Oh!
Oh no, it's stunned.
Oh no! Last minute
Keep it
stun.
stunned. Keep it stunned. Keep it stunned. Please, just knock it away.
wait, they
Turn it
know.
away.
They know.
Sacrificing
Yeah,
yourself.
I'm scared.
That's the correct play. That's the correct
Well,
play.
no, he
No,
can,
see,
he
you
can even
kite it
live
away.
over here, right? Oh, it's stunned. Okay.
Okay, it's
Do we have a
stunned
knock?
again.
We don't have a
Stunned
knock,
again.
right?
Here it comes. They
Uh-oh,
can just kill
2%
This is
on the
on
boss, though.
2%.
Tunnel boss.
They
Tunnel
can
boss.
kill
Magma
Jackal.
wave!
Come on. Come on.
They're finally
The
It's gonna
boss.
start.
It's
beating
gonna
people up.
refixate.
There it is.
Hey, Depleter Squad. Congrats.
They knew. They knew. Geniuses.
They knew.
That was very tense.
Or they're just old. One of the two.
Great way to finish the show.
Keystone
There it
upgraded, and
is.
that's our last time on the board. So in first place, it's Woe Megalol. Second, Evolved. Third, Yeppers. Fourth place going to Ethical, and Depleter Squad rounding it out here for a great weekend. And really, again, all the teams, as you mentioned, Tettles, have just put up such great performances in a lot of these runs. But Woe Megalol, wow, they looked dominating this weekend.
Now, the question, at least for me, for Womegalol, is are they going to be able to be consistent coming into the Global Finals? That's something that's the reason that they had to show up in the Last Stand Tournament. They just weren't consistent in the weekend. They are clearly a team that can string together impressive runs whenever they have the opportunity to play their strategies. Are they going to be that consistent team that we know that they have to become to excel in a format that's not the Last Stand format?
I mean, they performed incredibly well this weekend. I don't think there's any reason they couldn't.
I
Yeah,
agree.
up against these other teams here, the caliber of teams like Echo, like Perplexed, is such a high bar. But Womegalol, I mean, for 15 hours today, they played, or this weekend, they played so well in every single dungeon. They looked so strong. They blew a bunch of other teams out of the water in them. So I think they might be ready for it. I think they could put together a run in the Global Finals. The downside is, I think the Last Stand Tournament, it means they're going to be in that second seeded spot, right? So they're going to be playing up against some of the toughest teams right from the start. But with those 8 teams of the Global Finals, it's not like there's any easy matchups for anybody, right?
Not at all. I mean, it's going to be a
Definitely.
great tournament. So many teams here in their own right, just throwing it. The runs we've seen from a lot of these teams are insane. Sloth with the innovation, first time this season that we've seen it. Donuts Despair crushing people in dungeons. I mean, every team has a right to be in that tournament, right? Like, it's going to be great. I can't wait. It's so
It'll
we don't
be
have to wait a
super
month.
stacked. It's
Donuts
always
of Despair
big.
claiming that Echo is bad and didn't have to play a 24 gambit.
Yeah. We will get to learn all about that
We'll
trash
just
talk
ignore that.
and more at the Global Finals, which again is July 8th through 10th. But before then, there's the AWC next weekend. So again, make sure you catch that. That's going to be it for us this weekend. I've been Dratnos. We've had Zyro, OK Mage, Tettles, Makes, Nagura, and now joining us this weekend. Thanks to all of them. Thanks to all of you for watching. Thank you to production, everybody behind the scenes, the moderators, for helping us run this event as well. And again, catch those AWC games
odds.
next weekend.
Shout out
Later,
the
everybody.
fans.
Shout out to the fans.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Bye.